Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry was raised by the Munsters as a spooky magical prodigy? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Boy on the Porch. The night of October 31st, 1981, was unseasonably warm for autumn, which meant absolutely nothing to Herman Munster, who couldn't feel temperature anyway. He stood in the kitchen of 1313 Mockingbird Lane at 14 minutes past midnight, wearing his favorite pair of pajamas, the ones with the little bats on them that Lily had sewn by hand, and stared into the open refrigerator with the concentration of a man defusing a bomb. The fridge hummed. Something on the second shelf hummed back. Now then, Herman muttered to himself, his enormous green fingers hovering between a plate of leftover Eye of Newt casserole and what appeared to be a jar of pickled something or other that Grandpa had been aging since the Roosevelt administration. Decisions. He chose both, naturally, tucking the casserole under one arm and the jar under the other, and hip-checked the refrigerator door shut. The impact cracked the tile beneath his left foot. Lily would notice. Lily always noticed. He was halfway through constructing a sandwich of genuinely inadvisable proportions when he heard the sound. Not a knock. Not the wind. Not the usual settling groans of a house that was, by most structural engineering standards, an impossibility. This was something else, a thin, warbling cry that slipped through the front door and wound its way through the foyer, past the suit of armor that occasionally sneezed, past the grandfather clock that ran backwards, and into the kitchen where it wrapped around Herman's bolted-on ears and tugged. A baby crying. Herman set down the sandwich. He cocked his head. The sound came again, high and reedy and desperate in the way that only very small, very frightened things can be. "Oh dear," Herman said, and walked to the front door. The door opened with its customary theatrical creak. Herman looked left. He looked right. He looked down. There, on the weathered planks of the Munster family porch, sat a wicker basket. And in the basket, wrapped in a blanket that shimmered faintly in the moonlight, was a baby. The baby was extremely small. It had a shock of black hair that stuck up in every direction, as if it had recently been electrocuted or was simply committed to chaos from birth. Its face was scrunched and red from crying, tiny fists balled against the cool night air. And on its forehead, livid and fresh, was a cut in the shape of a lightning bolt. Herman Munster had, in his considerable lifetime, encountered many strange things on his porch. Salesmen who fainted. Girl Scouts who ran screaming. That one time Eddie's pet werewolf got loose and the mailman didn't come back for 6 weeks. But this, a baby, alone, on Halloween night, this was new. "Well, hello there," Herman said, and his voice came out soft, which was remarkable given that his voice box had been salvaged from a German opera singer and typically operated at volumes unsuitable for indoor use. He bent down, the porch groaning under the shift and weight, and scooped up the basket with the exaggerated care of a man who knew his own strength and was perpetually terrified of it. The baby stopped crying. 2 green eyes, astonishingly bright, blinked up at Herman's face, the flat head, the heavy brow, the bolts, the grayish-green skin, and instead of screaming, which was the standard response, the baby made a sound that was almost, impossibly, a giggle. "Lily!" Herman called into the house. "Lily, come quick. Someone left a package on the porch and it's alive." There was a pause. Then, from somewhere upstairs, the measured click of heels on hardwood, growing closer. Lily Munster descended the staircase the way she did everything, with an elegance that made the shadows themselves sit up straighter. Her black hair cascaded over the white streak at her temple, and her dark eyes carried the particular sharpness of a woman who had been woken at midnight and wanted a very good reason for it. She saw the basket. The sharpness vanished. Something else replaced it, something fierce and immediate that rearranged her entire face. "Herman," she breathed, crossing the foyer in 4 quick strides. "Herman, that's a baby." "I know. Isn't it wonderful? I've always wanted to find a baby on the porch. It's like finding a penny, but much better. Lily was already reaching into the basket, lifting the infant out with hands that could bend iron but chose, in this moment, to be impossibly gentle. The baby settled against her chest and sighed, a full body, shuddering sigh of someone who had been cold and frightened and was suddenly neither of those things. Who would leave a child out in the night? Lily's voice was quiet in the way that hurricanes are quiet at their center. On a doorstep? In October? There's a note. Herman plucked an envelope from the basket. He turned it over in his hands, squinting at the handwriting, which was cramped and purple and written in ink that seemed to shift slightly when you looked at it. It says, It's addressed to the Dursleys at number 4, Privet Drive. Herman looked up. That's not us. Obviously that's not us, dear. Well, that's strange. Because this is definitely our porch. Lily wasn't listening. She was looking at the baby's forehead, at the angry red wound there, and her expression was doing something complicated. Herman. Look at this mark. Herman leaned in. He peered at the lightning bolt. He peered closer. His brow, which had limited range of motion but was doing its best, furrowed. That looks like it hurts. It's a curse scar, said a voice from the top of the stairs. They both looked up. Grandpa stood on the landing in his nightgown, which was at least 400 years old, and showed it. He was 5'4" and had a face like a hatchet that someone had left out in the rain. His eyes, though, his eyes were black and bright and ancient and, right now, they were fixed on the baby in Lily's arms with an intensity that made the hallway lights flicker. A curse scar, he repeated, descending the stairs with a speed that belied his apparent age. And not from any garden variety hex, either. That's dark magic. The darkest. He reached Lily's side and extended one bony finger toward the baby's forehead, not quite touching it. His finger trembled. There's a resonance here. A killing curse, or I'm a monkey's uncle. Somebody tried to murder this child with the worst thing magic has to offer, and the child. He trailed off. His eyes widened. The child survived. A killing curse. Lily pulled the baby fractionally closer. I mean someone pointed a wand at this infant and said words that should have snuffed him out like a candle, and instead of dying, he seems to have reflected it, partially, and ended up on our porch by way of what I can only describe as a dimensional rift caused by the collision of extremely dark magic and extremely powerful accidental magic, amplified by. Grandpa stopped. He sniffed the air. Halloween. The veil between worlds. Of course. This child isn't from here, Lily. He's from somewhere else entirely. The three of them stood in the foyer, the grandfather clock ticking backwards behind them, the suit of armor politely pretending not to listen. The baby made another small sound and gripped Lily's finger. His hand was so tiny it barely wrapped around her knuckle. What do we do? Herman asked, and it was the most serious anyone had ever heard him. Lily looked at her father. Grandpa looked at the baby. The baby looked at all of them with those startling green eyes and appeared to reach a conclusion well ahead of the adults. We keep him, Lily said. It wasn't a suggestion. Lily pad, we should probably discuss, we keep him, Herman. Herman looked at the baby. The baby looked at Herman. The baby giggled again. We keep him, Herman agreed, and his smile was so wide it nearly dislodged his left bolt. Grandpa had already turned back toward the stairs. Bring him to the lab. I need to examine that scar properly. And someone read that letter. I want to know who left a cursed baby on a doorstep in November like a bottle of milk. The letter, as it turned out, was from someone named Albus Dumbledore. It explained, in flowing prose that Grandpa described as insufferably whimsical, that the baby was Harry Potter, that his parents James and Lily Potter had been murdered by a dark wizard called Lord Voldemort, and that Harry had somehow survived the killing curse, vanquishing Voldemort in the process. The letter instructed the Dursleys, Harry's maternal aunt and uncle, to take the child in and raise him, protected by blood wards tied to his mother's sacrifice. Blood wards, Grandpa snorted, holding a series of increasingly complicated instruments over baby Harry, who was lying on a cleared section of lab bench and seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Blood wards are only as strong as the love in the household. If these Dursleys are anything like most relatives dumped with surprise babies, those wards would have been about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. So someone just left him? Herman's voice cracked. He was standing in the corner of the lab, too large for most of the spaces between equipment, and his eyes were suspiciously bright. They left a baby on a doorstep. In the cold. Without even ringing the bell. It appears so, darling, Lily said. She had not put Harry down. She was not going to put Harry down. This was becoming clear to everyone. But that's terrible. You can't just leave a baby. Babies need things. They need warmth and food and someone to sing to them and someone to hold them when it thunders, Herman. And someone to teach them to ride a bicycle and help them with homework and, Herman. He stopped. Lily was smiling at him, and it was the smile she reserved for moments when he was being exactly the man she married him for being. We're keeping him, she said again. You already agreed. I know. I just want to be angry at the people who left him first. It's important to process emotions, Lily. Dr. Frankenstein said so. Dr. Frankenstein set you on fire, dear. He was a complicated man. Down on the lab bench, Grandpa had finished his examination. He straightened up, cracked his back in 3 places, and turned to face them with an expression that was parts wonder, calculation, and something almost like awe. The boy's magical core is enormous, he said flatly. I haven't seen anything like it in a very long time. Centuries. The killing curse should have destroyed him, but instead it fragmented. Most of it rebounded, presumably onto this Voldemort fellow, and good riddance, but a sliver embedded itself in the scar. It's contained for now. Not dangerous. Think of it like a splinter of dark magic, walled off by the boy's own power and whatever protection his mother's sacrifice created. He paused. His mother died for him, you know. That's what the letter implies. She chose to die so he could live. That kind of magic, sacrificial love magic, it's old. Older than wands, older than spells. It's the bedrock stuff. The lab was quiet. Even the various bubbling beakers and humming devices seemed to lower their volume out of respect. He's going to be powerful, Grandpa continued. Very powerful. The question is what kind of powerful. That depends entirely on how he's raised. Then we raise him right, Lily said, and there was nothing else to say about it. They named him Harry Munster. Lily insisted on keeping his first name, it's the name his mother gave him, and we'll honor that, but the surname was never in question. He was theirs now. The paperwork was handled by Grandpa, who had been forging documents since before the invention of documents and could produce a birth certificate so convincing it would make a government clerk weep with its authenticity. Baby Harry settled into 1313, Mockingbird Lane as if the house had been waiting for him. The first year was chaos, but the good kind. Herman built a crib. He built it out of oak, hand-carved, with little moons and stars on the headboard that he spent 3 weeks whittling with fingers that could crush coal into diamonds. He also built it slightly too large, because Herman's spatial reasoning was, in Grandpa's words, charmingly theoretical. The crib could have comfortably held triplets. Harry rolled around in it like a marble in a bathtub, happy as anything. Lily took to motherhood, again, with the ferocity of someone who had been wanting another child and hadn't quite admitted it. She fed Harry on a schedule that she maintained with military precision, sang him lullabies in a voice that made the walls weep, literally. The house was old and emotional, and held him during the nightmares that came almost every night for the first 3 months. The nightmares were bad. Harry would wake screaming, not the ordinary cries of a baby but the desperate, clawing screams of an infant who had watched a green light consume his world. Lily held him through every single one. She rocked him in the creaking chair by the window and told him that he was safe, he was loved, he was home, and nothing would ever hurt him again. She said it so many times that the words wore grooves into the night air, and eventually, gradually, the nightmares thinned, then faded, then stopped. Eddie, who was roughly the physical equivalent of a 9-year-old despite his somewhat fluid actual age, took one look at baby Harry and declared, "He's my brother, and if anyone messes with him I'll bite them." "We don't bite people, Eddie," Lily said. "Not hard," Eddie clarified. Eddie appointed himself Harry's protector, entertainer, and co-conspirator. He dragged a sleeping bag into Harry's room and camped there for the first month, just in case. He showed Harry his collection of monster comics. He let Harry pull his tail during full moons, which was, by werewolf standards, an act of extraordinary trust. Marilyn, beautiful, kind, chronically unlucky in love Marilyn, became the soft voice that read Harry bedtime stories from the normal world. She brought picture books about farms and trains and ordinary families, because she believed, with the quiet conviction that made her the family's moral compass, that Harry should know about all kinds of lives, not just theirs. "He'll need to understand regular people someday," she told Lily, who looked mildly confused by the concept. "Not everyone grows up with a pet dragon. Spot is a dinosaur, dear. My point stands. And Grandpa was something else entirely." The old vampire took to his role as Harry's magical tutor with a zeal that bordered on mania. Within weeks of Harry's arrival, he'd converted a section of the basement laboratory into what he called the nursery annex, which was really just a playpen surrounded by monitoring equipment that tracked Harry's magical output in real time. "The boy's core is developing faster than anything I've ever recorded," he told Lily one evening, showing her a chart covered in spiky lines and arcane notations. "Every time he has an emotional response, crying, laughing, wanting something, his magic surges. Most infant wizards produce minor fluctuations. Harry produces events. Is that dangerous? Only to my equipment. He shattered 3 monitoring crystals yesterday by being excited about applesauce." Applesauce, Lily. Imagine what he'll do when he discovers cake. The discovery of cake, as it turned out, blew out every window on the first floor. Herman spent a cheerful weekend replacing them. He whistled while he worked, which shook the plaster. Harry's first word was, "Dada," directed at Herman, and it made the 7-foot Frankenstein's monster weep so hard that he short-circuited and had to be jump-started with Grandpa's emergency cables. His second word was, "Boom," which he said while pointing at Grandpa's lab, and which everyone agreed was uncomfortably prophetic. He walked at 10 months, early, and with a toddler's deranged confidence. He walked through a wall at 11 months, which was when Grandpa confirmed that Harry's accidental magic was, as he put it, operating on a timetable of its own, and that timetable is aggressive. By 18 months, objects moved when Harry wanted them. Not dramatically, a bottle drifting toward his hand, a toy floating down from a high shelf, a blanket tugging itself over him when he was cold. But consistently. Predictably. As if magic were not some extraordinary force he was learning to control but simply another limb he'd been born with. Lily found it endearing. Herman found it amazing. Grandpa found it fascinating and started a research journal titled The Magical Development of H. Munster, a longitudinal study, that would eventually fill 7 volumes. Eddie found it annoying, but only because Harry kept summoning Eddie's comic books out of his hands. "Mom! He's doing it again. Sharing is caring, Eddie. He's not sharing, he's stealing with magic. Then he's a very talented thief. Be proud of your brother." Harry was 3 when the lab exploded for the first time. To be fair, it was partly Grandpa's fault. The old vampire had been working on a potion, something volatile involving mandrake root and powdered moonstone, and had made the error of leaving it simmering while he went upstairs to argue with Herman about the proper way to season a cauldron of batwing soup. Harry, who had developed the ability to open baby gates through a combination of mundane climbing and non-mundane telekinesis, found his way into the lab, found the bubbling potion, and reached for it with the pure, undiluted curiosity of a toddler who did not understand the concept of dangerously unstable alchemical compounds. His hand touched the cauldron. His magic surged, a massive, instinctive pulse that Grandpa would later calculate as roughly equivalent to the output of an adult wizard casting a Patronus. The potion reacted. The cauldron reacted. Several other potions in the vicinity decided to join in solidarity. The resulting explosion took out the basement ceiling, launched Grandpa's favorite armchair through the roof, and left a 3-year-old Harry sitting in the middle of the wreckage, covered in soot and glowing faintly purple, laughing so hard he got the hiccups. Grandpa found him 30 seconds later, having descended the ruined stairs at speed. He stood in the doorway of what had been his lab, looked at the devastation, looked at the giggling toddler, and looked at the devastation again. "Magnificent," he whispered. "Grandpa." Lily's voice came from above like the wrath of heaven. "Is Harry all right?" "He's fine. Better than fine." "Lily, get down here, you need to see this. Is my lab destroyed?" "Almost entirely." "Magnificent." Lily did not share their enthusiasm. There was a family meeting. There were raised voices. Herman cried twice, both times for unrelated reasons. He'd also burned the batwing soup. The outcome was threefold. 1. Grandpa would install proper wards on the lab to keep Harry out until he was old enough to be in there supervised. 2. Harry would begin basic magical training as soon as he was old enough to understand instructions, so his power could be channeled rather than left to randomly detonate. 3. Herman was no longer allowed to make soup. Training began in earnest when Harry was 4. Grandpa approached it the way Grandpa approached everything, with a combination of rigorous methodology, centuries of accumulated knowledge, and a cheerful disregard for what anyone else might consider age-appropriate. "The boy's magical core is a loaded cannon," he explained to Lily and Herman, who had gathered for what Grandpa called a curriculum overview, and what Herman called a family meeting about not blowing up the house again. "We can either teach him to aim it, or we can wait for it to go off on its own. I prefer the former." "He's 4, Lily said. Mozart composed at 5. Harry exploded my lab at 3. I'd say we're on an accelerated track." The training started simple. Meditation. Focus exercises. Grandpa would place a candle on a table and ask Harry to light it with his mind. Harry, who had the attention span of a 4-year-old raised in a house full of distractions, spent the first 3 sessions lighting the table, the wall behind the table, and on one memorable occasion, Grandpa's nightgown. But he learned. God, the boy learned fast. By age 5, Harry could light the candle on command. By 5.5, he could light it, extinguish it, relight it, and make the flame dance in patterns. By 6, candles bored him, and Grandpa moved on to what he called practical applications, which meant potions. Potions came to Harry like breathing. Grandpa couldn't explain it, or rather, he could, at length, to anyone who'd listen, citing theories about magical core attunement and inherited aptitude, and the boy clearly gets it from his mother's side because James Potter couldn't brew a headache remedy without setting something on fire, and yes, I researched the family and no, I'm not going to apologize for it. Harry stood on a step stool at Grandpa's workbench, too short to reach the higher shelves, and listened with enormous green eyes as Grandpa explained the principles of ingredient interaction, the importance of temperature control, the delicate art of timing. He asked questions that made Grandpa stop mid-sentence and stare. "Grandpa, if moonstone amplifies the base properties of whatever it's mixed with, why don't you add it last instead of first? Wouldn't that make the whole thing stronger?" "Because," Grandpa began, and then stopped. He blinked. He pulled at his lower lip. He set down the ladle he'd been holding. "Because that's how I was taught 400 years ago, and I never thought to question it." He looked at Harry. "Try it your way." Harry tried it his way. The potion turned a shade of blue that Grandpa had never seen before, and when tested, it was 3 times more effective than the standard recipe. Grandpa started a new journal. This one was titled, "I am being outbrewed by a 6-year-old and I am not ashamed, I am a little ashamed." But potions were only part of it. There was spell theory, wandless, since Harry didn't have a wand and Grandpa maintained that learning without one first built a stronger foundation. There was magical history, taught in Grandpa's inimitable style, which meant sweeping first-person narratives about events he'd personally witnessed. I was there when they signed the Vampire Wizard Accords of 1623, and let me tell you, the refreshments were abysmal. There was creature studies, which in the Munster household meant interacting with actual creatures: Spot the dinosaur, the bats in the belfry, the ravens that gathered on the roof every twilight, and whatever was living in the attic that no one had managed to positively identify. And there was the dark stuff. Not dark magic, Grandpa was very clear about that distinction. Dark magic is a tool, like any other. A hammer can build a house or crack a skull. The tool doesn't decide. The wielder does. But you need to understand the dark to protect yourself from it, and you, Harry, need that understanding more than most. Because by then, Harry knew about the scar. Not the full story. Lily had put her foot down about that, insisting he was too young for the details. But he knew the scar was magical. He knew it meant someone had tried to hurt him when he was a baby. He knew that whoever it was hadn't succeeded. And he knew, because Grandpa had told him with uncharacteristic gravity, that the scar was a kind of door, closed and locked, but a door nonetheless, and that it was important to keep it that way. "You'll get the rest of the story when you're older," Grandpa promised. "For now, just know that you're special, genuinely special, not in the way parents tell every kid they're special, but in the universe took a personal interest in you kind of way. And that means you have a responsibility to be ready." Ready for what? That, Grandpa said, is the million-dollar question. Harry was 7, and he and Eddie were in the backyard conducting what Eddie called combat training, and what Lily called the reason I can't have nice hedges. Okay, try to hit me." Eddie bounced on his heels, arms spread wide. At roughly 11 in appearance now, he was gangly and fast and had a werewolf's reflexes, which made him a genuinely difficult target. Harry, standing 20 feet away in jeans and a black t-shirt that Lily had ironed a little bat onto, grinned and flicked his wrist. A bolt of energy, unfocused, crackling, visible as a shimmer in the air, lanced toward Eddie. Eddie dodged left. The bolt hit the fence and knocked 3 planks loose. "Too slow." Eddie howled. "Come on, baby brother, my grandmother casts faster than that." "Your grandmother is faster than that," Harry muttered, and threw 2 more in quick succession. The first one Eddie dodged. The second one clipped his shoulder and knocked him spinning into the dead rosebushes. Eddie popped up immediately, grinning, a twig in his hair. "Better. But you telegraph with your shoulders. Grandpa told you about that." "Grandpa tells me about a lot of things. So listen." Again. They went for another hour. By the end of it, Harry was hitting Eddie 1 out of every 3 shots, and Eddie was nursing a bruise on his hip that he wore with obvious pride. They collapsed on the porch steps, sweating and breathing hard, and Marilyn brought them lemonade that was, by Munster standards, dangerously normal. "You know," Eddie said, drinking half his glass in one go, "when you get to wherever it is Grandpa says you're going eventually, you're gonna scare the pants off those other kids." "Grandpa hasn't said I'm going anywhere." "Grandpa doesn't have to. I've got ears." Eddie tapped one of them, slightly pointed, a werewolf trait he was proud of. "He and Mom talk when they think we're asleep. There's some kind of school. In another dimension or whatever. Grandpa says you'll have to go eventually." Harry looked at his lemonade. "I don't want to go anywhere." "Yeah, well." Eddie punched his shoulder, gently by Munster standards, which still nearly knocked Harry off the step. "Wherever you go, you'll be the baddest wizard there. Guaranteed. I'm the only wizard here. And you're still the baddest." Harry laughed, and the lemonade in both their glasses bubbled, a tiny, unconscious magic that he didn't even notice anymore. Eddie noticed. Eddie always noticed. And he grinned at his little brother with a pride that was entirely, purely genuine. The conversation that changed everything happened on a Tuesday night, when Harry was 8. He was supposed to be asleep. He was not asleep. He was crouched on the landing above the living room, pressed against the banister, listening to his mother and grandfather talk in voices they clearly thought were too low to carry. They were wrong. Harry had discovered, around age 6, that he could sharpen his hearing if he concentrated, push his magic into his ears, and suddenly the world got louder. Grandpa would have been fascinated. Grandpa was currently the one Harry was eavesdropping on, so fascination would have to wait. Can't keep it from him forever, Lily. Grandpa's voice, stripped of its usual theatrical flair, sounded tired. Old. The boy is 8. He's brilliant. He's already asking questions I can't deflect. He's asking questions about the scar. Lily's voice was careful. About the scar. About where he came from. About why he's different from Eddie and Marilyn. He knows he's human, Lily. He's known for years. And he knows humans don't just appear on monster doorsteps. Silence. Harry held his breath. I was going to tell him at 10, Lily said. Things are moving faster than we planned. The boy's magic, it's drawing attention. I've felt probes. Nothing hostile, nothing directed, but there are sensitives in his home dimension who can detect magical signatures, and Harry's signature is considerable. If he were in their world, they'd have found him years ago. The dimensional barrier muffles it, but it's thinning. At this rate, within 2 or 3 years, someone will notice. And come looking. And come looking. This Dumbledore, the one who wrote the letter, he's not a fool. He's the most powerful wizard in that dimension. He'll have been searching for 10 years. And when he finds Harry, or when Harry goes to him, because that will happen, the boy needs to know the truth. All of it. Another silence, longer this time. Harry's magic was buzzing under his skin the way it did when he was upset, a low hum that made the banister vibrate faintly beneath his fingers. He'll want to know about his parents, Lily said, and her voice cracked. Not much. Just a hairline fracture that Harry felt in his chest like a physical thing. He already wants to know about his parents. He's just been too kind to press you on it. He's 8, Dad. He is 8. He's also survived a killing curse, possesses one of the most powerful magical cores I've encountered in 6 centuries, has a fragment of dark magic embedded in his skull, and is apparently destined to play some role in a conflict with the darkest wizard of his home dimension's modern era. He is 8 in years and absolutely nothing else. Harry's fingers tightened on the banister. The wood groaned. Tell him, Grandpa said. Tell him, and then let me start preparing him properly. Not just potions and cantrips and party tricks. The real thing. Combat magic. Defensive wards. Occlumency. If he's going to face someone who can read minds, the boy needs his mind to be a fortress. Tell him, Lily. He deserves to know who he is. He knows who he is, Lily said, and her voice was steady now, fierce. He's Harry Munster. He's my son. He's also Harry Potter. He can be both. Harry slipped back to his room. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling, where glow-in-the-dark stars that Eddie had stuck up there years ago pulsed with a faint, borrowed light. Harry Potter. He turned the name over in his mind, examining it the way Grandpa had taught him to examine an unfamiliar potion ingredient, carefully, from all angles, respecting what he didn't yet understand. Harry Potter. A baby someone tried to kill. A boy someone left on a doorstep. A name from another dimension. He pulled his blanket up to his chin. The stars glowed. Somewhere downstairs, he could hear Grandpa puttering in his lab, and Herman snoring, which registered on seismographs, and the faint creak of Lily climbing the stairs to check on him and Eddie, the way she did every night, every single night, without fail. Harry Munster. Harry Potter. Both, he decided. He could be both. He fell asleep with the names balanced in his mind like two sides of a scale, and in the morning, when Lily sat him down at the kitchen table with a cup of hot chocolate and the look on her face that meant something important was coming, he put his hand on hers and said, "I already know. I heard you and Grandpa talking. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. I'm not sorry for knowing." Lily stared at him. Then she laughed, a real laugh, wet-eyed and startled, and said, "You're too smart for your own good. Grandpa says that's impossible. He says the good scales with the smart. Grandpa is biased. Grandpa is a 600-year-old vampire. I think his sample size is pretty solid." And so Lily told him everything. She told him about James and Lily Potter, his other mother, who shared a name with the woman telling him the story, which Harry had always privately thought was the kind of coincidence that meant something. She told him about Voldemort, the dark wizard who feared death so much that he tore his own soul apart trying to escape it. She told him about the prophecy, Grandpa had uncovered references to it through his own research, about the boy born at the end of July who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. She told him about Halloween night. The door blasted open. James falling first. Lily, the other Lily, his Lily, the first one, standing between the crib and the monster, refusing to step aside, choosing death so that her son could live. Harry didn't cry. He sat very still and held his hot chocolate and listened, and his magic hummed around him like a living thing, responding to emotions he hadn't sorted out yet. When Lily finished, she watched him with the expression of a mother bracing for impact. "They loved me," Harry said. "More than anything in the world. And you love me. More than anything in the world." Harry nodded slowly. "Then I have two mothers who loved me more than anything in the world. That's more than most people get." He looked up, and his green eyes, Lily Potter's green eyes, were dry and fierce. "Tell Grandpa I'm ready for the real training. If this Voldemort is out there, and if there's even a chance he comes back, I'm going to be ready." Lily Munster looked at her 8-year-old son and saw, for just a moment, the shape of the man he was going to become. It terrified her. It awed her. She squeezed his hand. "Finish your hot chocolate first," she said. From age 8 to 11, Grandpa taught Harry everything he knew. Not some things. Not the safe things. Everything. Potions advanced from brewing to creation. Harry was designing his own recipes by 9, modifications and improvements that made Grandpa alternate between pride and irritation, depending on whether Harry's version outperformed his own. It usually did. Wandless magic expanded from party tricks to genuine combat capability. Without a wand to focus through, Harry's casting was rawer than a trained wizard's, less precise, but enormously powerful. Grandpa described it as swinging a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel, less elegant, but God help whatever you hit. Occlumency was the hardest lesson. Grandpa, who had a vampire's natural telepathic abilities, spent months battering against Harry's mental defenses, teaching him to build walls, to layer them, to hide thoughts behind other thoughts behind false thoughts behind walls of white noise. "Your mind is your most valuable asset," Grandpa told him, session after grueling session. "Your magic, your potions, your physical abilities, they can all be countered. But a mind that cannot be read, cannot be influenced, cannot be broken. That is unassailable." It took Harry a year and a half, but by 10, Grandpa could no longer break through his defenses without genuinely trying. By 10 and a half, even genuine effort wasn't always enough. "I've created a monster," Grandpa said, after a session where Harry had not only blocked his probe but reflected it back and given Grandpa a headache. He was beaming. There were other lessons too. Herman taught Harry to box, because sometimes, son, the most magical thing you can do is punch someone in the nose. These sessions were comical in their physical mismatch, Harry barely coming up to Herman's waist, but Harry learned footwork, timing, and the importance of leverage over brute strength. Lily taught him etiquette, composure, and the subtle art of reading people. Watch their eyes, not their mouths. People lie with words but not with their gaze. And stand up straight. No son of mine is going to slouch. Eddie, who couldn't contribute magic or vampiric wisdom, contributed something arguably more valuable: relentless, merciless, absolutely unfiltered sibling honesty. When Harry got cocky about a new spell, Eddie was there to remind him that he still couldn't beat Eddie in a footrace. When Harry brooded about the weight of prophecy, Eddie dragged him outside for a wrestling match that left both of them muddy and laughing. When Harry's magic surged during a nightmare, a rare occurrence now, but it still happened, Eddie was there in the doorway, arms crossed, tail flicking, saying, "You good?" in a voice that demanded honesty. Marilyn, in her quiet way, kept Harry human. She took him on trips to the normal part of town. She showed him how people without magic lived, how they built things with their hands, solved problems with their minds, loved with their whole hearts. She took him to libraries and museums and once to a baseball game, where Harry spent 9 innings fascinated by the pitcher's mechanics and told Marilyn afterward, "That's just physics magic. He's curving the probability of the ball's trajectory by manipulating spin and air resistance. That's called a curveball, sweetheart." Same thing. And through all of it, the training, the lessons, the gradual revelation of who he was and what might be expected of him, Harry remained, fundamentally, himself. He laughed easily. He loved his family ferociously. He had a dry, dark sense of humor that surfaced at unexpected moments and delighted everyone. He was kind to things smaller than him, curious about things he didn't understand, and utterly, constitutionally unafraid of the dark. Because that was the Munsters' greatest gift, when you got right down to it. Not the magical training or the combat skills or the potion recipes or the 6 centuries of accumulated knowledge. They taught him not to be afraid. They taught him that darkness was just a place where light hadn't arrived yet, and that the things most people feared, monsters, magic, death, the unknown, were just parts of the world that deserved understanding, not terror. They taught him this by example, by being monsters who loved, by being impossible things that were also the warmest, most genuine family a boy could ask for. Fear is learned. Harry never learned it. The morning of Harry's 11th birthday, July 31, 1992, started with Herman accidentally destroying the kitchen table. This was not unusual. Herman destroyed furniture the way other people used furniture, it was simply what happened when he interacted with it. The specific mechanism this time was a birthday hug directed at Harry that missed its target. Harry had dodged, a reflex born of long experience, and caught the table instead. The table did not survive. Sorry, it's fine, Dad. That's the 3rd one this year. Grandpa keeps spares in the basement. I keep spares because your father goes through tables like a termite through balsa wood, Grandpa said, emerging from said basement with a replacement table balanced on his head, which was an impressive feat for a man of his stature. Happy birthday, Harry. Don't help your father with the table. I want this one to last until lunch. The morning was perfect in the specific way that Munster mornings were perfect, chaotic, loud, full of love, and mildly hazardous to the structural integrity of the house. Lily made breakfast, bat-shaped pancakes, Harry's favorite since he was 4. Eddie gave Harry a hand-bound journal he'd made himself, for writing down your evil plans. I don't have evil plans, Eddie. Not yet. That's what the journal's for. Marilyn gave him a leather satchel, beautifully made, normal-looking enough for the outside world but spacious enough for everything a young wizard might need. Herman, after the table incident, presented Harry with a hand-carved wooden figure, a little monster family, 5 figures and 1 small boy, standing together. Harry held the carving in both hands and his magic made it warm. I'm not crying, he told Herman. That's just ambient magical discharge. Me neither, Herman said, absolutely crying. Grandpa's gift was the most significant, though it didn't look like much, a small, ornate key on a chain. This opens a trunk in my lab, Grandpa explained. Inside, you'll find everything I've prepared for you. Potion supplies, reference texts, a few items I've, acquired over the centuries that I think you'll find useful. Consider it a starter kit." "A starter kit for what?" Grandpa opened his mouth to answer and was interrupted by a sharp rapping at the window. Everyone turned. On the windowsill, looking profoundly irritated by the journey it had clearly endured, sat a tawny owl. In its beak was an envelope made of heavy parchment, sealed with a crest in deep red wax. The family went still. Even Herman, who was rarely still, stopped moving. The owl rapped again, more insistently. Harry crossed the kitchen and opened the window. The owl dropped the letter into his hands, gave him a look of unmistakable relief, and flew off without waiting for a reply. Harry turned the envelope over. The front read, in emerald green ink, "Mr. H. Munster, the bedroom on the second floor, 1313 Mockingbird Lane." He looked up at Grandpa. Grandpa's expression was complicated, excited, apprehensive, proud, and sad, all fighting for territory on a face that had 600 years of practice at hiding its feelings. "That," Grandpa said, "is what the starter kit is for." Harry broke the seal. He unfolded the letter. He read it once, quickly, then again more slowly. "Dear Mr. Munster," he read aloud. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He looked up. The kitchen was silent. Even the thing in the attic had stopped shuffling around. "It's addressed to Harry Munster," Lily said softly. "Not Potter." "The letter is self-addressing," Grandpa said. "It finds the student and uses the name they know. The quill that writes them is enchanted to recognize identity, not just birth records." He paused. "Which means, as far as the deepest magic is concerned, you are Harry Munster." "The magic itself agrees." Harry looked at the letter again. He read the supply list, the term dates, the instructions about platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. A school for wizards. In another dimension. The dimension where he'd been born, where his birth parents had lived and died, where a dark wizard might or might not be lurking in whatever form dark wizards lurked in when they'd been hit with their own killing curse. He should have been nervous. Any reasonable person would have been nervous. Harry folded the letter neatly, slid it back into its envelope, and looked at his family, all of them, gathered around the destroyed and replaced kitchen table, watching him with identical expressions of fierce, complicated love. "So," he said. "When do we go shopping?" Grandpa's grin showed every fawn. "I thought you'd never ask." Chapter 2, Diagon Alley and Other Dimensions. Grandpa had been preparing for this moment for 10 years. He would never have admitted it, not in so many words, not to anyone but himself in the quiet hours of his lab when the potions bubbled and the instruments hummed and the weight of 6 centuries pressed against the backs of his eyes. But the truth was inescapable, from the night he'd first held his instruments over that cursed, brilliant, impossible baby, some part of him had known this day would come. The trunk he'd given Harry the key to was 7 feet long, 4 feet wide, and contained, by conservative estimate, roughly 3 times more than its physical dimensions should have allowed. Undetectable extension charm, Grandpa explained, watching Harry kneel in front of the open trunk in the basement lab, green eyes reflecting the soft glow of carefully preserved potion ingredients. "Well, my version of it. The wizards in your home dimension use a spell. I used a combination of vampiric spatial folding and a pocket dimension I borrowed from a very confused demon in 1743. Same result, better storage capacity." "You borrowed a pocket dimension." "He wasn't using it." Harry began pulling things out. Potion supplies, not student-grade ingredients but master-level components, each one preserved in stasis jars that Grandpa had enchanted himself. Dragon blood, 7 varieties. Powdered bicorn horn. Lacewing flies suspended in temporal amber. A set of silver scales so precisely calibrated that they could measure the weight of a whisper. Beneath the potion supplies, books. Not ordinary books, Grandpa's personal copies, annotated in 600 years of increasingly cramped handwriting. Advanced potion making by Libacious Borage, with Grandpa's corrections in red ink on nearly every page, Borage is an idiot, but occasionally a useful one. A treatise on defensive magic by Emmerich Switch, similarly annotated. And at the bottom of the stack, a leather-bound journal with no title, just a symbol on the cover, a crescent moon overlaid with a fawn. That one's mine, Grandpa said quietly. My own notes. Centuries of them. Potions I've invented, spells I've adapted, observations about magic and how it works that you won't find in any school textbook. Consider it a supplementary education. Harry held the journal carefully. It thrummed against his palms with a resonance he recognized, Grandpa's magic, woven into the binding. Grandpa, don't get sentimental. There's more. There was more. A set of enchanted mirrors, communication devices. One stays with me, one goes with you. Works across dimensional barriers, which took me 4 years to figure out, and you're welcome. A cloak that shimmered when you touched it, not invisibility, but close. It bends attention away from the wearer. People will look at you and simply, not notice. And, nestled in a velvet-lined compartment at the very bottom, a small glass vial containing a liquid that shifted between silver and gold. What's this? Grandpa's expression flickered. Insurance. Don't open it unless you're in genuine danger, not schoolyard danger, not I've been given detention danger. Genuine danger. You'll know. But what does it? When you need it, you'll know. Trust your grandfather. Harry tucked the vial into the pocket of his jeans, where it settled against his hip with a barely perceptible warmth. He looked at Grandpa, really looked, the way Grandpa had taught him, past the surface and into the architecture of a person's expression. Grandpa was afraid. Not of anything immediate. Not of monsters or magic or dark wizards. Grandpa was afraid of letting Harry go. Afraid in the way that only someone who has lived for 6 centuries and lost more people than he can count can be afraid, the deep, quiet terror of watching someone you love walk toward a horizon you can't follow them past. Harry stood up. He crossed the lab. He hugged the old vampire, and he held on, and Grandpa made a sound that he would later deny making. I'll be fine, Harry said. Of course you'll be fine. I trained you. You also set yourself on fire last week making toast. That was a calculated risk. The bread was unevenly heated. You screamed. I exclaimed. There's a distinction. They stood there in the lab for another moment, the old man and the boy, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge and the faint smell of sulfur, and something unspoken passed between them that neither needed to articulate. Then Grandpa sniffed, straightened his nightgown, and said, right. The dimensional rift. Let's talk logistics. The family gathered in the lab that evening, because dimensional travel required preparation and Grandpa was nothing if not thorough. The rift that brought Harry here, Grandpa explained, standing before a chalkboard he'd erected for the occasion, covered in equations, diagrams, and at one point what appeared to be a doodle of a bat that Grandpa swore was a technical illustration, was accidental. Caused by the collision of dark magic, sacrificial protection magic, accidental infant magic, and the thinning of the dimensional veil on Halloween night. Recreating it deliberately has been a project. You've been working on this for 10 years? Herman asked from the back of the lab, where he was standing very carefully because the last time he'd leaned on a workbench, 3 potions had been destroyed and Grandpa hadn't spoken to him for a week. 11, actually. I started the night Harry arrived. It seemed prudent. Grandpa tapped the chalkboard. The equations rearranged themselves into a diagram showing 2 parallel planes connected by a thin, luminous thread. The barrier between our dimension and Harry's home dimension is thinner than most. There's a resonance, both dimensions contain magic, both have histories of supernatural activity, both maintain hidden magical societies that coexist with mundane populations. The Halloween rift punched a hole that I've been maintaining as a controlled microaperture ever since. A what? Eddie said. A very small doorway. Too small to walk through, but large enough to monitor activity on the other side. I've been watching Harry's home dimension for a decade, observing, listening, learning. That's how I know about Dumbledore's search for Harry, about the state of the wizarding world, about the political landscape Harry will be entering. Lily's eyes narrowed. You've known all of this for 10 years and you're only now sharing the details. I shared what was relevant when it was relevant. Now it's all relevant. Grandpa produced a pointer from somewhere and tapped the diagram. I can widen the aperture enough for passage. It will be stable for approximately 72 hours, which gives us enough time to take Harry to London, acquire his school supplies, and get him on the train. After that, I'll need to recalibrate, but I can reopen it for shorter periods, enough for the communication mirrors to work and for Harry to come home during holidays. We're all going. Eddie perked up immediately. Of course we're all going, Lily said, in a tone that suggested the alternative had never existed. We're not sending Harry to another dimension alone. The whole family, Herman agreed, cracking his knuckles in a way that made the light fixtures sway. Together. That's how Munsters do things. Grandpa looked at his family, the 8-foot Frankenstein's monster, the vampire matriarch, the werewolf boy, the inexplicably normal-looking niece, and the 11-year-old wizard Prodigy with the lightning scar and the unshakable grin, and something in his ancient, calculating face softened. Tomorrow morning, he said. Wear something that won't alarm the locals. Define alarm, Herman said. Herman, just wear the brown suit. The rift opened in the basement at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday, and it was, even by Munster standards, impressive. Grandpa had been working through the night, and the lab was transformed. Workbenches had been pushed to the walls. In the center of the stone floor, he'd chalked a circle 12 feet in diameter, filled with symbols that writhed faintly in the candlelight, a hybrid script combining ancient vampiric runes, what appeared to be alchemical notation, and at least one symbol that Eddie whispered to Harry was definitely just a doodle Grandpa's pretending is magical. Grandpa stood at the circle's edge, arms raised, nightgown billowing in a wind that had no visible source. His eyes were closed. His lips moved, forming words in a language that predated English by several millennia. The air in the circle began to shimmer, not heat shimmer but reality shimmer, the visual equivalent of the world clearing its throat. Then it tore. Not violently. Grandpa was too precise for that. It was more like a curtain being drawn aside, a line of light that widened into an oval, and through the oval, visible like a scene through a window, was a dingy London alley, grey-skied and rain-damp, with a brick wall at its far end and a battered trash can that a cat was investigating with intense suspicion. Charing Cross Road, Grandpa announced, opening his eyes. Or rather, the alley behind the Leaky Cauldron, which is the pub that serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. I've calibrated the exit point to avoid, Herman, do not touch the edge of the portal. Herman, who had been reaching toward the shimmering oval with the curiosity of a golden retriever investigating a vacuum cleaner, pulled his hand back. Sorry. If you disrupt the boundary, we end up in the wrong dimension. I miscalculated once in 1847 and spent 6 weeks in a reality where Napoleon won at Waterloo. The pastries were excellent but the politics were exhausting. The family assembled. Herman wore the brown suit, which strained at every seam. Lily wore an elegant black dress with a high collar. Her concession to not alarming the locals was minimal, but she had what Marilyn called a way of making terrifying look sophisticated. Eddie wore jeans, a t-shirt, and had spent 20 minutes trying to flatten his hair over the tips of his ears before giving up. Marilyn looked, as always, completely normal, which the family regarded with affectionate pity. Harry stood at the front, wearing the leather satchel Marilyn had given him, the Hogwarts letter in his back pocket, and an expression of focused calm that would have seemed unusual on any other 11-year-old. His magic hummed beneath his skin, not anxious energy but readiness. He was about to step into the dimension where he'd been born, where his birth parents had lived and died, where an entire world existed that he'd only heard about in Grandpa's stories and Lily's careful revelations. He was not nervous. He was curious. There's a difference, and it matters. Everyone ready? Grandpa asked. Ready, Harry said. Stick together. Don't draw attention. Herman, that means no picking up anything heavier than a shopping bag. What if someone needs help carrying something? Especially then. Let's go. Grandpa stepped through first. The portal accepted him with a sound like a soap bubble popping in reverse, and suddenly he was standing in the London alley, nightgown and all, looking irritated at the cat, which had arched its back and hissed at him. Oh, calm down, Grandpa told the cat. I'm not going to eat you. Probably. Harry went next. The sensation of crossing was strange, not painful, but thorough, like being taken apart molecule by molecule and reassembled one step later. For a fraction of a second, he felt the space between dimensions, a vast, cold nothing that pressed against his consciousness like deep water. Then he was through, standing on wet London cobblestones, and the air tasted different. Everything tasted different. The magic here was everywhere, not concentrated in pockets and artifacts like at home, but woven into the fabric of reality itself, thrumming beneath the streets and behind the walls and in the sky. You feel it, Grandpa said, watching him. It's loud, Harry said. The magic here. It's like background music that's been playing so long everyone stopped hearing it. This dimension has a deeper magical saturation than ours. It's why they developed a formal wizarding society. There was enough ambient magic to support an entire parallel civilization. Ours has pockets and practitioners, but nothing on this scale. The rest of the family came through in quick succession. Lily materialized with a grace that made the transition look like stepping through a doorway. Eddie stumbled, caught himself, and immediately said, that was on purpose. Herman came through last and knocked over the trash can, startling the cat into a neighboring dimension of its own, or at least over a wall and out of sight. Grandpa closed the portal with a gesture, the oval of light thinning to a line, then a point, then nothing. 72 hours, he reminded them. I'll reopen it when we're ready. Now, the leaky cauldron is through here. He led them to the brick wall, produced a wand from his nightgown. Where did you get a wand? Lily asked. I've had it since 1659, Grandpa replied, as if this answered the question, and tapped a specific pattern on the bricks. The wall opened. Not like a door, more like the bricks themselves remembered that they were supposed to be somewhere else and politely rearranged. Beyond was a pub, dim and smoky and full of people in robes, and beyond the pub, Diagon Alley, Grandpa announced. Shopping district of the British wizarding world. Try not to stare. This instruction was directed at the family but was, in practice, entirely unnecessary. It was the wizarding world that stared at them. They drew attention from the moment they walked through the leaky cauldron, and Harry found it fascinating to watch. It wasn't fear, exactly, though a few patrons did go pale when Herman ducked through the doorway, his flat head barely clearing the frame, bolts glinting in the firelight. It was more a sort of befuddled alarm, the reaction of people confronted with something that didn't fit neatly into their existing categories. Wizards and witches were accustomed to the unusual, but the Munsters were unusual in an unfamiliar way. Unusual they hadn't prepared for. Lily swept through the pub as if she owned it, which had the immediate effect of making everyone act as though she did. A barman with a bald head and a gap-toothed smile started to say something welcoming, took a closer look at Grandpa, and thought better of it. Did that man just flinch? Eddie whispered to Harry. Grandpa's got that look on his face. The "I am older than your civilization" look. Ah. Yeah, that one's rough. Out the back of the pub and through another brick wall, this one Grandpa opened without even looking, tapping the wand over his shoulder mid-stride, and they were in Diagon Alley. Harry stopped walking. He'd been prepared. Grandpa had described it. Marilyn had shown him pictures from books about the wizarding world that Grandpa had somehow acquired. But description and pictures were flat, dead things compared to the reality of a cobblestone street that twisted and turned between buildings that leaned against each other like drunken friends, shop windows glowing with impossible things, cauldrons that stirred themselves, books that fluttered their pages, owls of every conceivable variety perched on racks outside a shop called Elop's. The air smelled of cinnamon and ozone and something Harry's magic recognized instinctively as potion fumes, and the whole place hummed with a low, persistent magical energy that made his skin tingle. It was nothing like 1313 Mockingbird Lane. At home, magic was powerful but contained, Grandpa's lab, Harry's training, the ambient strangeness of the house itself. Here, magic was the water everyone swam in. "It's smaller than I expected," Herman said, looking around with the benign confusion of a man trying to find the parking lot. "It's bigger than it looks, Herman. Spatial expansion charms. The whole alley exists in a pocket dimension layered over Muggle London." "A pocket dimension? Like the one you borrowed from that demon?" "Substantially better engineered, I'll grant them that." "What's a Muggle?" Eddie asked. "Non-magical person. Local terminology. Keep walking." They walked, and the staring continued, and Harry catalogued it all with the observational precision Lily had taught him. He noticed how people's gazes snagged on Herman first, the sheer size, the green skin, the bolts, then slid to Grandpa, where they lingered with unease, then to Lily, where they lingered for different reasons entirely. Eddie and Marilyn passed without much comment. And Harry himself drew barely a glance, which suited him fine. Nobody knew who he was here. Nobody was looking for a boy named Munster. In this world, the boy who lived was a legend, a myth, a face on a chocolate frog card, and none of those things looked like the skinny 11-year-old in jeans and a black t-shirt walking between a Frankenstein's monster and a vampire. Harry smiled to himself and pulled the Hogwarts letter from his pocket. "First stop, Gringotts. I'll need wizard money." "First stop is Gringotts," Grandpa agreed, "but not for the reason you think." Gringotts' Wizarding Bank sat at the end of Diagon Alley like a marble fist punching up through the cobblestones. It was white and imposing and slightly crooked, and its bronze doors were flanked by two goblins in scarlet uniforms who radiated the specific energy of security guards who had seen everything and were unimpressed by all of it. Until Grandpa walked up the steps. The goblin on the left, a weathered, sharp-eyed creature with an expression that suggested smiling was a concept he'd heard about but rejected on principle, looked at Grandpa. His expression didn't change. But something behind his eyes did, a flicker, deep and fast, like a fish turning beneath dark water. "Dracula," the goblin said. "Not a greeting. An identification." "Griphook," Grandpa said. "Or is it Ragnarok these days? I can never keep track of your rotation." "Ragnarok is director now. Griphook handles floor operations." "You'll want the director." "I want the Potter Vault, actually." "And a conversation." The goblin's eyes moved to Harry. They moved to the scar, hidden beneath his fringe. They moved back to Grandpa. "Follow me," the goblin said, and turned on his heel. The interior of Gringotts was vast, vaulted ceilings, marble floors, endless rows of goblin tellers behind tall counters. The family drew stairs here too, but goblin stairs were different from wizard stairs. Goblins assessed. They calculated. They measured, weighed, and priced, and they did it in a glance. The goblin led them past the main hall, down a corridor that narrowed as it went, and into an office that was surprisingly spacious for something at the end of such a tight passage. Behind a desk made of what appeared to be solid gold sat a goblin who looked like the concept of authority, had been given a physical form and a very sharp suit. "Director Ragnarok," their guide announced, and withdrew. Ragnarok studied them. His eyes were black from edge to edge, no white, no iris, just darkness that gleamed with intelligence. "Dracula. I was told you were in another dimension." "I was. I'm visiting. You owe this bank 700 galleons from an incident in 1743. That was a misunderstanding. You collapsed a vault. It was structurally unsound. I did you a favor." Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something around his mouth twitched in what might, under laboratory conditions, have been classified as amusement. And this is the boy. This is Harry Potter, Grandpa said. Raised as Harry Munster. My grandson. Ragnar's black eyes fixed on Harry, who met them steadily. Eye contact, Lily had taught him. Always. Especially with people who expected you to look away. Mr. Potter, Ragnar said. The wizarding world has been searching for you for a decade. So I've heard. You don't seem concerned. Should I be? Another twitch. Definitely amusement. I find I like this version of you significantly more than the one I'd imagined. The Potter Vault has been held in trust since your parents' death. As the sole heir, you have full access, subject to the standard conditions for underage account holders. He paused. There is also the matter of the Black Family Vault, which designated you as secondary heir through your godfather's will, but that is, complicated. Complicated how? Grandpa asked, leaning forward. Sirius Black is in Azkaban prison. Convicted of betraying the Potters and murdering 13 people. His assets are frozen pending the resolution of, was there a trial? Grandpa asked, and his voice had gone sharp. Ragnar hesitated. For a goblin, hesitation was practically a confession. The records indicate, there may not have been a formal trial, no. The lab was quiet. Harry felt his family's collective attention sharpen, Lily's particularly, with the focused intensity of a woman who had strong opinions about justice. We'll table that for now, Grandpa said, and Harry could hear the mechanism of his grandfather's mind engaging with the problem, filing it away for later. The Potter Vault. Harry needs access for school supplies. What followed was efficient. Goblins valued efficiency the way humans valued air. A blood test, a drop of Harry's blood on enchanted parchment confirmed his identity, a key, produced from a locked drawer and handed over with ceremony, and a cart ride down into the bowels of the bank that Herman enjoyed enormously and Eddie described as, better than any roller coaster ever. The Potter Vault was not what Harry expected. He'd expected gold. There was gold, piles of it, galleons stacked in columns that reached the ceiling. But there were also objects. A chest of jewelry. A rack of books. And on a shelf near the back, 2 wands, lying side by side on a velvet cloth. Harry knew immediately what they were. He crossed the vault, stepping over galleons, and stood before the shelf. 2 wands. One mahogany, 11 inches, he somehow knew, pliable. The other willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. James and Lily Potter's wands, Grandpa said from the vault doorway. His voice was gentle. Retrieved from the wreckage of their home and placed in trust. Harry reached out and let his fingers hover over them, not quite touching. Magic whispered against his skin, 2 different signatures, 2 different voices, both achingly familiar in a way that bypassed thought and went straight to something deeper. They're yours. Everything in this vault is yours. Harry picked up his mother's wand first. The willow was warm, almost hot, and it trembled in his grip like a living thing. A shower of green sparks erupted from the tip, brilliant and brief. He set it down carefully and picked up his father's. The mahogany hummed, a lower, steadier vibration, and produced red and gold sparks that spiraled toward the ceiling. He placed both wands back on the velvet. I want to keep them here for now. Safe. I'll come back for them when I'm older. Grandpa nodded. There was something in his expression that Harry couldn't quite read, respect, maybe. Pride. You'll need your own wand. There's a shop for that. Harry filled Marilyn's satchel with galleons, enough for supplies and then some, and they left the vault. On the way up, the cart rattling through torchlit tunnels, Eddie leaned over and said quietly, "You okay?" Harry looked at his brother. "Yeah. I'm okay." That was intense. "Yeah." Eddie reached over and mussed his hair, and Harry shoved him, and for a moment they were just 2 brothers in a mine cart, and everything was simple. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and absolutely packed floor to ceiling with boxes, and the man who emerged from the back was exactly the kind of person Harry had been expecting and nothing like him at all. Garrick Ollivander was old. Not grandpa old, nothing was grandpa old, but old in the way of men who had spent their entire lives close to something vast and mysterious and had been permanently marked by the proximity. His eyes were pale and wide and slightly unsettling, and they fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have made most people step back. Harry did not step back. "I wondered," Ollivander said softly, "when I'd be seeing you. You know who I am. I know every wand I've ever sold, and I sold wands to both your parents. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, a little more power and excellent for transfiguration." His pale eyes moved to Harry's forehead. "And I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that gave you that scar. You, 13½ inches. Very powerful. It did great things, terrible, yes, but great." "Terrible things aren't great," Harry said. "They're just terrible with better marketing." Behind him, Grandpa snorted. Ollivander blinked, thrown off his rhythm, and then something that might have been a smile crossed his face. "Quite. Well, let's find you a wand, Mr. Munster." Another blink. Then Ollivander simply nodded. A wand maker, Harry supposed, dealt in deeper truths than names, and disappeared into the towering shelves. What followed was a process that fascinated Harry in its specificity. Ollivander brought box after box, each containing a wand, each wand constructed from a different combination of wood and core. Harry tried them one by one. The first, beechwood and dragon heartstring, produced nothing when he waved it. Ollivander snatched it back instantly. The second, ebony and unicorn hair, sent a shelf crashing down. The third started a small fire. The fourth froze the small fire. The fifth shattered its own box. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he was getting more excited with each failure, not less. "Very tricky. The core is the question, I think. Your magic is unusually dense. Unusually layered." He disappeared into the deepest recesses of the shop. When he returned, he was holding a box that looked older than the others, its edges worn soft. "Holly," he said, "and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." Harry took the wand. The world shifted. Not dramatically, no explosions, no earthquakes, nothing that would alarm the casual observer. But Harry felt it through every nerve and bone and magical pathway in his body, a click, a settling, the sensation of a key turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. The wand was warm in his hand, not warm like his mother's wand had been, not the warmth of memory, but the warmth of recognition. This wand knew him. Had been waiting for him. Gold and silver sparks erupted from the tip, spiraling in a double helix that climbed to the ceiling and burst into a shower of light. The dust motes in the air caught fire, tiny, harmless points of luminance that drifted down like fireflies. Harry felt his magic surge through the wand and come back amplified, focused, refined, the sledgehammer becoming a scalpel without losing any of its force. "Oh," Harry said. "That's different." "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. Yes, I thought so, I hoped so. That's the one." Then his expression did something complicated. "Curious, though. Very curious." "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." The shop was very quiet. Harry turned the wand in his fingers, his wand, the rightness of it singing through his bones, and looked at Ollivander with an expression that the old wand maker would later describe, to anyone who asked, as, entirely too composed for an 11-year-old. "Then I suppose," Harry said, "if it ever comes down to it, it'll be a fair fight." They paid 7 galleons, and left the shop. Outside, in the bustle of Diagon Alley, Harry held his wand up to the grey London sky and felt the magic of an entire dimension pulse against his skin like a second heartbeat. Eddie bumped his shoulder. Cool stick. It's a wand, Eddie. Looks like a stick. It's a magical stick. Still a stick. The rest of the shopping took the better part of the afternoon and was, in its way, more revealing than Gringotts or Ollivanders combined. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Harry was measured for school uniforms by enchanted tape measures that zipped around him with aggressive precision, while Madame Malkin herself, a squat, cheerful woman who radiated competence, chatted amiably about Hogwarts houses and sorting ceremonies. Herman waited outside because the shop doorframe was too narrow, and spent the time having a very earnest conversation with a wizard selling enchanted pretzels from a cart. When Harry emerged, Herman had 6 pretzels and a new friend. At Flourish and Blott's, they bought textbooks. Grandpa moved through the stacks with the familiarity of a man who had been buying books for longer than most libraries had existed, pulling volumes off shelves, checking them against an internal quality standard, and occasionally muttering things like, "They're still teaching from this?" I told Vindictus Viridian his methodology was flawed in 1789. Harry bought everything on the Hogwarts list and 3 extra books that caught his eye, a treatise on magical theory, an advanced guide to defensive enchantments, and a slim volume on wizarding law that Grandpa nodded approvingly at. At the apothecary, Harry was in his element. The shop was a wonderland of ingredients, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, jars of pickled things lining the walls, drawers labeled in Latin and occasionally in languages Harry didn't recognize. He moved through it with the casual expertise of someone who had been handling potion ingredients since age 6, selecting beetle eyes by texture rather than label, evaluating the quality of dried nettles with a practiced pinch-and sniff that made the shopkeeper raise his eyebrows. "Your boy knows his way around an apothecary," the shopkeeper said to Lily. "He had an excellent teacher," Lily replied, and Grandpa straightened visibly. At Elop's Owl Emporium, Lily bought Harry a birthday present, a snowy owl with enormous amber eyes that fixed on Harry with immediate, proprietary intensity. "She likes you," Eddie observed. "She looks like she's evaluating me." Same thing, with owls. Harry named her Hedwig, from a book of famous witches that Marilyn had given him years ago. Hedwig perched on his shoulder and nipped his ear in what was either affection or a warning about maintaining acceptable standards of care. Harry suspected both. By late afternoon, the satchel was full, and enchanted to hold more than it should, thanks to Grandpa's earlier preparations. Hedwig was dozing on Harry's shoulder, and the family was seated around a large table at the Leaky Cauldron, eating a dinner that Herman described as, not as good as Lily's cooking but very enthusiastic. It was here, over bowls of stew and butterbeer, that Eddie declared, the best thing in any dimension, that Grandpa told Harry the rest. Not the rest of the story. Harry had known the facts for years. The rest of the context. "Dumbledore will be expecting you," Grandpa said, keeping his voice low despite the privacy charm he'd cast around their table. "Not you as you are, he doesn't know about us. He's been expecting Harry Potter, the boy who lived, raised by muggles, ignorant of magic, grateful to be rescued into the wizarding world. That's the boy he planned for. That's the narrative he'll want." "What do you mean, planned for?" Grandpa leaned forward. "Dumbledore is not a villain, Harry. I want to be clear about that. He's a brilliant man, possibly the most powerful wizard in this dimension, and I believe he genuinely cares about the welfare of the wizarding world and probably about you personally. But he is also a strategist. He plays long games. And he has spent a decade constructing a plan that requires a very specific version of Harry Potter, one that is dependent on him, trusting of his guidance, and malleable enough to be shaped toward a particular destiny." Harry took a slow sip of butterbeer. "And I'm not that version." "You are emphatically not that version. You are trained, confident, independently powerful, and you have a family that Dumbledore knows nothing about in a dimension he can't reach. This will unsettle him. Not because he's malicious, but because uncertainty unsettles strategic minds. So what do I do? Be yourself. Don't hide what you can do, there's no advantage in it, and I didn't spend 7 years training you so you could pretend to be mediocre. But be aware. Watch. Listen. Dumbledore will try to understand you, to figure out where you came from and who raised you. He'll be subtle about it, he's exceptionally good at appearing grandfatherly and harmless. Don't be fooled, but don't be hostile either. He is potentially a powerful ally. Just make sure the alliance is on equal terms. Equal terms. Between an 11-year-old and the most powerful wizard in the dimension. Grandpa smiled, a real one, fangs and all. You're my grandson. You've never been just an 11-year-old. That evening, back at 1313 Mockingbird Lane through a freshly opened portal, Harry sat on the roof. It was his favorite spot, the highest point of the house, where the peaked gables met and created a flat space just large enough for a boy and his thoughts. The sky above Mockingbird Lane was clear, and the stars were different from the ones he'd seen over London. Different dimensions, different skies. The wand was in his hand. He'd been holding it since they got home, turning it over, getting used to the feel of it, the smooth holly wood, the barely perceptible warmth of the phoenix feather core, the way his magic flowed through it like water through a new channel. Every spell he'd learned wandlessly was sharper now, more precise. The sledgehammer had become a scalpel. He hadn't lost the sledgehammer, it was still there, the raw power, the brute force, but now he had options. He pointed the wand at the sky and thought of light. A beam erupted from the tip, not sparks this time but a clean, brilliant line of white that lanced upward and scattered against the stars. Showing off. Eddie climbed through the attic window and settled beside him on the roof, tail curled around his knees. His eyes reflected the moonlight, nearly full tonight, and Eddie's energy was higher for it, his movements quicker, his senses sharper. Practicing, Harry said. On the sky. It's a big target. Eddie huffed a laugh. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the old house creaking beneath them, the sounds of the neighborhood settling into sleep. So. Another dimension. Another dimension. Full of wizards. Full of wizards. Who have been looking for you since you were a baby. Apparently. Eddie pulled a piece of loose shingle from the roof and flicked it into the darkness. You scared? No. Not even a little. Harry considered the question honestly, the way he considered everything, turning it over, looking at it from all sides. I'm not scared. I'm aware. There's a difference. Grandpa taught me about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about the political landscape. I know there are people who'll want to use me, control me, or hurt me. I know the man who killed my birth parents might not be dead. I know Dumbledore has plans for me that might not line up with my own. He paused. But none of that makes me scared. It makes me prepared. That's very rational. I was raised by a vampire. You were also raised by a guy who cries at dog food commercials. Harry laughed. That too. Eddie was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, stripped of its usual bravado, raw in a way that Eddie almost never allowed. I'm going to miss you, Harry. Harry looked at his brother. Eddie was staring at the stars with an intensity that was really about not making eye contact, and his jaw was tight. It's not forever, Harry said. Grandpa says I can come home for holidays. And we've got the mirrors. And I'll write, Hedwig's a postal owl, that's literally her job. I know. I know all that. It's just, Eddie exhaled. You're my brother. My little brother. And you're about to go to a place I can't follow you, full of people who don't know you, and some of them aren't going to be nice, and I can't, he stopped. Swallowed. I can't be there to bite anyone for you. We don't bite people, Eddie. Not hard. Harry set the wand down, reached over, and put his arm around Eddie's shoulders. Eddie leaned into it, just for a second, just enough to acknowledge what it meant. I'm going to be okay, Harry said. I'm a Munster. We don't break easy. We don't break at all, Eddie said, and his voice was steady again. That's the family motto. We don't have a family motto. We do now. September 1st arrived with the particular crispness that the universe reserves for days of consequence. The portal opened at 8 a.m. Grandpa had calculated the timing to allow for transit to King's Cross Station, navigation of Muggle London. Stay close, Herman. No, Herman, you cannot help that man carry his luggage. Herman. An arrival at platform 9 3/4 with enough margin for error to account for the family's general relationship with punctuality, which was adversarial. The station was enormous and crowded and aggressively normal in a way that made the Munsters stand out like a family of sore thumbs. Herman attracted stares from every direction. Lily attracted stares from different directions. Grandpa muttered about the decline of architecture. Eddie bounced between platforms like a pinball, burning off nervous energy. Marilyn handled the luggage trolley with practiced competence and gently steered Herman away from an escalator that she correctly assessed would not survive the encounter. Harry walked in the middle of all of it, trunk loaded on a trolley, Hedwig's cage perched on top, wand in his pocket, and the strange, complicated weight of two worlds pressing against his chest. Platform 9 3/4 was accessed, Grandpa explained, by walking directly at the brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Just, walk at the wall, Eddie said. That's it. Magic rarely requires complexity. Just conviction. And if the conviction isn't enough? Then you bounce off a wall in front of several hundred muggles and we all pretend it didn't happen. Harry didn't bounce. He walked at the wall with the same focused calm he'd used to walk through his first one at 11 months old, and the bricks parted around him like water, and he was through. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, organized chaos, but chaos nonetheless. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform's edge, belching white smoke. Families milled everywhere, parents fussing, children running, owls hooting from cages, cats winding between legs. The air was thick with the sounds of farewell, laughter, tears, last-minute instructions, the particular desperation of mothers who had just realized they'd forgotten to pack socks. The family materialized through the barrier one at a time. Herman came through last and immediately knocked someone's trunk off their trolley. He apologized so profusely that the family in question forgave him out of sheer social exhaustion. Right, Lily said, and her voice was brisk in the way that voices get when their owners are trying very hard not to cry. Right. Let's get you settled. They loaded Harry's trunk onto the train. They found an empty compartment. They performed the complicated choreography of a family saying goodbye in a public space, Herman's hug, which Harry allowed, bracing himself for the structural damage, Lily's hug, which was lighter but lasted longer, Eddie's elaborate handshake that they'd invented when Harry was 7, which ended, as always, in a headlock, Marilyn's gentle embrace and whispered, "Be kind to everyone, even the ones who don't deserve it." Then Grandpa. The old vampire stood on the platform, hands clasped behind his back, and looked at Harry through the compartment window. His expression was the one Harry had seen in the lab on his birthday, complicated, layered, ancient. "Remember what I taught you," Grandpa said. "Everything. Especially the things I told you to forget. Those are the important ones." Harry laughed. Grandpa didn't. Grandpa reached through the window and placed a hand on Harry's head, bony, cool, impossibly old, and held it there for a moment. "Make them remember your name, boy." "Which one?" "Both." The whistle blew. The train lurched. The Munsters stepped back from the platform, Herman waving with both arms, Lily standing perfectly still with one hand pressed to her chest, Eddie running alongside the train for as far as the platform allowed, Grandpa standing like a pillar of antiquity with his nightgown flapping in the steam. Harry watched them until the platform curved away and they were gone. Then he turned, sat down in his compartment, and took a breath. Okay. New world. New school. New everything. The compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here?" A boy stood in the doorway, tall for 11, skinny, red-haired, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and the particular expression of someone looking for a place to belong. Everywhere else is full. All yours, Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat across from him with visible relief. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Munster. Ron blinked. Munster? Are you Muggle-born? Sorry, that's rude to ask, not rude. Complicated answer. Short version, adopted, grew up in a different dimension, first time in the wizarding world. You. Ron stared at him. Did you say different dimension? Told you it was complicated. Ron opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Then he grinned, a wide, lopsided, genuine grin. That's mental. That's absolutely mental. Tell me everything. So Harry did. Not everything, not the scar, not the prophecy, not Voldemort, but the Munsters, the house, Grandpa's lab, Eddie's werewolf tendencies, Herman's relationship with furniture. Ron listened with his mouth slightly open and his eyes getting progressively wider. Your grandpa's a vampire? 600 years old. Retired. And your dad's like a Frankenstein's monster. 7'4". Cries at commercials. Strongest person I've ever met and the gentlest. And your brother's a werewolf? Only during full moons. Rest of the time he's just annoying. Ron leaned back in his seat with the expression of a man whose worldview had been comprehensively rearranged. My family's boring. We're just regular wizards. Mom, Dad, 6 brothers and a sister. 6 brothers. 7 kids total. I'm the youngest boy. It's a lot. That sounds brilliant. It's mostly hand-me-downs and chaos. Chaos is underrated. Ron grinned again. Harry grinned back. Something settled between them, not friendship, not yet, but the warm recognition of mutual potential. The foundation of something. The train rattled through countryside that turned from suburban to rural, fields rolling past under a sky that was doing interesting things with clouds. Ron produced sandwiches that he seemed embarrassed by. Harry bought half the snack trolley when it came by, partly because he wanted to try everything and partly because Ron's eyes had lit up at the chocolate frogs, and sharing food was, in Harry's experience, one of the fastest ways to turn a stranger into a friend. Agrippa. Ron said, inspecting his chocolate frog card. I've got about 6 of him. You can have it. Who's Agrippa? Famous alchemist. Medieval, I think. Harry looked at the card. A stern-faced man in robes stared back at him. My grandpa knew him. Says he was a terrible dinner guest. Always going on about the philosopher's stone. Ron choked on his frog. Your grandpa knew Agrippa. Grandpa's known everyone. It's one of the perks of being immortal. The downside is he holds grudges for centuries. Literally. He's still mad at someone from 1622 for borrowing a book and not returning it. The compartment door slid open again. A girl stood there, bushy-haired, brown-eyed, already wearing her Hogwarts robes with the particular rigidity of someone who had read the student handbook twice and intended to follow it to the letter. She was slightly out of breath. Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen a toad, Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloging everything with a speed that reminded Harry of Grandpa. Are those chocolate frogs? Oh, and you haven't changed into your robes yet. You should, I think we're nearly there. I've read all about Hogwarts, of course. I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Harry Munster. Hermione cocked her head. Munster? That's an unusual wizarding name. I don't think I've come across it in any of my reading. You wouldn't have. I'm from out of town. How far out of town? Different dimension. Hermione's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. Her mouth opened, and Harry could physically see several hundred questions forming behind her teeth, organizing themselves into ranked priority order. "Sit down," Harry said, grinning. "It's a long story, and you look like someone who'd appreciate the details." Hermione sat. Harry told the story again, with more detail this time because Hermione was the kind of person who wanted more detail, who asked sharp questions and actually listened to the answers. Ron chimed in with reactions, "No way. That's mad. Your grandpa did what?" Hermione asked about the dimensional theory, the magical training, the potion modifications. She was, Harry realized, genuinely brilliant, her mind moving at a speed that Grandpa would have respected. "So you've been trained since you were 4, Hermione said, something between awe and envy flickering across her face. "I only found out about magic when I got my letter. I've been trying to catch up all summer. I've memorized all the textbooks, but actual practical training." "Books are a great start," Harry said. "They give you the framework. The practical stuff, that comes with practice. You'll get there fast." "I can tell." "How can you tell?" "Because you ask the right questions. My grandpa says the quality of your questions matters more than the quality of your answers." Hermione blushed. Ron made a face that suggested he was less interested in the philosophy of questioning and more interested in the rest of the chocolate frogs. And then, because timing is everything, in stories and in life, the compartment door opened for a third time. A boy stood in the frame, flanked by 2 others who appeared to have been selected primarily for their width. The boy in the middle was pale, blonde, pointed in every conceivable way, and wearing an expression of practiced superiority. "Is it true?" the boy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment." His eyes moved between Ron and Harry. "Which one of you is?" "Neither," Harry said pleasantly. "I'm Harry Munster." "Nice to meet you." The boy faltered. His prepared script, Harry could almost see the bullet points, had not accounted for this. "Munster? But you heard wrong, probably. People do that. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He rallied, chin lifting. "My family's one of the most prominent in the wizarding world. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you figure out which ones." Ron made a sound. Hermione's expression cooled several degrees. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy. He looked past the posturing, past the rehearsed words, past the 2 oversized bodyguards who clearly hadn't been selected for their conversational skills. He looked at the eyes. Grandpa had taught him to look at the eyes. Draco Malfoy's eyes were gray, and behind the arrogance, they were nervous. Not scared, nervous. The kind of nervous that comes from performing a role you've been assigned and aren't sure you can maintain. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said. "But I'm pretty good at figuring things out for myself." "That's a nice offer, though, Draco." The use of his first name, casual, uninvited, threw Draco visibly. His mouth opened and closed once. His bodyguards shifted their weight, awaiting instructions that didn't come. "You should be more careful about who you associate with," Draco said, his gaze cutting to Ron in a way that was clearly meant to wound. "Some families are bigger than others," Harry said. "Yeah, Ron's got 7 kids in his family. That's impressive. My brother's a werewolf. My grandpa's a vampire. My dad's technically undead. Families are weird, Draco. That's what makes them interesting." Draco stared at him. The 2 bodyguards stared at him. Ron was staring at him. Hermione had an expression that was trying to be disapproving and was losing the fight against a smile. "You're strange," Draco said finally. "Thank you. That wasn't a compliment." "Sure it was. You just don't know it yet." Draco left. His bodyguards followed, looking confused. Ron exhaled explosively. "Malfoys. My dad's told me about them. Bad lot, the whole family. Death Eaters during the war. What's a Death Eater? Harry asked, although he already knew. Grandpa had been thorough. Ron launched into an explanation. Hermione supplemented with details she'd read. Harry listened, adding what he knew to what they were telling him, building a picture. The wizarding world's recent history was bloody, complicated, and full of people who had chosen the wrong side and then pretended they hadn't. Standard stuff, really. Grandpa said every century had its version of the same story. The train slowed. The sky outside had gone dark, and the lights of a station, Hogsmeade, Hermione announced, glowed in the distance. Harry stood, pulled on his Hogwarts robes over his clothes, and checked his pocket. Wand. Mirror. Vial. Journal. Everything where it should be. Hedwig hooted from her cage, and he murmured to her through the bars, "I'll see you at the school, girl. Go find the Ollery." The train stopped. Students poured onto the platform. A voice, enormous, booming, the kind of voice that suggested its owner was roughly the size of a small building, called out through the darkness. "Furs years. Furs years over here." The voice belonged to a man who was, in fact, roughly the size of a small building. Harry looked up. And up. And up. And for the first time since arriving in the wizarding world, he felt a stab of recognition that had nothing to do with memory or magic, a purely physical reaction to encountering someone who was, proportionally speaking, built like Herman. "That's Hagrid," Ron whispered. "Keeper of keys and grounds." "He's almost as big as my dad," Harry whispered back, and felt a pang of homesickness that he acknowledged and set aside, because there was a lake to cross and a castle to see and a sorting to survive. The boats were small and moved by magic across a black lake that reflected the stars. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione and the toadless boy, Neville, who had found his toad and then lost it again and seemed to regard this as an expected pattern. The boats rounded a bend, and, there it was. Hogwarts. It was a castle. An actual, genuine, medieval castle, perched on a cliff above the lake, its windows blazing with light, its towers reaching for the sky like fingers. It was enormous and ancient and absolutely saturated with magic. Harry could feel it from across the water, a deep, steady pulse that resonated with something in his chest. "Wow," Ron breathed. "It's even better than the books described," Hermione whispered. Harry said nothing. He looked at the castle, and the castle, he could have sworn, looked back. A recognition. A welcome. The magic of Hogwarts reaching out to the magic in Harry's blood and saying, in a voice older than language, "There you are. We've been waiting." The boats docked. They climbed stone steps. They were met by a severe-looking woman in emerald robes, "Professor McGonagall," Ron whispered, who explained the sorting ceremony with the clipped efficiency of someone who had given this speech many times and intended to give it many more. Harry listened. He straightened his robes. He felt his wand pulse once in his pocket, a heartbeat echo. The doors opened. The great hall swallowed them. It was, there was no other word for it, magnificent. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. Candles floated in midair by the hundreds. The ceiling was the night sky itself, stars and all, enchanted to reflect what lay beyond the stone. At the far end, a high table where the teachers sat, and in the center of the high table, a man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who was watching the incoming students with a twinkle in his eye that Harry recognized immediately as strategic. Dumbledore, Harry thought. That's him. Their eyes met across the length of the great hall. It lasted less than a second. But Harry felt it, a featherlight brush against his occlumency shields, so subtle that anyone without Grandpa's training would have missed it entirely. A probe. A question. Harry didn't react. He held Dumbledore's gaze, let the probe slide off his shields like water off glass, and smiled. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered. Just for a moment. Then he smiled back, and the moment passed. Professor McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall. On the stool, she placed a hat. The hat was old, ancient, patched, frayed, and it radiated magic the way a bonfire radiates heat. The hat sang. It sang about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the cunning, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, and it sang well, which Harry appreciated, because it was a hat and expectations should have been low. Students were called alphabetically. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved. Neville went to Gryffindor, looking terrified. Draco went to Slytherin, looking like he'd expected nothing less. Munster, Harry. A murmur went through the hall, not the explosion of recognition that Potter would have caused, but a ripple of curiosity. The name was unfamiliar. The boy was unfamiliar. He was just another first-year walking to the stool, sitting down, letting the hat drop over his eyes. Except the moment the hat touched his head, it went rigid. "Oh," said a voice inside Harry's mind, not his voice, the hat's. "Oh my. This is quite unusual." "So I've been told," Harry thought back. "Your mind is remarkably well shielded for an 11-year-old. I can't read you without your permission. That hasn't happened before. My grandfather taught me occlumency. He's very thorough. Clearly. Would you mind lowering your defenses? Just enough for me to sort you. I promise I won't poke around." Harry considered. Then he lowered one layer, just one, the outermost wall, and let the hat see what it needed to see. The hat was silent for a long time. In the hall, students shifted. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "You are," the hat said slowly, "one of the most complicated minds I have ever encountered. And I have been doing this for 1,000 years. You have the courage of Gryffindor, not recklessness, but genuine bravery rooted in love and conviction. You have the ambition of Slytherin, not for power's sake, but for the sake of being worthy of the people who raised you. You have the intellect of Ravenclaw, trained, honed, hungry for knowledge. And you have the loyalty of Hufflepuff, to your family, fierce and absolute. So where do I go? Where do you want to go?" Harry thought about it. He thought about Gryffindor, where Ron and Hermione and Neville already sat. He thought about Ravenclaw, where his love of learning would be fed. He thought about Slytherin, where Grandpa's strategic training would be valued. He thought about Hufflepuff, where loyalty was everything. He thought about Herman, who was brave because he was kind. He thought about Lily, who was cunning because she loved fiercely. He thought about Grandpa, who was wise because he'd lived long enough to know how much he didn't know. He thought about Eddie, who was loyal because loyalty was a choice he made every single day. "I want to go where I'll do the most good," Harry thought. "And where things will be the most interesting. Grandpa says those two things usually happen in the same place." The hat laughed. Actually laughed, Harry felt it vibrate against his skull. "Your grandfather is a wise man. Or vampire. Or whatever he is. Very well, Gryffindor." The hall erupted. Harry pulled off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table, where Ron was cheering and Hermione was clapping and Neville looked relieved that someone else he recognized would be sitting nearby. Harry sat down. He looked up at the high table, where Dumbledore was applauding politely, and next to Dumbledore, a man in black robes with lank hair and a hooked nose was staring at Harry with an expression so complex it could have been its own sorting ceremony. Snape, Harry thought, recognizing the description from Grandpa's research. Severus Snape. Potions master. Former Death Eater. Spy. Loved my mother. Hated my father. This should be interesting. Harry met Snape's gaze. He didn't flinch, didn't look away, didn't perform the expected deference of an 11-year-old confronted with an intimidating teacher. He just looked at Snape with Lily Potter's green eyes and a face that was starting, around the edges, to look like James's, and something in Snape's expression cracked, a fissure, hairline thin, that healed almost instantly but not quite fast enough to hide. Harry looked away first. Not out of fear, out of mercy. The feast was extraordinary. The food appeared on golden plates: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some reason, peppermint humbugs. Harry ate like someone who appreciated good food rather than someone who'd been starved for it, and between bites, he talked. He talked to Ron about Quidditch, which sounded like someone had designed a sport while experiencing a fever dream, and Harry loved the concept immediately. He talked to Hermione about classes. She'd already read ahead in every subject, which Harry found endearing rather than annoying, because it reminded him of himself at 6, plowing through Grandpa's textbooks. He talked to Neville about plants. Neville knew more about herbology than anyone Harry had ever met, and Harry's Munster upbringing had taught him to respect specialized knowledge. He talked to a ghost named Nearly Headless Nick, who was delighted to meet someone who wasn't unnerved by the partially severed head situation. "My brother would love you," Harry told Nick. "He's got a thing for the macabre. Your brother sounds like a young man of excellent taste. He's a werewolf. Even better." The feast ended. Dumbledore stood and gave a speech that was mostly nonsense, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and partly substance. The third-floor corridor was out of bounds to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death, which Harry filed away as obviously important and deliberately provocative. Then the prefects led the first years to Gryffindor Tower, and Harry climbed the stairs of the castle that had called to his blood, and he felt the magic of 1,000 years settle around him like a second skin. In the dormitory, he unpacked. Not everything, just the essentials. He set the communication mirror on his bedside table, angled toward his pillow. He placed Grandpa's journal under his mattress. He hung the attention-bending cloak in his wardrobe, behind his robes. The vial, the insurance, stayed in his pocket. Ron was already in bed, talking to the other boys in the dormitory: Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Neville Longbottom. Normal boys. Excited, nervous, chattering about houses and classes and what they'd heard about the teachers. Harry sat on his bed, drew the curtains, and activated the mirror. Grandpa's face appeared immediately. He'd clearly been waiting. "Well?" "Gryffindor," Harry said. Grandpa's eyebrows rose. "Not Slytherin." "I had money on Slytherin. Sorry to disappoint." "I'm never disappointed in you." "How was the sorting? How's the castle? Tell me everything." So Harry told him everything. The train, the lake, the hat, the Great Hall, Dumbledore's probe, Snape's stare, the students, the feast, the feeling of an ancient castle welcoming him home to a dimension he'd only visited once, as a baby, on the worst night of his life. "Dumbledore probed you?" Grandpa's voice went sharp. "Legilimency. Very subtle." It bounced off. "Good. He'll try again. He's patient. So am I." Grandpa smiled. Behind him, Harry could hear the familiar sounds of 1313, Mockingbird Lane, Herman snoring, the creaking of the house, the distant bubble of potions in the lab. Home sounds. Anchor sounds. "Get some sleep," Grandpa said. "Tomorrow the real work begins." "Grandpa?" "Yes." "Thank you. For everything. For 10 years of everything." Grandpa's expression did the thing again, the complicated, layered thing that meant he was feeling more than his 600-year-old composure was equipped to display. "You're my grandson, Harry. You never need to thank me for that." The mirror went dark. Harry slid it under his pillow, lay back, and looked at the canopy of his four-poster bed. Through the dormitory window, stars shone over a castle in a dimension that was his by birth and not by upbringing, and in his pocket, his wand pulsed gently, the heartbeat of a new beginning. Tomorrow the real work begins. Harry closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. Chapter 3, the peculiar student Harry woke before dawn because Grandpa had trained him to, and because the castle was singing. Not literally, not in any way that ears could detect. But Harry's magic, tuned by 7 years of practice to sense the currents and eddies of ambient power, could feel it, a deep, subsonic hum that vibrated through the stone walls and the ancient foundations and the bedrock beneath, a sound that was less music and more memory. Hogwarts was old, and it remembered everything, and in the grey pre-dawn silence, it shared those memories with anyone sensitive enough to listen. Harry lay in his four-poster bed for a full minute, just feeling it. Then he rolled out of bed, dressed quietly, robes over jeans and a black shirt, wand in the interior pocket Lily had sewn for exactly this purpose, and slipped out of the dormitory without waking the other boys. The common room was empty. The fire had burned down to embers that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. The fat lady's portrait was snoring softly in her frame. Harry crossed to the window and looked out over the grounds. The lake was a sheet of dark glass. The forbidden forest was a wall of black against the lightning sky. The mountains beyond were purple and distant and ancient in a way that resonated with something Grandpa had taught him about old magic. It accumulates in places, he'd said. It pools in the low spots like water. Find the old places and you find the deep power. Hogwarts was very, very old. And very, very deep. Harry left the common room and started walking. The castle was different at this hour. During the feast, it had been warm, bright, full of noise and life and the carefully maintained illusion of domesticity. Now, in the stillness before students woke and classes began, it was what it actually was, a 1,000-year-old magical fortress that had been built by 4 of the most powerful wizards in history and had spent 10 centuries accumulating power like a battery charges. The corridors breathed. The staircases moved when they thought no one was watching. The portraits slept, but their painted eyes tracked movement even in dreams. Harry walked without a destination, letting his feet and his magic guide him. Down a corridor lined with suits of armor. Through an archway that hadn't been there a moment ago. Past a tapestry that depicted a wizard trying to teach trolls ballet and failing spectacularly. Up a staircase that swung lazily to the left mid-climb, depositing him on a floor he hadn't intended to visit. The 7th floor. An empty stretch of wall across from a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry stopped. There was something here, a concentration of magic so dense that it made the air shimmer. Not visible to the eye, but unmistakable to his trained senses. The wall looked blank. Ordinary stone, ordinary mortar. But behind it, magic churned like a sea. He reached out and pressed his palm flat against the stone. Warm. Almost alive. Something behind the wall shifted, responding to his touch, reaching back. "You're up early." Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood at the end of the corridor in tartan dressing robes, spectacles perched on her nose, looking at him with an expression that combined suspicion and curiosity in roughly equal measure. "Couldn't sleep, Professor." "The castle's loud." McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "Loud?" "Magically. There's a lot of ambient power in the walls. Takes some getting used to." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. "Most first years can't sense ambient magic at all, Mr. Munster. I've had some training. So I'm beginning to gather." She paused. "Breakfast begins in 40 minutes. I suggest you find your way to the Great Hall. And Mr. Munster, the castle is full of places that reward curiosity, but not all of them are safe. Particularly not the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side, which the headmaster mentioned last evening." "I remember, Professor." "See that you do." She turned and walked away, tartan robes swishing. Harry watched her go, then looked back at the blank wall. The magic behind it had settled, gone quiet, like a creature that had been disturbed and was now pretending to sleep. He filed it away. Grandpa's voice in his head: "Observe. Catalogue. Analyze. Act only when you understand." Harry went to breakfast. The great hall was still mostly empty, early risers scattered along the 4 house tables like the first audience members at a show. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, poured himself tea, Lily's influence, a proper morning starts with a proper cup, and was halfway through a plate of eggs and toast when Ron appeared, hair sticking up at angles that rivaled Harry's, tie knotted backwards, looking like he'd been dragged to consciousness by forces beyond his control. "How are you awake?" Ron said, collapsing onto the bench beside him. "How is anyone awake? It's barely 7. Habit. My grandpa had me up at 6 every morning for training." Ron stared at him as if he'd announced a fondness for recreational root canals. 6 in the morning? What kind of training? Potions, mostly. Some meditation. Spell theory. Occasionally he'd throw things at me to test my reflexes. He threw things at you. Not hard things. Usually. Hermione arrived 10 minutes later, already in full uniform, bag packed, hair pulled back in a way that suggested she'd been up for at least an hour preparing. She had her class schedule in one hand and a copy of A History of Magic in the other. "Our first class is Transfiguration at 9, she announced, sitting across from them with the energy of someone launching a military campaign. "Then Charms after lunch, and History of Magic before dinner. I've read ahead in all 3 subjects." "Harry, have you, read ahead?" "Grandpa's been teaching me magical theory since I was 4. "Right. Yes. Of course he has." She looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had spent her entire life being the most prepared person in every room and was adjusting to the possibility that this might no longer be the case. Then she did something Harry immediately liked, she adapted. "Then maybe you could help me with the practical side? I've got the theory down, but my actual casting is, well, I've only had my wand for 2 months. Deal. And you can help me with Wizarding World context. There's a lot of cultural stuff I don't know. Political structures, historical events, social norms. I know the magic, but I don't know the world." "Done." She stuck out her hand. Harry shook it. Ron watched this exchange with the expression of someone observing a treaty negotiation between 2 small, intense nations. "Are you 2 always going to be like this?" he asked. "Probably," they said in unison, and Ron groaned and reached for the bacon. Schedules were distributed. Professor McGonagall moved along the Gryffindor table handing out parchment with each student's timetable, and when she reached Harry, she paused just long enough to give him a look that said "I'm watching you" without malice, more the professional alertness of a teacher who had identified an unusual variable and intended to observe it carefully. Harry looked at his schedule. Transfiguration, Charms, History of Magic, Defense against the Dark Arts, Potions, Herbology, Astronomy. A standard first-year course load. He compared it against the 6 years of advanced training Grandpa had given him and did some mental math. He was going to be bored in at least half his classes. Not a complaint, an observation. Boredom was manageable. And the other half, the classes taught by teachers who actually knew their subjects at a deep level, those had potential. "Potions is double with the Slytherins," Ron said, reading his schedule with the enthusiasm of a man reading his own autopsy report. "And Snape teaches it. My brothers say he's awful." "My grandpa says he's brilliant," Harry said. "Also miserable, petty, and nursing about 20 years of unprocessed grief, but brilliant." "Your grandpa knows Snape?" "My grandpa knows about Snape. He's done research on everyone at this school. He's very thorough." Ron shook his head slowly. "Your family is mental, mate. In a good way. But mental. Transfiguration was first, and it was taught by McGonagall, and it was, Harry had to admit, impressive. McGonagall ran her classroom the way Grandpa ran his lab, with absolute authority, precise expectations, and zero tolerance for nonsense. She opened the lesson by transforming her desk into a pig and back again, which drew gasps from the class and a quiet nod of appreciation from Harry. The transformation was clean, precise molecular restructuring maintained by sustained willpower and anchored by the incantation. Grandpa had explained the theory. Seeing it executed at this level was something else. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall said, scanning the room over her spectacles. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work turning matches into needles. Simple. Foundational. The kind of exercise designed to establish basic wand technique and magical control in students who had never done either. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first attempt. Not because he was showing off, because the exercise was genuinely that simple for someone who'd spent years learning wandless manipulation of physical objects. With a wand, it was trivially easy. The match shivered, contracted, turned silver, and developed a sharp point in the space of about 2 seconds. The classroom went quiet. McGonagall crossed the room and picked up Harry's needle. She examined it closely, running her finger along the shaft, testing the point, checking for imperfections. There were none. The transformation was complete down to the molecular level. "Mr. Munster," she said, and her voice was carefully neutral, "have you performed transfiguration before?" "Not with a wand, Professor. But I've studied the theory extensively, and I've done wandless object manipulation since I was about 5. "Wandless manipulation since age 5, McGonagall repeated, as if she were checking whether the sentence still sounded real when spoken aloud. She set the needle down. "Demonstrate, please. Turn it back." Harry pointed his wand at the needle and thought match. The needle shivered and became a match. Without the wand. Harry set his wand on the desk. He extended his hand, fingers spread, and focused. The match trembled. It elongated. It turned silver. A needle sat on the desk. The class was staring. Ron's mouth was open. Hermione's eyes were wide, but calculating, already analyzing what she'd seen, trying to understand the mechanics. Neville looked like he was witnessing a religious experience. McGonagall picked up the needle again. Examined it again. Set it down. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said, and that careful neutrality was cracking at the edges, something fiercer pushing through. "You and I will be having a conversation about your course placement, Mr. Munster. After class." The conversation, conducted at McGonagall's desk while the other students filed out, was direct. "Your training is well beyond first-year level. In Transfiguration specifically, I'd estimate 3rd or 4th year competency, possibly higher. The question is what to do about it." "I don't want to skip ahead," Harry said. "My grandpa says the value of a class isn't just the material, it's the teacher. I want to learn from you, Professor. Even if I know some of the basics." Something in McGonagall's expression shifted. Not softened, McGonagall didn't soften. But something opened, like a door that had been closed on principle suddenly finding a reason to reconsider. "Then I'll modify your assignments," she said. "Same class, advanced work. You'll keep up with the standard curriculum for examination purposes, but I'll set you additional challenges that match your actual level. Is that acceptable?" "Very good. And Mr. Munster, the headmaster will want to speak with you. He's been curious about you since last evening." "I know. You know. My grandpa taught me to read people, Professor. The headmaster's been watching me since I walked into the Great Hall." McGonagall regarded him for a long moment. "Your grandfather sounds like a remarkable person. He's a remarkable vampire." McGonagall blinked. Then, for the first time, she smiled. It was small and brief and slightly alarming in the way that smiles from very stern people always are, but it was real. "Off you go, Mr. Munster. Don't be late for charms." He wasn't late for charms. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, with an energy that suggested he'd been caffeinated at birth and never quite come down, was, in his own way, as impressive as McGonagall. Where McGonagall's magic was precise and controlled, Flitwick's was joyful. He taught with the enthusiasm of someone who still, after decades, found magic genuinely delightful, and it was infectious. "Welcome, welcome." Flitwick squeaked, nearly toppling from his book stack in excitement. Charms, the most versatile branch of magic. Where transfiguration changes what a thing is, charms change what a thing does. The applications are limitless. They started with the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick demonstrated on a feather, which rose gracefully into the air and hovered. Harry had been levitating objects since age 3. The feather was almost insulting in its simplicity. But he'd meant what he said to McGonagall, the teacher mattered more than the material, so he executed the charm properly, with correct wand movement and pronunciation, and let his feather rise smoothly to ceiling height. Flitwick nearly fell off his books. Oh! Oh, splendid! Look, everyone, Mr. Munsters got it. Perfect technique. Hermione got hers on the second attempt, eyes fierce with concentration. Ron got his on the 7th, after Hermione corrected his pronunciation, it's Leviosa, not Leviosa, in a way that made Ron's ears go red, though whether from embarrassment or irritation was unclear. After class, Flitwick caught Harry's arm. "Mr. Munster, I don't think I've ever seen a first-year cast so cleanly. You have a natural affinity for charm work." "Thank you, Professor. Can I ask you something?" The levitation charm uses the wand as a focal point to channel kinetic energy into a targeted gravity nullification field, right? But what if you modified the incantation to create a selective field, one that could affect specific objects within a radius rather than a single target? Flitwick stared at him. Then his face split into a grin so wide it seemed to consume his entire head. "Come see me during office hours, Mr. Munster. I think you and I are going to have some very interesting conversations." History of magic was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had apparently died mid-lecture at some point in the past and simply continued teaching without acknowledging the transition. His voice was a monotone drone that could have been weaponized as a sleep aid, and within 10 minutes, half the class was unconscious. Harry lasted 15 minutes, which he considered a personal triumph, before giving up on the lecture entirely and opening Grandpa's journal under his desk. He read about vampiric ward theory while Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Hermione took notes furiously, because Hermione took notes furiously about everything. Ron slept with his eyes mostly open, a skill Harry envied. The day ended with astronomy, a nighttime class on the tallest tower, where Professor Sinistra pointed out constellations and Harry silently named the ones that existed in his home dimension but not here, and the ones that existed here but not there. Different dimensions, different skies. Same stars, different arrangements. He activated the mirror that night, after the other boys were asleep. How was day 1? Grandpa's face, blue-lit by whatever he was brewing, filled the small glass. Harry gave him the summary. McGonagall, Flitwick, Binns, Sinistra. The modified course plan. Flitwick's interest. Dumbledore's continued observation. Harry had felt the old wizard's attention throughout the day, a persistent, patient presence at the edge of his awareness. "He hasn't called you to his office yet?" "Not yet. I think he's waiting." "For what?" "For me to come to him. Or to make a mistake that gives him an opening. He's patient. As I said. Don't give him the opening. Let him come to you." Grandpa paused. "How's the scar?" Harry touched his forehead. "Quiet. No pain, no activity. It was fine during the feast, fine all day. Keep monitoring. If it changes, any change at all, mirror me immediately." "I will." "How's everyone?" Herman broke the new kitchen table. "Lily's pretending she's not counting the hours until Christmas. Eddie's been in a foul mood since you left, don't tell him I said that. And something in the attic ate Marilyn's hat." Harry grinned. Home. Even through a mirror, even across dimensions, the word had weight and warmth. "Get some sleep," Grandpa said. And Harry, enjoy it. The school, the magic, the friends. This is supposed to be fun, too. Don't spend so much time preparing for the storm that you forget to enjoy the sunshine. That's very poetic for you, Grandpa. I'm 600 years old. I'm allowed the occasional moment of sentimentality. Don't tell anyone. The first week established patterns. Harry excelled. This was not a surprise, not to him, not to Grandpa, and increasingly not to his teachers, who passed information among themselves with the efficient gossip network that all faculty everywhere maintain. McGonagall gave him fourth-year transfiguration challenges that he completed in half the allotted time. Flitwick engaged him in theoretical discussions that lasted well past office hours. Even Sinistra, whose subject was the least magical in a practical sense, found herself answering questions about the relationship between celestial mechanics and magical tidal forces that she hadn't thought about since her own postgraduate work. Harry also made friends, which was less expected but equally natural. Ron was easy, Ron was good company the way sunshine was warm, naturally and without effort. He was funny, loyal, deeply insecure in ways he masked with humor, and possessed of a strategic mind that emerged most clearly over chess, at which he was devastating. Harry beat Ron at exactly one game of wizard chess before accepting that this was Ron's domain and settling into the role of appreciative opponent who lost gracefully. Hermione was more complicated, but Harry liked complicated. She was brilliant and driven and terrified that she didn't belong, a Muggle-born girl in a world that valued blood purity, armed with nothing but an extraordinary mind and an iron work ethic. Harry recognized the armor for what it was. Marilyn had taught him to see past surfaces, and treated her accordingly, as an intellectual equal, a collaborator, a friend. In return, Hermione opened up in ways that clearly surprised her, sharing her fears, asking for help, admitting when she didn't understand something. Neville Longbottom was a surprise. Shy, clumsy, apparently terrified of his own shadow, Neville seemed an unlikely addition to Harry's orbit. But Harry had grown up with Herman, who was the clumsiest person in any dimension and also one of the best, and he'd learned early not to confuse the surface with the substance. Neville knew plants. Neville knew them the way Harry knew potions, deeply, instinctively, with a connection that went beyond study into something almost spiritual. When Harry mentioned this to Grandpa during their evening mirror session, Grandpa's eyes lit up. Herbological affinity. Rare. That boy's magical core is attuned to living things. He's probably been told his whole life that he's not very magical, hasn't he? His family thought he was a squib for years. Idiots. His magic isn't weak, it's specialized. It doesn't express the way standard magic does because it's channeled almost entirely into biological interaction. Put him in a greenhouse and he'll outperform every student in the school. Put him in a standard classroom and he looks ordinary because the tests aren't measuring what he's good at. Harry shared a version of this with Neville, carefully, without the clinical language, focusing on the practical. You're not bad at magic, Neville. Your magic just works differently. It's botanical. That's not a weakness, it's a specialization. Neville stared at him. No one's ever said that to me before. Then everyone you've talked to has been wrong. Neville didn't transform overnight into a confident wizard. That wasn't how people worked. But something shifted behind his eyes, a small light, fragile and new, and from that day forward, he stood a fraction of an inch taller. And then there was potions. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, lined with jars of things that floated in preservation fluid and seemed to watch you as you walked past. It was, Harry thought, a less charming version of Grandpa's lab. Less character. More atmosphere for atmosphere's sake. Professor Snape swept into the room like a bat emerging from a particularly irritating cave, robes billowing, expression set to its default configuration of barely contained disdain. He stood at the front of the class and surveyed the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins with the enthusiasm of a man examining a stain on his shoe. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making, Snape said. His voice was soft, not gentle soft but dangerous soft, the vocal equivalent of a knife being drawn slowly from a sheath. I don't expect many of you will truly appreciate the beauty of a gently simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. It was a good speech. Harry had to give him that. Snape knew how to command a room. Munster, Snape said suddenly, and Harry felt the weight of the name land, not Potter, which Snape might have recognized, but Munster, which was foreign and therefore suspicious. Our newest celebrity, of sorts. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? A quiz. A challenge. The kind of question designed to establish dominance by exposing ignorance. The draft of living death, Harry said. Though if you're asking about the standard recipe, the instructions in most textbooks get the stirring sequence wrong. It should be 7 counterclockwise stirs followed by 1 clockwise, not the reverse. The reverse produces a technically functional but significantly weaker version. The dungeon went silent. Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind it did, a recalculation, rapid and involuntary. And where would you find a bezoar? Snape continued, his voice now stripped of its theatrical softness, replaced by something sharper, more focused. The stomach of a goat. Most effective as a universal antidote when sourced from goats that have grazed on magical pastures, particularly those near ley lines. The magical content of the grass enriches the bezoar during formation. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Same plant. Aconitum napellus. Also known as aconite. Harry paused, then added, because it was true and because he wanted to see Snape's reaction, my grandfather uses it in a modification of the wolfsbane potion that reduces lunar transformation side effects by roughly 40% compared to the standard recipe. The silence in the dungeon was now absolute. Every student was staring at Harry. Draco Malfoy, in the front row of the Slytherin side, had an expression that was trying very hard to be smug and failing to hide genuine surprise. Ron looked like he'd just watched someone defuse a bomb by talking to it. Hermione was practically vibrating. Snape stared at Harry. His black eyes bored into green, and Harry felt another probe, sharper than Dumbledore's, less subtle, more desperate. It hit his occlumency shields and shattered against them. Something in Snape's face shifted. The probe hadn't been an attack, it had been a reflex, an involuntary reach for information driven by the collision of those green eyes, that level of knowledge, and a name that should have been Potter but wasn't. For a moment, Snape looked almost vulnerable. Then the mask reassembled, layers of control snapping back into place like armor plates. An adequate answer, Snape said, and turned away. 5 points to Gryffindor. Ron nearly fell off his stool. Whispers erupted. Snape giving points to Gryffindor was apparently unprecedented enough to qualify as a minor apocalyptic sign. The rest of the lesson was brewing, a simple cure for boils. Harry brewed his in half the time, with modifications that turned it from a basic remedy into something approaching pharmaceutical grade. When Snape circled the room, examining each cauldron with the critical eye of a man who expected failure and was rarely disappointed, he stopped at Harry's for a long time. You altered the recipe, Snape said. I added crushed snake fangs at the secondary boiling stage instead of the primary. It produces a smoother compound and extends the shelf life by roughly a month. And who taught you that? My grandfather. And who is your grandfather? A very old man with strong opinions about potions. Snape's eyes narrowed. Harry met his gaze calmly, openly, without defiance or deference. Just, presence. Here I am. This is what I know. Make of it what you will. Snape turned and walked away. An acceptable modification, he said over his shoulder. 5 more points. After class, Ron grabbed Harry's arm. What just happened? Snape never gives points to Gryffindor. My brothers have been here for years and they've got horror stories. He once took 30 points from Fred and George for breathing incorrectly. He's a potions master, Harry said. He respects the craft. If you show him you take it seriously, he'll respect that, regardless of house. Or, Hermione said thoughtfully, he's interested in you. The way he looked at you during that exchange, it wasn't just professional curiosity. She was right. Harry knew she was right. The green eyes. The potion knowledge. The occlumency shields. Snape was trying to solve a puzzle, and every piece Harry gave him made the picture more confusing, not less. Good. Let him be confused. Confusion was better than the alternative, the immediate, reflexive hatred that Grandpa had warned him Snape felt for James Potter. If Snape was confused, he was thinking. And if he was thinking, he wasn't reacting. That was progress. Defense against the dark arts was the class Harry had been most curious about, and it was the biggest disappointment. Professor Quirrell was, at first glance, everything his reputation suggested, a nervous, stuttering man in a purple turban who flinched at his own subject matter. He taught defense against dark creatures while apparently being afraid of them. He discussed curses while seeming unable to maintain eye contact with his own textbook. He was, by any reasonable standard, a terrible teacher. Harry didn't buy it for a second. He felt it the moment he walked into the classroom, a wrongness, a dissonance, like a note played in the wrong key. It was subtle. Anyone without Grandpa's training would have missed it entirely. But Harry had spent years learning to sense magical signatures, to read the invisible currents of power that flowed through people and places, and Quirrell's signature was wrong. It was doubled. Layered. As if there were two people occupying the same space, one of them hiding behind the other like a shadow pressed against a wall. And then the scar pulsed. Not painfully, not yet. Just a throb, a warmth, a signal. Like a radio receiving a frequency it had been tuned to recognize. Harry sat through the class with his occlumency shields at full strength and his senses extended, and he studied Quirrell the way Grandpa had taught him to study a suspicious potion, from a safe distance, with attention to every detail, and with the assumption that the contents might be poisonous. The stutter was inconsistent. It vanished when Quirrell wasn't aware of being observed and returned when attention was on him. The turban, supposedly a gift from an African prince, radiated magic. Not the residual magic of an enchanted object, but the active, pulsing magic of something alive. And the smell. Under the garlic that Quirrell had strung around the classroom, ostensibly to ward off vampires, which Grandpa would have found hilarious, there was something else. Something that smelled like decay and ash in cold places where light didn't reach. Harry said nothing during class. He took notes. He answered questions when called on, deliberately pitching his responses at a competent but not remarkable level. He did not want Quirrell's attention. Not yet. Not until he understood what he was dealing with. That night, the mirror. The scar reacted to one of my teachers, Harry said without preamble. Grandpa went still. Completely, perfectly still, in the way that only the very old and the very predatory can manage. Which teacher? Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts. He stutters and wears a turban and smells like garlic and death. His magical signature is doubled. There's something else there, Grandpa. Something hiding. Describe the scar reaction. Warmth. A pulse. No pain. Like, recognition. Grandpa was quiet for a long time. The blue light from his lab flickered across his face, carving shadows into the lines and hollows. When he spoke, his voice was very careful. The scar is a connection, Harry. I told you that years ago. A fragment of dark magic, walled off but still linked to its source. If the scar is reacting to someone, it means the source is near. Voldemort. Or what's left of him. He's not dead, I've suspected that for years. You don't split your soul and then die from a rebounding curse. You diminish. You persist. You find ways to survive in whatever form you can manage. Grandpa leaned forward. If Voldemort is at Hogwarts, hiding inside a teacher, that changes everything. Does it? I was going to have to face him eventually. The prophecy is a probability, not a certainty. And you are 11. However strong you are, however well trained, you are not ready for a direct confrontation with even a diminished Dark Lord. Not yet. So what do I do? Watch. Learn. Gather information. Do not confront Quirrell. If Voldemort is in there, any confrontation will escalate beyond what a first year should handle. Maintain your shields. Keep your scar monitored. And Harry, be careful. Not afraid. Careful. There's a difference, and it matters. I know. You taught me. Then act like it. Grandpa's tone softened. I'll research from here. Horcruxes, that's what they're called, the soul fragments. If Voldemort made one, he may have made more. I need to understand the full picture before we make a move. Grandpa, I'm not going to hide from this. I'm not asking you to hide. I'm asking you to be smart. There's a difference, and that matters too. Harry nodded. The mirror went dark. He lay in bed, staring at the canopy, and pressed 2 fingers to his scar. It was quiet now. Dormant. But the memory of that pulse lingered, a frequency, a signal, a promise of things to come. He slept. The nightmares didn't come. They hadn't come in years. Lily had loved them out of him when he was small, and they had stayed gone. But that night, for the first time since he was a toddler, Harry dreamed of green light. He woke, dismissed it, and went to breakfast. October arrived with rain and the particular institutional energy that schools develop once the initial excitement fades and routine asserts itself. Harry settled into Hogwarts life with an ease that surprised him. Classes were, as predicted, a mixed bag. Transfiguration and Charms challenged him at the advanced level. He was already working on third-year material with McGonagall's guidance and having genuinely stimulating theoretical conversations with Flitwick that sometimes made the tiny professor so excited he accidentally levitated himself. History of magic was a dead loss. Harry spent those hours reading Grandpa's journal and occasionally nudging Hermione's quill back toward her when she fell asleep mid-note. Defense against the dark arts was something he endured rather than enjoyed, keeping his shields up and his senses open and his profile deliberately low. Potions was the class he looked forward to most, and the one that confused everyone else. Snape continued to treat Harry differently from every other student, and differently from how Harry had been told to expect. He didn't bully him. He didn't sneer. He didn't make cutting remarks about celebrity or arrogance or anything else. Instead, he engaged, asking Harry progressively harder questions, setting him increasingly complex brewing challenges, examining his modifications with the intense, critical eye of a master evaluating a protégé. It was, Harry realized, the only time Snape seemed genuinely interested in anything. "You're the only student he talks to like a person," Ron observed one afternoon, slumped in a common room after a particularly brutal potion session in which Snape had reduced Neville to near tears over a botched shrinking solution. "Everyone else gets the full bat of the dungeons treatment. You get. I don't even know what to call it. Professional respect." "He's a potions master," Harry said. "He's probably starving for someone who takes the subject seriously." Can you imagine teaching advanced chemistry to a room full of people who'd rather be doing literally anything else? I would rather be doing literally anything else. Exactly my point. But it wasn't just professional respect. Harry knew that. Each potions class, he caught Snape looking at him when the professor thought he wasn't being observed, long, complicated looks that contained something Harry couldn't quite parse. Not hostility. Not warmth. Something in between, something raw, like a wound being prodded to check if it still hurt. The green eyes. It always came back to the eyes. Harry had Lily Potter's eyes, and Snape had loved Lily Potter, and every time Snape looked at Harry, he was seeing the ghost of someone he'd lost and the face of someone he'd hated, and the impossible combination of the two walking around in school robes asking intelligent questions about potion modifications. Harry didn't push it. There was nothing to be gained from forcing the issue. Snape would work through whatever he needed to work through, and in the meantime, Harry would learn everything the man could teach him. Letters from home arrived regularly, carried by an enchanted bat that Grandpa had modified for transdimensional postal service. The bat's name was Gerald, and he was deeply unenthusiastic about the job, arriving at the Gryffindor table each morning with the demeanor of a civil servant who had been denied a raise. Eddie's letters were long and chaotic, full of news about the neighborhood, updates on Spot the dinosaur, and elaborate complaints about how boring the house was without Harry. He also included, in every letter without fail, a small package of something Grandpa had made, sweets that changed your voice, ink that turned invisible after 24 hours, useful for passing notes in class, and on one memorable occasion, a small rubber ball that turned out to be a compressed smoke bomb. What the? Ron had been bouncing the ball against the common room wall when it detonated, filling the room with purple smoke that smelled like sulfur and took 2 hours to clear. Your brother sent you a weapon. He sent me a toy. In my family, the line between those is blurry. Herman's letters were short, painfully earnest, and always ended with some variation of, "I'm so proud of you, son," that made Harry's chest tight in a way he didn't mind. Lily's were longer, more detailed, full of questions about classes and food and whether he was getting enough sleep, with an undercurrent of fierce protectiveness that came through even in ink. Marilyn's were thoughtful and gentle, asking about his friendships and his emotional state, never about his grades, because Marilyn understood that a person's heart mattered more than their academic performance. Grandpa's were encrypted. Literally encrypted, written in a cipher they developed together when Harry was 9, layered with obscuring charms that made the parchment look blank to anyone but Harry. They contained research updates on Voldemort, analysis of Quirrell's possible condition, and increasingly detailed theories about Horcruxes and soul magic that Harry read with the focused attention of someone assembling a map of enemy territory. "I've confirmed that the soul fragment in your scar is inert," Grandpa wrote in one letter. "It's sealed by your mother's sacrifice, not the Munster lily, the Potter lily. Her love created a containment ward that prevents the fragment from influencing you. However, proximity to the source, i.e., Voldemort, may weaken the containment over time. This is why your scar reacts. It's not pain, it's resonance. The fragment recognizing its origin. Can it be removed?" Harry wrote back. "Yes. But the process is dangerous and requires preparation I haven't completed. Don't rush this. The fragment isn't hurting you, and removing it carelessly could do more harm than leaving it." Harry filed this away, too. More pieces of the puzzle. More preparation for the storm that Grandpa told him to enjoy the sunshine before. The sunshine, as it happened, was considerable. Flying lessons were a revelation. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, lined the first years up on the Quidditch pitch with school brooms and gave the standard instructions: kick off hard, hover, lean forward to descend. Harry kicked off and the world fell away. He'd never flown before. There was nothing equivalent at 1313, Mockingbird Lane. Grandpa could turn into a bat, and Eddie could sort of jump really far during full moons, but actual flight was new. And it was incredible. The broom responded to thought and weight and intention, and Harry's magic, trained for years to interact with physical objects through pure will, took to it like breathing. He rose 50 feet in 3 seconds, banked hard left, dove toward the ground and pulled up at the last moment, and the whole time his heart was hammering not with fear but with the pure, electric joy of discovering something wonderful. "Mr. Munster." Madam Hooch's voice was a distant squawk below him. "Mr. Munster, get down here this instant. First years are not to exceed 20 feet. He landed. He was grinning so hard his face hurt. "Sorry, Madam Hooch. Got carried away." "Carried away? You just executed a Ronsky feint. Do you have any idea?" She stopped. Her expression changed. "Have you flown before?" "Never." "That's Mr. Munster, I'm speaking with Professor McGonagall. Immediately. 2 hours later, Harry was the youngest Gryffindor Quidditch player in a century. Seeker. McGonagall told him this with an expression that was trying very hard to be professional and failing to hide genuine excitement. My office, Munster. I have a matter to discuss with you. If it's about the flying, I really am sorry about the height. It is about the flying, and you are not in trouble. Sit down. She closed the door. You are aware that first years are not normally permitted on house Quidditch teams. I read the guidelines, yes. I am making an exception. Our seeker graduated last year and we are in desperate need. Oliver Wood, the team captain, will arrange practice times. You will need a broom. I'll write home. Do that. She paused, and the professional mask slipped just enough to show the fierce Gryffindor loyalist beneath. Munster, I haven't seen natural flying talent like that since, well, in a very long time. Don't let it go to waste. Harry wrote to Eddie that evening. The response, carried by an exhausted Gerald, arrived the next morning. Inside the package was a Nimbus 2000, the best racing broom on the market, with a note in Eddie's handwriting, Grandpa bought it. Don't ask how. Go fast and win everything. Beneath Eddie's note, in Grandpa's cramped script, the broom has been modified. Standard Nimbus 2000 top speed is 100 miles per hour. Yours does 130. You're welcome. Ron's eyes nearly fell out of his head when Harry unwrapped it at the breakfast table. Hermione pursed her lips and muttered something about academic priorities. Neville grinned shyly. Draco Malfoy, 3 tables away, looked at the Nimbus 2000 and then at Harry and then back at the broom, and his expression went through about 6 emotions in 2 seconds, none of them pleasant. That's a Nimbus 2000, Ron breathed. That's a Nimbus 2000. Modified, Harry said. Don't ask. I'm asking. My grandpa tinkered with it. Your vampire grandpa. He's good with enchantments. He's good with everything, apparently. Quidditch practice started that week. Oliver Wood, a 5th year with the build and intensity of a professional athlete and the tactical mind of a chess grandmaster, put Harry through drills that would have broken most first years. Harry survived them through a combination of natural talent, the modified broom, and the physical conditioning that 7 years of Eddie's combat training had given him. You're fast, Wood said after the first session, breathing hard himself. You're really fast. And your reflexes, where did you learn to track objects like that? My brother used to throw things at me. Remind me to send your brother a thank you note. The Quidditch served a secondary purpose that Harry hadn't anticipated, it made him visible. Not in the way Dumbledore's attention made him visible, or Snape's complicated regard, but in the simple, social way that mattered in a school. He was the youngest seeker in a century. He flew like he'd been born on a broom. He was interesting, in the way that children value interesting, not threatening, not strange, just cool. This mattered because it gave him social capital, and social capital, as Grandpa had taught him, was a form of power that could be deployed without a wand. Halloween arrived, and with it, trouble. Harry felt it in the air before it happened, a tension, a wrongness, a gathering of forces that his trained senses picked up like a radio catching a distant broadcast. The great hall was decorated with floating jack-o'-lanterns and live bats, which made Harry homesick in a way that caught him off guard, and the feast was elaborate and delicious, and everything was fine until Professor Quirrell burst through the doors screaming about a troll. Troll! In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He fainted. Or appeared to faint. Harry, who had been watching Quirrell for weeks, noticed that the fall was controlled, too controlled for genuine unconsciousness. A performer's collapse. Quirrell hit the ground at an angle that protected his turban. The great hall erupted into panic. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand and ordered students to their dormitories, prefects leading the way. Harry rose from the bench and was moving toward the door with the Gryffindor crowd when Hermione's absence registered. "Where's Hermione?" he said to Ron. Ron's face went blank, then horrified. She's in the bathroom. She's been there since Charms. She was upset, something someone said about her having no friends. She doesn't know about the troll. They looked at each other. The crowd was moving. Prefects were hurting. The sensible thing, the safe thing, was to follow the crowd, go to the dormitory, let the teachers handle it. Harry was not in the business of sensible and safe. He was in the business of doing what was right, and right now, what was right was making sure his friend didn't get flattened by a troll. "Let's go," Harry said, and peeled away from the crowd. Ron followed without hesitation, which told Harry everything he needed to know about Ron Weasley's character. They ran through corridors, down staircases, following the sound, because the troll was not quiet. It was the opposite of quiet. It was an ambulatory catastrophe, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a club the size of a tree trunk and the smell of a landfill in August. Harry heard it before he saw it, the thud of massive feet, the crack of stone, the grunting, and then he turned a corner and there it was, shuffling down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom. Where Hermione was. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "Wait here," Harry said. "Wait, what?" Harry was already moving. Not running, walking. Controlled. Calm. The way Grandpa had taught him to approach any dangerous creature, with respect for what it could do and confidence in what he could do. He'd grown up with monsters. He'd played with a dinosaur. He'd arm-wrestled his 7-foot undead father. He'd brewed potions with a vampire. A troll was just a big, dumb creature with a club, and Harry had been dealing with things bigger and dumber than him his entire life. "Hey!" Harry called. The troll stopped. It turned, slowly, ponderously, like a building deciding to face a different direction. Small, stupid eyes found Harry. The club rose. Harry drew his wand. He didn't go for the standard approach, stunning spells, which required more power against a troll's thick hide than most adults could muster, let alone a first year. He didn't go for levitation of the club, which was the clever solution but required sustained concentration that could be interrupted by a single swipe. He went for what Grandpa had taught him, the efficient solution. He pointed his wand at the floor beneath the troll's feet and thought ice. The corridor floor turned to a sheet of frictionless ice in a 2-second radius around the troll. It was a simple charm, a temperature modification, barely third-year level, but applied with enough power and precision to matter. The troll's feet went out from under it. 12 feet and a literal ton of mountain troll went horizontal, the club clattering free, the massive body hitting the ice with a crack that shook dust from the ceiling. Before the troll could recover, Harry flicked his wand again. The club, 6 feet of solid wood, rose into the air, hovered for a moment at ceiling height, and then dropped. Straight down. Onto the troll's head. The impact was enormous. The sound was not something Harry wanted to hear again. The troll's eyes crossed, uncrossed, and then closed. It was out. The whole thing took about 8 seconds. Ron stood at the end of the corridor, mouth open. From the bathroom doorway, Hermione appeared, pale, shaking, tear-streaked, and saw the unconscious troll on the floor, the club beside it, and Harry standing in the middle of the corridor with his wand still raised and an expression of focused calm that was already relaxing into something more casual. "Hi," Harry said to Hermione. "There was a troll." "I can see that," Hermione whispered. "You missed the feast. It was pretty good." She stared at him. Then, in a motion that seemed to surprise her as much as anyone, she lurched forward and hugged him. Hard. The kind of hug that communicated things words couldn't: relief, gratitude, the dawning realization that she had people who would come for her. "Thank you," she said into his shoulder. "That's what friends do," Harry said, and meant it. Running footsteps. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell appeared around the corner, McGonagall leading, Snape limping slightly, Quirrell bringing up the rear with an expression of terrified shock that was, Harry noted, slightly overdone. McGonagall took in the scene, unconscious troll, 3 first years, one of them still holding a wand. "Explain," she said. Harry explained. He kept it simple. Hermione hadn't known about the troll, they'd gone to warn her, the troll had arrived first, Harry had dealt with it. He didn't elaborate on method or training or how he'd known what to do. He just presented the facts. McGonagall listened. Her expression cycled through several configurations: anger, concern, reluctant admiration, and something that looked a lot like the way she'd looked at Harry's needle on the first day of term. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said. For reckless endangerment. Then, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough to be deliberate, and 20 points to Gryffindor for outstanding presence of mind in the face of danger. She looked at the troll. "How did you incapacitate it?" "Ice charm on the floor, levitation charm on the club." "Basic stuff, really." "Basic stuff," McGonagall repeated. She looked at Snape. Snape was staring at Harry with that complicated expression again, and his hand was pressed against his leg where the limp was, and Harry saw, clearly, unmistakably, a bloodstain seeping through the black fabric. He went to the third-floor corridor, Harry thought. While everyone was distracted by the troll. He went to check on whatever's being guarded there. And Quirrell let the troll in as a distraction. The pieces clicked into place with the precision of a potion reaching its critical temperature. "Off to your dormitories," McGonagall said. "All of you. Now." They went. In the corridor, walking fast, Ron was vibrating with adrenaline and excitement and the kind of post-danger euphoria that bonds people more effectively than any shared experience. "That was brilliant," Ron said. "The ice, and the club, 8 seconds, Harry. 8 seconds and you dropped a mountain troll." "Herman arm-wrestled one once," Harry said. "He said the trick is they're slow and they can't handle surprises." "Your dad arm-wrestled a troll. He won, too. Dislocated his own shoulder doing it, but he won." Hermione was quiet, walking between them, and when they reached the portrait hole, she stopped and looked at them both, Ron, who had followed Harry without hesitation, and Harry, who had walked toward a troll without fear, and said, "I want you to know that you're both idiots and I'm very glad you're my friends." "Is that a compliment?" Ron asked. "It's the best one I've got." The three of them climbed through the portrait hole together, and something that had been forming since the train ride crystallized into something permanent. Not just friendship. Not just alliance. Family. The chosen kind. The kind that shows up when there's a troll between you and the people who need you. In the dormitory, after the excitement had died down and the other boys were asleep, Harry activated the mirror. The troll was a distraction, he told Grandpa. Quirrell let it in. While everyone was dealing with it, Snape went to the third-floor corridor. "He got bitten, I saw the blood." Grandpa nodded slowly. "A 3-headed dog, most likely. Hagrid's. Which means whatever's being guarded on the 3rd floor is important enough for Dumbledore to use a Cerberus as a first line of defense. And important enough for Quirrell, or whoever's inside Quirrell, to orchestrate a troll attack to get past it." "The Philosopher's Stone," Grandpa said. Harry blinked. "You know about it?" "I know about everything, Harry. I'm 600 years old and I read a lot. Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, the alchemical artifact that produces the elixir of life. Flamel's the only known maker. He and Dumbledore are old friends. If Dumbledore is guarding something that a dark wizard would want badly enough to risk exposure, something that grants immortality is the obvious candidate. You've made Philosopher's Stones. I've made attempts at Philosopher's Stones. 3 of them. They all exploded. Flamel's is the only stable one in existence." He paused. "If Voldemort is after it, he wants to return. A body. A real resurrection. The elixir of life could sustain a physical form long enough for more permanent measures. So we know what he wants and how he's trying to get it. We know the what. The how is more complex. Dumbledore wouldn't rely on a single guardian. There will be layers of protection, puzzles, traps, enchantments. Each one designed by a different professor, probably, which means each one vulnerable to a different kind of expertise. Grandpa, if I can figure out the protections, I can figure out how Quirrell plans to get past them. And if I can figure that out, you can stop him. Yes. But Harry, carefully. This isn't a troll. This is Voldemort, diminished but still brilliant and still dangerous. You don't rush this. You prepare, you plan, and you act only when you're certain. I know. Repeat it. I prepare. I plan. I act only when I'm certain. Good boy. Now get some sleep. And Harry? Yeah. The troll. 8 seconds. About that. Grandpa smiled. It was the smile of a very old, very proud man who had built something extraordinary and was watching it exceed every expectation. Magnificent, he said. November brought cold weather, Quidditch, and Dumbledore. The summons came on a Thursday, a note delivered by a school owl during breakfast, written in the familiar flowing purple script. Dear Mr. Munster, I wonder if you might join me in my office this evening after dinner. I find myself curious about lemon drops and the nature of unusual childhoods. The password is, Fizzing Wisby. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the note, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Across the great hall, at the high table, Dumbledore was eating porridge with the serene attention of a man who was definitely not watching to see if Harry had received the note. Harry went. Not because he'd been summoned, because it was time. The gargoyle outside Dumbledore's office leaped aside at the password, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward of its own accord. The office at the top was extraordinary, circular, lined with portraits of sleeping headmasters, filled with delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke and generally behaved like props from Grandpa's lab. A phoenix, magnificent, scarlet and gold, sat on a perch near the desk and regarded Harry with eyes that were, somehow, older than Grandpa's. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight. He smiled. It was a good smile, warm, avuncular, designed to put people at ease. Harry. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Lemon drop? No, thank you, sir. Harry sat. He was aware, with the precision of his training, of every instrument in the room, every portrait, some of which were not as asleep as they appeared, and the quiet, enormous weight of Dumbledore's magical presence. The man was powerful. Staggeringly so. Harry could feel it the way you feel the heat from a furnace, not burning, not aggressive, just there, vast and controlled. I must confess, Dumbledore said, that I've been looking forward to this conversation. You've made quite an impression in your first 2 months, Harry. Your teachers speak very highly of you. They're excellent teachers. Some of them are. Some of them are adequate. And at least one of them, I suspect, is something else entirely. A pause. The twinkle intensified. But we'll get to that. Harry waited. Dumbledore was a conversational chess player, Grandpa had warned him. Every sentence was a move. Every silence was a gambit. I find myself curious about your background, Dumbledore continued. The Hogwarts letter addressed you as Harry Munster. The quill that writes those letters uses the name the student identifies with most deeply. But the student I see before me has green eyes that I recognize very well, and a scar that I recognize even better. You knew my birth parents, Harry said. Not a question. I did. James and Lily Potter were among the finest people I have ever known. Their loss was a tragedy that I have felt keenly for 10 years. Dumbledore's expression shifted, something genuine pushing through the strategic warmth. I have also spent 10 years looking for their son. A son who vanished from a doorstep in Surrey on the night I placed him there, and who has, until this September, been entirely invisible to every tracking charm, scrying spell, and detection method at my disposal. I was in another dimension. Dumbledore paused. It was, Harry could tell, a genuine pause, not a tactical one. He had not expected that answer. Another dimension, Dumbledore repeated. It's a long story. The short version, on the night you left me on the Dursleys' doorstep, accidental magic, probably triggered by the trauma of the killing curse, interacted with the thin dimensional veil on Halloween night and opened a rift. I ended up on a different doorstep, in a different reality. A family found me and raised me. The Munsters. The Munsters. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The instrument's word. The phoenix trilled softly, a sound like liquid comfort. And this family, they treated you well? They loved me. They raised me. They trained me. They told me the truth about where I came from when I was old enough to understand. Harry paused. With respect, Professor, better than a doorstep in Surrey. A flicker. Something in Dumbledore's expression, a flinch, quickly controlled. The Dursleys were your mother's family. The Blood Wards would have relied on a loving household to function. My grandfather researched them. He's an expert in protective magic. He said blood wards built on sacrificial love require love in the household to maintain their power. If the Dursleys were anything like what their letter suggested, and my grandfather read the letter, those wards would have been weak at best. Another silence. Longer this time. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them with a cloth, a human gesture, small and unguarded, and Harry recognized it for what it was, a man buying time to think. Your grandfather, Dumbledore said carefully. The one who is an expert in protective magic. Who is he? That's his information to share, not mine. You're protecting his identity. I'm respecting his privacy. There's a difference. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. The twinkle was gone now, replaced by something sharper and more honest. Harry, I must be straightforward with you. I had plans for your upbringing. They were plans made with good intentions, to protect you, to prepare you for what lies ahead. Your disappearance disrupted those plans entirely. Your reappearance, trained, shielded, confident, and apparently raised by people I know nothing about, disrupts them further. I appreciate the honesty, sir. I suspect you would have detected anything less. My grandfather is very thorough. A smile, a real one, not the strategic warmth but something more complicated. Tired, maybe. Impressed. He sounds formidable. He is. Harry, I must ask you directly. Lord Voldemort is not dead. I believe he persists in some form, diminished but surviving, and I believe he will one day attempt to return. When that day comes, you will be central to what happens next, not because I chose this for you, but because a prophecy and a killing curse and a mother's sacrifice made it so. I need to know that you are prepared. I am. You say that with remarkable confidence for someone your age. My grandfather has been preparing me since I was 8. Occlumency, combat magic, defensive wards, potion making, strategic thinking. He's 600 years old, sir. He's seen dark wizards before. He knows what preparation looks like. Dumbledore stared at him. The office was very quiet. Even the instruments seemed to be listening. 600 years old, Dumbledore said softly. I've probably said too much. Or exactly enough. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Harry, I will not pretend that this conversation has gone as I expected. I came into it hoping to understand you, and I find that you are considerably more complex than any scenario I had imagined. You have skills that most seventh years lack. You have mental defenses that yes, I attempted legilimency at the feast, and I apologize for it, could not penetrate. And you have a family that, despite existing in another dimension, has clearly given you something invaluable. Love, Harry said simply. Yes. Love. The one magic I have always believed to be the most powerful, and the one I most frequently underestimate in its practical applications. Dumbledore leaned forward. I would like us to be allies, Harry. Not handler and asset, that was, I confess, closer to my original design. Allies. People who share information, who trust each other, who work toward the same goal. The goal being Voldemort's permanent defeat. Precisely. Harry considered. He thought about Grandpa's warnings, don't give him the opening, let him come to you, and about Grandpa's other advice, he is potentially a powerful ally, just make sure the alliance is on equal terms. Allies share information equally, Harry said. No withholding. No manipulation. No plans made about me without consulting me. That is a significant ask. I'm offering significant capability. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. Your grandfather taught you to negotiate, too? My mother taught me that. Both of them. A long moment. The phoenix trilled again. Dumbledore extended his hand across the desk. Allies, then. On equal terms. I shall endeavor to be worthy of the arrangement. Harry shook his hand. Dumbledore's grip was firm and dry and thrummed with magic that made Harry's bones vibrate. One more thing, sir. Yes. Professor Quirrell. The turban. You know what's behind it. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in the room shifted, the instruments hummed a half-tone higher, the candle flame straightened, and the air itself seemed to tighten. I have suspicions, Dumbledore said carefully. So do I. My scar reacts to him. 2 signatures in one body. And he let the troll in on Halloween as a distraction to get to whatever's on the 3rd floor. You deduced that from observation. Training. And the fact that Snape went to check on the protections and came back with a dog bite. Dumbledore sat very still. Then he laughed, a quiet, genuine laugh that seemed to surprise him as much as it surprised Harry. Allies, indeed, he said. Harry, I think this may be the beginning of a very productive partnership. Harry stood, shook Dumbledore's hand once more, and walked to the door. At the threshold, he paused. Professor? The Philosopher's Stone. Is that what's being guarded? The twinkle returned. Allies share information equally, you said. Yes. It is. My grandfather has tried to make 3 of them. They all exploded. Nicholas would find that amusing. He's been quite particular about his recipe. Grandpa holds grudges about that. Against Nicholas Flamel. Against the laws of thermodynamics. Harry left the office. Behind him, he heard Dumbledore laugh again, and the sound followed him down the spiral staircase like a warm wind. In his dormitory, he activated the mirror. I met Dumbledore, he told Grandpa. And? He's everything you said. Brilliant. Strategic. Genuinely caring under the chess moves. We've agreed to be allies. Equal terms. Grandpa raised an eyebrow. He agreed to equal terms with an 11-year-old? I was persuasive. I'll bet you were. Grandpa leaned back. Be careful, Harry. Dumbledore means well, but men who mean well and play long games are the most dangerous kind of ally. Trust him, but verify. Always. And Harry, the Philosopher's Stone. If Voldemort gets it, he won't. I won't let him. Grandpa looked at his grandson through the mirror, 11 years old, green-eyed, lightning-scarred, sitting in a dormitory in a castle in a dimension he'd visited twice, speaking with the quiet certainty of someone who had never been taught to doubt himself. No, Grandpa said softly. I don't believe you will. The mirror went dark. Harry slid it under his pillow, lay back, and stared at the canopy. His scar was quiet. His wand pulsed in its pocket. The castle hummed around him, old magic, deep magic, magic that recognized him and welcomed him and was waiting, along with everyone else, to see what he would do next. Harry closed his eyes. I prepare. I plan. I act only when I'm certain. Soon. Chapter 4, Blood and Secrets. December came to Hogwarts like a slow exhalation, the castle exhaling frost across its battlements and drawing white curtains of snow across the grounds until the whole world looked like something Grandpa would have called aggressively picturesque. The lake froze. The forbidden forest turned skeletal and silver. The corridors developed drafts that moved with apparent intention, as if the castle were breathing cold air through its stone lungs. Harry barely noticed. He was busy. The week since his conversation with Dumbledore had settled into a rhythm that balanced three concurrent tracks: the academic track, classes, Quidditch, friendships; the surface layer that everyone could see, the investigative track, Quirrell, the stone, the protections on the third-floor corridor; the layer he shared with Ron and Hermione, and the preparatory track, Grandpa's research, advanced training, the slow assembly of a strategy, the layer that existed in mirror conversations and encrypted letters, and the quiet hours before dawn when Harry walked the castle alone, mapping its magic, learning its bones. The academic track was going well. McGonagall had moved him to fourth-year transfiguration challenges and was making noises about fifth-year material after Christmas. Flitwick had essentially abandoned the standard curriculum for Harry's sessions and was teaching him charm theory that he admitted he normally reserved for NEWT students. Snape continued their strange, unspoken détente, professional respect layered over something raw and unresolved that neither of them addressed directly. The investigative track was making progress. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had established, through a combination of observation, library research, and strategic conversations with Hagrid, who was as generous with information as he was enormous, several key facts. 1. The Philosopher's Stone was being guarded behind the door on the third-floor corridor. 2. The door was guarded by a three-headed dog named Fluffy, who belonged to Hagrid and could be pacified by music. 3. Beyond Fluffy, there were additional protections, one from each teacher, presumably, designed to prevent anyone from reaching the stone. So it's a gauntlet, Ron said, sprawled across his favorite armchair in the common room, chess pieces scattered around him from a game he'd just won against Seamus. Multiple challenges, each one different, each one requiring different skills to get past. Which means Quirrell, or whoever's driving Quirrell, needs either broad enough magical knowledge to handle all of them, or enough time to research each one individually, Hermione said, cross-legged on the floor surrounded by books she'd pulled from the library under various pretexts. He's got all year, Harry said. He's a teacher. He has access to the other professors. He can observe their specialties, probe their methods, figure out their contributions to the protections. The Troll on Halloween was a test run. He wanted to see how the school responded to a crisis, how fast the teachers moved, how long it took to re-establish security. That's terrifyingly strategic, Hermione said. Voldemort was a lot of terrible things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Grandpa says he was probably the most talented student Hogwarts ever produced. He understands how the school works because he was the school, once. Ron shivered. Can we go back to talking about Quidditch? They couldn't, because the preparatory track was accelerating. Grandpa's mirror conversations had shifted in tone, less patient mentor, more wartime strategist. His Horcrux research was producing results. I've confirmed the theory, Grandpa told Harry 3 days before Christmas break. His face in the mirror was gaunt with long hours and the particular exhaustion of someone who had been staring into the abyss of very dark magic and finding it staring back. Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes. Not one. Multiple. That's why he survived the killing curse rebounding. His soul was already fractured and anchored to physical objects. How many? I'm not certain yet. The process of splitting a soul requires murder, a specific, intentional murder performed as a ritual act. Each split weakens the remaining soul and destabilizes the creator's sanity. Based on the historical record and the degree of Voldemort's mental deterioration in the years before his fall, I'd estimate at least 4. Possibly more. And the one in my scar? An accident. An unintended fragment, created when the killing curse rebounded. It doesn't count toward his plan total, it's a splinter, not a deliberate anchor. Which is actually good news, because it means he doesn't know about it. He doesn't know you're carrying a piece of him. Harry sat with that for a moment. A piece of Voldemort, embedded in his forehead, walled off by his mother's love and his own trained defenses. He'd known about it for years, Grandpa had never hidden it, but hearing it in the context of multiple soul fragments gave it a new weight. If we destroy the Horcruxes, he can be killed permanently. If we destroy all of them, the main soul fragment, currently parasitizing Professor Quirrell, becomes vulnerable. Mortal. Destructible. But we need to find them first, and Voldemort is many things but careless isn't one of them. He would have hidden them well. In places of significance, protected by powerful magic. So we need a map. We need a treasure hunt. And for that, we need information that only someone who knew Voldemort personally would have. Grandpa paused. Dumbledore. If he's truly your ally, he'll have information about Tom Riddle, Voldemort's birth name. History, psychology, patterns. The where depends on understanding the who. I'll talk to him. After Christmas. Come home first. I have things to show you that can't go through a mirror. Christmas. The word sat warm in Harry's chest. Home. Family. 1313, Mockingbird Lane. Herman's cooking, dangerous. Lily's decorating, gothic. Eddie's aggressive gift wrapping, more tape than paper. Grandpa's lab, humming and bubbling and smelling like sulfur and possibility. He signed up to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. Not because he didn't want to go home, he wanted it with an ache that surprised him. But the portal was complex, Grandpa had explained. Each opening consumed enormous energy and required recalibration. The fewer times they opened it, the more stable it remained. Summer was the plan. Christmas was too soon, too risky, too likely to weaken the dimensional bridge when they might need it later. I'm sorry, Harry, Grandpa had said, and meant it. Summer. I promise. I understand. You shouldn't have to understand. You should be home eating your mother's cooking and opening presents with your brother. But the physics of dimensional travel don't care about should. So Harry stayed. Ron stayed too, his parents were visiting Ron's brother Charlie in Romania. The Gryffindor common room emptied out as students left for the holidays, until it was just Harry, Ron, and a handful of others rattling around the tower like coins in a jar. It was fine. It was more than fine, actually. Ron was excellent company, relaxed and funny and happy to spend hours playing chess or exploring the castle or just lying on the common room rug talking about nothing important. Without the pressure of classes and schedules, Ron's personality expanded to fill the available space, and Harry discovered that his friend was sharper than he let on, more observant, more thoughtful. Ron just didn't perform intelligence the way Hermione did, he let it live quietly under the surface, emerging in moments of insight that were all the more striking for being unexpected. You know Snape's protecting the stone, right? Ron said on the second day of break, apropos of nothing, staring at the common room ceiling. What makes you say that? He went to check on it during the troll thing. Got bit by the dog. If he were trying to steal it, he'd have grabbed it then, everyone was distracted. Instead he just checked the protections and left. He's guarding it. Harry looked at his friend. That's a good observation. I have those sometimes. Don't tell Hermione. She'll want to form a study group about it. Christmas morning arrived, and with it, presents. Harry woke to a pile at the foot of his bed that he hadn't expected. Not because the Munsters wouldn't send gifts, they would, and they had, but because there were packages from people who weren't his family. Eddie's package came first, carried by Gerald the Bat, who collapsed on Harry's pillow with the air of someone who had traversed dimensional barriers and was filing a formal complaint about it. Inside, a hand-knitted scarf, Lily's work, black with tiny silver bats, a tin of Grandpa's homemade fudge, which was, despite Grandpa's general disinterest in food, inexplicably excellent, a framed photograph of the whole family on the porch of 1313, Mockingbird Lane, Herman's arm around Lily, Eddie mid-leap, Grandpa pretending not to smile, Marilyn waving, and a letter from Eddie that was 4 pages of chaotic updates ending with "Miss you, loser. Come home soon." Harry held the photograph for a long time. His magic made it warm. Hermione had sent a book, Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration, with a note that said, "This reminded me of something you said about molecular restructuring. Happy Christmas, Harry." Ron had apparently gotten him a box of every flavor beans, which Harry opened carefully because Ron had warned him about the earwax ones. There was also a package with no card. Soft. Light. Wrapped in plain brown paper. Harry unwrapped it. A cloak spilled out, shimmering, iridescent, like liquid moonlight woven into fabric. The moment he touched it, his magic surged in recognition. Not of the object, he'd never seen it before, but of the magic in it. Old. Incredibly old. And layered with a signature that made his blood hum. Potter magic. This was a Potter family heirloom. He could feel it in the weave, generations of magical residue, each one leaving its mark, building on the last. A lineage artifact. A note fluttered from the folds. 2 lines, in handwriting that Harry didn't recognize. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry didn't need one. The handwriting was purple. He'd seen it on one other document, the letter that had been tucked into his baby basket, addressed to the Dursleys, 11 years ago. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak up. It was beautiful, gossamer light, almost translucent. He swung it around his shoulders and looked down. His body was gone. Not invisible in the way Grandpa's attention-bending cloak worked, actually, completely gone. He could feel himself, feel the fabric against his skin, but where his body should have been, there was just the dormitory floor. An invisibility cloak. Not just any invisibility cloak, he could feel the difference. Grandpa's was good. This was something else. This was real invisibility, the kind that didn't bend attention but removed presence entirely. This was an artifact. "Blimey," Ron said from his bed, staring at the spot where Harry wasn't. That's an invisibility cloak. Those are really rare. Like, really really rare. It was my father's." Harry pulled the cloak off. He was shaking slightly, not from cold. From the weight of holding something James Potter had worn, something that carried the echo of a man Harry had never known but who had left him everything. "Who sent it?" "Dumbledore." Harry folded the cloak carefully and set it on his bed. His hands were steady now. "He's returning it. My father left it with him." Ron looked at the cloak, then at Harry, and had the emotional intelligence to say nothing for several seconds. That's really something, mate." "Yeah. You okay?" "Yeah. I am." And he was. The cloak was a gift, from his father, through Dumbledore, and it was precious. But it didn't ache the way he thought it would, holding something of James Potter's. It felt right. Like a piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Not filling a hole, there was no hole. The Munsters had filled every space in his heart that needed filling. This was something else. An addition, not a replacement. Room for both. He tucked the cloak into his trunk, beside Grandpa's journal and the communication mirror, and went downstairs for Christmas breakfast, where the house elves had outdone themselves and Ron was already on his 3rd helping of sausages. Christmas Day passed in warmth and food and the particular magic that holidays create even in the absence of family, or maybe especially then. Harry and Ron pulled wizarding crackers that produced live mice and hats that did improbable things. They ate until they couldn't move. They played chess, Ron won, an exploding snap, Harry won, partially through reflexes and partially through what Ron suspected was cheating but couldn't prove, and generally behaved like two 11-year-old boys with no adult supervision and an entire castle to themselves. That night, Harry put on the invisibility cloak and went walking. Not investigating, not specifically. Just walking. The castle at night was different from the castle at dawn, darker, obviously, but also more alive. The magic that hummed in the walls during the day thrummed at night, stronger, less restrained, as if Hogwarts relaxed when its inhabitants slept and let its true nature show. Harry walked without destination, guided by instinct and the subtle tug of the castle's magic, and found himself, after 20 minutes of drifting, in a room he'd never seen before. It was a classroom, unused, dusty, the desks pushed against the walls. Moonlight streamed through a tall window and fell on the only object in the room that seemed to matter, a mirror. It was enormous, ceiling height, framed in ornate gold, standing on two clawed feet. Across the top, carved in letters that Harry had to read twice, was an inscription, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Backwards. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry knew what this was. Not because Grandpa had mentioned it specifically, but because the concept was familiar. Enchanted objects that reflected desires, fears, or truths were a staple of magical lore across every tradition Grandpa had taught him. They were also dangerous. Desire was the most seductive prison. A person could lose themselves in what they wanted if they weren't careful. He stepped in front of the mirror. For a moment, his own reflection looked back. Harry Munster, 11 years old, messy black hair, green eyes, lightning scar, invisibility cloak draped over his arm. Ordinary. Recognizable. Then the mirror shifted. Behind his reflection, figures appeared. Two of them at first, a man and a woman. The man was tall, with untidy black hair and glasses and a grin that Harry recognized because he saw a version of it in the mirror every morning. The woman was beautiful, red hair, green eyes, his eyes, the exact same eyes, and she was smiling at him with an expression that contained everything. Love, pride, grief, joy, all of it compressed into a single look that crossed the boundary between life and death and arrived intact. James and Lily Potter. Harry's breath caught. His hands tightened on the cloak. His magic surged, not violently, not dangerously, just a tremor, a vibration, the way a tuning fork responds to its frequency. Then more figures appeared. Behind the Potters, stepping into view as if they'd been waiting in the wings, Herman, enormous and gentle, one hand on Lily Potter's shoulder as if they were old friends. Lily Munster, standing beside James, their shared name somehow funny and perfect and exactly right. Grandpa, a head shorter than everyone but radiating more presence than all of them combined. Eddie, grinning his werewolf grin. Marilyn, kind-eyed and warm. Two families. Standing together. Whole. Harry stared at the mirror for a long, long time. He let himself feel it, all of it. The love. The loss. The gratitude. The strange, bittersweet completeness of seeing every person who had ever loved him standing in one frame, together, the living and the dead united by the one thing they all had in common. Him. Then he put the invisibility cloak on, turned away from the mirror, and walked out of the room. He didn't go back. He didn't need to. The mirror showed your heart's desire, and Harry's heart's desire was already real, almost all of it. He had a family that loved him. He was safe. He was strong. The only thing the mirror had shown him that he didn't already have was his birth parents, alive and present, and that was a grief he had made peace with years ago, sitting at a kitchen table with a cup of hot chocolate while Lily Munster told him the truth. The mirror was beautiful. The mirror was a trap. Harry left it behind and went to bed. When Dumbledore found him the next evening, casually, as if by coincidence, in a corridor near the Great Hall, and asked, with that carefully calibrated twinkle, "I trust you've been enjoying the holidays, Harry," the subtext was clear. He knew about the mirror. He'd probably arranged for Harry to find it. Very much, sir. The castle's beautiful at Christmas. It is, isn't it? I find that the quiet months reveal the castle's true character. Less noise, more depth. A pause. You haven't, by any chance, been exploring? The castle has many rooms that reward a curious mind. I've done some walking, sir. And found anything interesting? Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard looked back. Two chess players, recognizing the board between them, neither willing to pretend it wasn't there. I found a mirror, Harry said. In an unused classroom on the 4th floor. The mirror of Erist. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted, a recalibration. He had expected this to play out differently. He'd expected a child haunted by the mirror, returning night after night, wasting away in front of an image of everything he'd lost. That was what the mirror did to people who were broken. That was what Dumbledore had planned for, a chance to find Harry at the mirror, to offer comfort and wisdom, to deepen the bond. Instead, Harry had visited once and left. The mirror shows the deepest desire of the heart, Dumbledore said, testing. It is a seductive thing. Many have been driven mad by what they've seen in it. I saw my birth parents, Harry said simply. And my family. Together. It was beautiful, and it was also a reflection, not reality. The people I love who are alive are across a dimensional barrier waiting for me to come home for summer. The people I love who are dead are gone, and a mirror doesn't change that. He paused. The happiest person in the world would look in that mirror and see themselves exactly as they are. I'm not the happiest person in the world, but I'm close enough that the mirror doesn't have much to offer me. Dumbledore stared at him. The twinkle was gone entirely now, replaced by something unguarded and almost vulnerable, the expression of a man who had spent a decade constructing a narrative and was watching it dissolve. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is the wisest thing anyone has ever said to me about that mirror. And I include myself in that count. My grandfather says wisdom is just pain that's been properly composted. A surprised laugh. I would very much like to meet your grandfather someday. He'd probably like that too, sir. He doesn't get out much. They parted. Harry went to the common room. Dumbledore stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone, and if anyone had been watching, they might have seen the most powerful wizard in Britain remove his spectacles and press his fingers to his eyes in a gesture that looked very much like a man rethinking everything. The new term began with snow and revelations. Students returned. The castle filled back up. Hermione arrived with a tan from a ski holiday and immediately demanded a full debriefing on everything Harry and Ron had done over break. Ron provided an enthusiastic and mostly accurate account. Harry provided the parts Ron missed, which were the important parts. The mirror of Erist, Hermione repeated, frowning. I've read about it. It's supposed to be incredibly dangerous. And Dumbledore just left it where a student could find it. He left it where I could find it, Harry corrected. It was a test. Or an opportunity. With Dumbledore, the difference is academic. And you just walked away. What was I supposed to do? Sit in front of it until I starved. The mirror shows what you want. I already have what I want. Hermione looked at him for a long moment, and her expression went through something complicated, envy, maybe, or recognition, or the particular ache of someone who wasn't sure they could say the same thing. Then she shook it off and said, right. The Philosopher's Stone. Where are we? Where they were was closer than they'd been in October but not close enough. Hagrid had been, as always, the weak link in Hogwarts informational security. Over multiple visits to his hut, always conducted under the pretense of social calls, always lubricated by Hagrid's terrible rock cakes and excellent tea, Harry had assembled a working model of the protections. Fluffy was the first layer. Music put him to sleep. After Fluffy, a trapdoor, leading to something below. Hermione's research suggested a series of challenges, each designed by a different professor. McGonagall's contribution would be transfiguration-based. Flitwick's would involve charms. Snape's would be a potion puzzle, logical rather than magical, designed to screen out brute force approaches. Sprout's would involve plants. And Quirrell's? Ron asked. He's a defense professor. His contribution would be a defensive creature or trap. A troll, probably, Harry said. He's already demonstrated he can handle them, or at least acquire them. Dumbledore's? The mirror. Harry said it with certainty. The mirror of Erist. Think about it, it's the perfect last line of defense. Anyone who reaches it and desires the stone for selfish purposes would see themselves using it, but they couldn't actually get it from the mirror. You'd need to want the stone without wanting to use it. That's brilliant, Hermione admitted. Frustrating, but brilliant. Dumbledore's specialty. The investigative track was progressing. The academic track continued. And the preparatory track, the one that existed between Harry and Grandpa, in mirrors and ciphered letters, was entering a new phase. Grandpa's Horcrux research had hit a wall. He knew what they were. He knew how they worked. He was fairly certain of the number, 6 deliberate Horcruxes plus the accidental one in Harry's scar, for a total of 7 soul fragments. The problem was finding them. Tom Riddle was obsessed with significance, Grandpa told Harry during a late-night mirror session. Every source I've found agrees, he didn't do anything arbitrarily. If he chose objects to house his soul, they would be objects of personal or magical importance. Trophies. Artifacts. Things connected to the founders of Hogwarts, probably. He was obsessed with the school's history and his own connection to Slytherin. So we need to know Tom Riddle's history. What he valued. Where he went. What he collected. Exactly. And that's information Dumbledore will have. He was Riddle's teacher. He watched the boy grow into a monster. He'll have memories, observations, patterns, the psychological map we need to predict where the Horcruxes are hidden. I'll ask him. We're allies now. He agreed to share information. Then test that agreement. See if he honors it. Harry tested it the following week, in Dumbledore's office, over lemon drops that Harry still politely declined. Tom Riddle, Harry said, and watched Dumbledore's expression carefully. The twinkle didn't dim. If anything, it sharpened, a focused, intense gleam that had nothing to do with grandfatherly warmth. What about Tom Riddle? My grandfather's been researching Horcruxes. He believes Voldemort created multiple soul anchors before his fall. To defeat him permanently, we need to find and destroy them all. To find them, we need to understand the man who made them, his psychology, his patterns, his obsessions. You knew him better than anyone. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. Outside the office window, snow fell. The instruments whirred. Fawkes the Phoenix preened a tail feather with the studied disinterest of someone pretending not to listen. Your grandfather, Dumbledore said slowly, has independently deduced the existence of Horcruxes. A magical theory so dark and so obscure that I have spent decades piecing it together myself, consulting sources that most wizards don't know exist, and he has simply arrived at the same conclusion. He's had 600 years to study magic, sir. And he's very motivated. There's a fragment of a dark wizard's soul in his grandson's head. Yes. I imagine that would be motivating. Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Cleaned them. Replaced them. The ritual of a man making a decision. I had intended, he said, to share this information with you when you were older. When I judged you ready. With respect, sir, my grandfather judges me ready. And he's known me a lot longer than you have. A flinch. Subtle, quickly concealed, but real. Dumbledore was not accustomed to being told that someone else's judgment of a child's readiness superseded his own. It was, Harry suspected, good for him. Tom Riddle, Dumbledore began, and he told Harry everything. He told him about the orphanage, the cold, loveless place where Tom Marvolo Riddle had grown up, a boy who could do strange things and who used those things to hurt and control. He told him about the Hogwarts years, the brilliant, charming student who seduced teachers and collected followers and was already, by his 5th year, a predator wearing the skin of a prodigy. He told him about the obsessions, pure-blood ideology, Slytherin's legacy, the Founder's artifacts, immortality. He told him about the gap years after Hogwarts, Riddle vanishing into the shadowy corners of the wizarding world, traveling, collecting, transforming. And he told him about the return, Lord Voldemort emerging from Tom Riddle's chrysalis, no longer human in any meaningful sense, leading an army of followers toward a vision of magical supremacy that was really just one broken boy's terror of death dressed up in ideology. Harry listened. He took notes, mental notes, the kind Grandpa had trained him to file with perfect recall. And when Dumbledore finished, the old wizard leaning back in his chair like a man who had set down a heavy weight, Harry said the thing that had been forming in his mind since the story began. He's not evil the way people think of evil. He's broken. He was a child who was never loved, who learned that power was the only thing that could protect him, and who chased that logic all the way to its endpoint. That doesn't make him less dangerous, it makes him more dangerous, because his motivations are internal and absolute. He's not fighting for an ideology. He's fighting against dying. And people who are fighting against dying will do anything. Dumbledore stared at him. That is, a remarkably empathetic analysis of the darkest wizard of our age. Empathy isn't sympathy, sir. I understand why he is what he is. That doesn't mean I won't stop him. It means I'll stop him more effectively because I understand what drives him. Your grandfather taught you that. My dad taught me that. Herman. The gentlest man in any dimension. He told me once that understanding a monster doesn't make you weak, it makes you the person who can walk into the dark without becoming dark yourself. Harry paused. He was talking about himself, actually. He's Frankenstein's monster. Created, not born. Feared his whole life. He chose to be gentle anyway. That's the lesson. Dumbledore was very still. The office was very quiet. Even Fawkes had stopped preening. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, and his voice was different now, stripped of performance, raw with something that might have been hope. I believe there are 6. I believe they are hidden in objects of significance, likely connected to the Hogwarts founders. A locket. A cup. A diadem, perhaps. Something of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's. And personal items, a diary, possibly. A ring. Locations? I have suspicions. Nothing confirmed. This will take time, Harry, years, possibly. Then we start now. Dumbledore nodded slowly. We start now. And Harry, the fragment in your scar. Your grandfather knows. He's known since the night he found me. And he has a plan for its removal. He's working on one. He says it's delicate. It is. Extraordinarily so. The scar Horcrux is embedded in your magical core itself. Removing it without damaging you would require either a controlled exposure to the killing curse or a piece of magic so precise and so powerful that I'm not sure it exists. My grandfather tends to invent things that don't exist yet. It's sort of his thing. A smile. Genuine. Tired. I'm beginning to think your grandfather might be the most remarkable person I've never met. You should see his lab. It's about 60% genius and 40% fire hazard. January brought a Quidditch match and a confrontation that Harry hadn't planned but didn't avoid. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The whole school turned out, wrapped in scarves, faces painted, the stands a riot of red gold and green silver. The rivalry was ancient, visceral, the kind of thing that transcended sport and became identity. Harry had heard about it for months, from Ron, from the Weasley twins, who played beater for Gryffindor and had adopted Harry as a sort of honorary younger brother on the basis that anyone who could drop a troll in 8 seconds was their kind of people, from Oliver Wood, whose pre-match speeches had escalated from inspirational to mildly unhinged. "This is it." Wood was pacing the locker room, broomstick clenched in one hand, eyes blazing with the particular fire of someone who had been waiting for this moment since birth. "Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup in 7 years. 7 years. This is our year. Harry, find the snitch. Find it fast. Find it before Higgs does. Do whatever you need to do. Breathe, Wood. I'll breathe when we've won." The teams walked onto the pitch. The roar from the stands was physical, a wall of sound that hit Harry's chest and made his magic vibrate in resonance. He mounted his broom, the modified Nimbus 2000, which hummed under him like a caged animal, and kicked off. The world fell away. Again. Every time. The ground dropped, the noise receded, and there was nothing but speed and sky and the electric, primal joy of flight. Harry rose above the pitch, above the stands, above the castle towers, and hung in the air with the January wind cutting his face and his eyes scanning for gold. The match started. The quaffle flew. The bludgers launched. Below him, 14 players whirled in the coordinated chaos of competitive Quidditch, and Harry watched it all with the detached focus of a hawk circling a field. Gryffindor scored. Slytherin scored twice. The Weasley twins intercepted a bludger aimed at one of the chasers and redirected it at the Slytherin keeper, who dodged but dropped the quaffle in the process. The crowd screamed. Lee Jordan, the commentator, screamed louder. Harry circled. The snitch was hiding, it did that, the sneaky little thing, burrowing into blind spots and shadows, waiting for the right moment to flash gold and start the real game. Harry's eyes tracked everything, but he kept part of his attention on the other seeker, Terence Higgs, a 5th year, competent, fast, but riding a school clean sweep that couldn't match the modified Nimbus. Then his broom lurched. It was sudden and violent, a sideways jerk that nearly unseated him, followed by a buck that threw his weight forward over the handle. Harry's hands clenched. The broom bucked again. And again. Someone was cursing his broom. Harry's trained senses expanded outward, searching for the source. A jinx, he could feel it, a sustained magical interference targeting the broom's enchantments, trying to override his control. It required direct line of sight and continuous concentration. Someone in the stands was maintaining the curse right now, eyes locked on him, magic flowing, 2 sources. Harry's magic identified them simultaneously, 2 threads of interference coming from different directions. One from the teacher's stand, steady and powerful. One from lower in the stands, weaker but vicious. He didn't look. He didn't need to. His occlumency training had given him perfect mental partitioning, he could analyze the magical interference while still maintaining physical control of the broom. The stronger thread felt familiar. Dark, layered, doubled. Quirl. The weaker thread felt different, sharp, focused, desperate. Counter-jinxing. Someone was trying to stop the curse, not amplify it. Maintaining eye contact, muttering counter-curses, fighting the stronger magic with everything they had. Snape. Snape was trying to save him. Harry's broom bucked again, harder. He was losing altitude. The crowd was gasping. Ron was on his feet in the stands. Hermione was. Harry caught a flash of movement near the teacher's stand. Hermione was doing something, moving quickly, and then there was a flash of blue light near Quirrell's robes and the professor leaped up, breaking his concentration. The curse snapped. The broom steadied. Harry gripped the handle, pulled up hard, and shot skyward like a cork from a bottle. And there it was. The snitch. Hovering 30 feet above the pitch, wings blurring, catching the winter sunlight like a tiny golden star. It had chosen this moment to appear, or maybe the moment had chosen it, and Harry didn't think, didn't calculate, didn't plan. He leaned forward and the Nimbus 2000 did what Grandpa had built it to do. 130 miles per hour. The wind screamed. The stands blurred. The snitch tried to dart, right, then left, then down, but Harry was faster, always faster, his reflexes honed by years of Eddie's projectiles and Grandpa's training drills and the bone-deep instinct of someone whose body and magic worked as a single, integrated system. His fingers closed around the snitch. Cold metal, vibrating wings, the tiny heartbeat of a captured thing. The crowd erupted. Lee Jordan's voice cracked. Oliver Wood, on the ground, made a sound that was either a victory cry or a medical event. Harry landed. He held up the snitch. Gryffindor won, 170-60. In the post-match chaos, the team piling on him, the crowd surging onto the pitch, Wood crying openly and without shame, Harry found Hermione at the edge of the celebration. "You set Quirrell's robes on fire," he said. Hermione's eyes widened. "How did you? I could feel the jinx." Two threads, Quirrell casting it, Snape trying to counter it. "You disrupted Quirrell's concentration." He paused. "Quick thinking. Thank you." "I thought it was Snape," Hermione said, her voice small. "He was staring at you and muttering, I thought he was cursing you. I only set fire to Quirrell because he was in the way. Snape was saving me." The muttering was counter-jinxes. Hermione's face went through a rapid recalculation. "Then Quirrell is exactly what I've been telling you he is. Or rather, what's inside him is." They stood at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, surrounded by celebration, and the warmth of victory mixed with the cold clarity of confirmation. Quirrell had tried to kill him. In front of the entire school. Whoever was driving the defense professor was getting desperate, getting bolder, and that meant the timeline was accelerating. "We need to move faster," Harry said. Hermione nodded. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder, breathless, face split with a grin that faded when he saw their expressions. "What happened?" Ron asked, because Ron was observant enough to read a room even when the room was a Quidditch pitch. "Quirrell tried to jinx Harry off his broom," Hermione said. "Snape was trying to stop it." Ron's grin vanished entirely. "Snape was trying to help. Apparently. Blimey. I think I need to lie down." The conversation with Snape happened 2 days later, and it wasn't planned. Harry was returning from a late session with Flitwick. They'd been working on chain casting, linking multiple charms in rapid sequence, when he turned a corner in the dungeon corridors and nearly walked into Snape. They both stopped. The corridor was empty, torchlit, cold. Snape looked down at Harry. Harry looked up at Snape. The silence stretched. "Thank you," Harry said. "For the match. The counter-jinxes." Snape's expression went through something complicated. Surprise that Harry knew. Discomfort at being thanked. And beneath both, that raw thing, the unresolved wound that surfaced every time he looked at Harry's eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," Snape said, and it was the most unconvincing denial Harry had ever heard. "Professor. I could feel the magical interference. 2 sources, one hostile, one protective. The protective one was yours. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you what I observed." Snape said nothing. His jaw worked. His black eyes were very bright. "You also went to check on the 3rd floor protections during the troll attack," Harry continued, "because the time for dancing around this was over. And you got bitten by the 3-headed dog. You're protecting the Philosopher's Stone. You know about the stone." "Not a question." Snape's voice was flat. "I know about a lot of things, Professor. My grandfather is thorough." "Your grandfather? The mysterious figure you refuse to identify. He's private. He's also the reason I can brew potions that impress you, which I know you find frustrating." Something happened to Snape's face. It might have been a smile. It was brief and terrible and immediately suppressed, but for a fraction of a second, the corners of his mouth moved upward. "You are," Snape said, "the most insufferable student I have ever taught. And I have taught Weasley twins. Thank you, sir. That was not a compliment. Sure it was. You just don't know it yet. Harry had said the same thing to Draco on the train. The echo was intentional. He realized, developing a catchphrase, and Lily would have been appalled. Snape stared at him. The corridor was very quiet. Torchlight danced on stone walls. You have your mother's eyes, Snape said abruptly, and the words came out rough, like they'd been dragged across broken glass. Every time I look at you, I see her. I see Lily. And I see Potter, your father, and I want to hate you for wearing his face, but I can't, because every time I try, you look at me with her eyes and you say something that she would have said in it. He stopped. He'd said more than he intended to. Much more. The mask was cracked and he was scrambling to reassemble it, but Harry had seen what was underneath and there was no unseeing it. She was kind, Harry said quietly. My grandmother, my adoptive mother, told me about her. Lily Potter was kind and fierce and she saw the best in people even when they didn't deserve it. He paused. I think she would have wanted you to let go of whatever you're carrying, sir. Not for anyone else. For yourself. Snape was very still. His face was a mask, but his eyes, his black, bright, agonized eyes, were not. You know nothing about what I carry, Snape said, and his voice was a whisper. I know it's heavy. I know it's been heavy for a long time. And I know that the best thing you can do for her memory isn't to punish yourself. It's to protect what she died for. Harry held his gaze. Which is what you're already doing. The counter-jinxes. The stone. You're protecting me because she would have wanted you to. So stop pretending you don't care. It's exhausting for both of us. The silence in the corridor was absolute. Snape turned on his heel and walked away. His robes billowed. His footsteps echoed. He did not look back. But he also did not deny it. Harry stood in the cold dungeon corridor and breathed. That had been intense, more intense than the troll, more intense than Dumbledore, more intense than the Mirror of Erist. Because this wasn't about power or strategy or ancient artifacts. This was about a man's heart, broken and calcified and buried under 20 years of bitterness, and Harry had reached through the armor and touched it. Marilyn would have been proud. She'd always said the hardest magic wasn't the kind you did with a wand. February arrived with rain that seemed personal. The castle dripped. The grounds turned to mud. Quidditch practice became an exercise in hypothermia management that would seem to consider character building. The investigation continued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had mapped most of the protections by now: Fluffy, Devil's Snare, Sprout's Contribution, Enchanted Keys, Flitwick's, a giant chess set, McGonagall's, a troll, Quirrell's, confirming Harry's prediction, a potion logic puzzle, Snape's, and the Mirror of Erist, Dumbledore's. 7 layers. 7 challenges. A comprehensive gauntlet designed to stop anyone who didn't have the specific combination of skills, knowledge, and moral character required to navigate all of them. The chess set worries me, Ron said, studying a book on enchanted wizarding chess that Hermione had found in the restricted section, under a library pass that McGonagall had signed without asking too many questions, because McGonagall was beginning to trust Harry's judgment in ways she hadn't fully acknowledged. Enchanted chess is different from regular chess. The pieces are autonomous, they fight, they think, they resist being commanded. You have to earn their respect before they'll follow your strategy. Can you do it? Harry asked. Yeah. I can do it. Ron said it without bravado, just quiet confidence, the same way he played chess in the common room. This was his domain. But someone has to stand on the board. And the pieces hit hard. If I misread a position or sacrifice the wrong piece, then we support each other. That's the point. Each challenge plays to someone's strength. The Devil's Snare is Neville's if he's with us, he knows plants better than anyone. The keys are a flying challenge, which is mine. The chess set is yours. The potions puzzle is mine. The mirror is mine. And the troll? Hermione asked. The troll is easy. I've done it before. That was a mountain troll. A troll's a troll. The principle's the same, they're big, they're dumb, and they don't expect you to fight back. Hermione shook her head, but she was smiling. You say that like it's simple. My dad arm wrestled one. You keep saying that, and it keeps being insane. Welcome to life with the Munsters. March brought a development that Harry hadn't anticipated, Draco Malfoy. Not a confrontation, not exactly. Something more interesting. Harry was in the library, alone, working through Grandpa's journal at a table in the restricted section. He'd charmed the journal to look like a standard textbook to anyone but himself, one of Grandpa's more useful tricks. It was late afternoon, the library mostly empty, and he was deep in Grandpa's notes on sacrificial protection magic when a shadow fell across his table. Draco stood there. No bodyguards. No sneer. Just a boy with pale hair and gray. More actions. Right, the next chapter now. Chapter 5, Into the Dark. Spring arrived at Hogwarts with the subtlety of a starting pistol. The grounds erupted green overnight, the lake thawed with a crack that woke half the castle, and the forbidden forest shook off its winter skeleton and became, almost instantly, the kind of dense, breathing darkness that made even Hagrid walk a little faster after sundown. Harry noticed none of this, because he was running out of time. The signs had been accumulating since March, ever since that strange, unfinished encounter with Draco in the library, when the Malfoy heir had stood at Harry's table without his usual entourage and asked, in a voice stripped of its performative arrogance, "How do you do it?" "Not care what anyone thinks." Harry had looked at him and said, "I care what the right people think. The trick is choosing who those people are." Draco had opened his mouth, closed it, and left without another word. But something had cracked open in that moment, a hairline fracture in the wall Draco had built around himself, and Harry filed it away the same way he filed everything, observed, catalogued, understood, but not forced. People came around on their own schedule or not at all. Grandpa had taught him that about potions, and Marilyn had taught him that about people. But Draco's small crisis of identity was a background thread. The foreground was Quirrell, and Quirrell was deteriorating. His stutter had gotten worse, not because the man was more nervous but because the performance was slipping. Whatever lived behind the turban was exerting more control, more frequently, and the mask was fraying at the edges. Harry caught it in small things, a moment in defense class where Quirrell's voice dropped an octave mid-sentence, losing the stammer entirely, before snapping back with a jolt, as if someone had yanked on puppet strings. A corridor encounter where Harry's scar had flared with genuine pain for the first time, not the dull throb of proximity but a sharp, hot spike that made his vision white out for half a second. And twice, late at night, Harry had felt something brush against his occlumency shields, not Dumbledore's careful probe or Snape's reflexive reach but something cold and alien and hungry, pressing against his mental walls like a face against frosted glass, trying to see inside. Voldemort was getting stronger. Quirrell was getting weaker. The balance between parasite and host was shifting, and when it tipped completely, whatever restraint the arrangement had imposed would vanish. "He's going for the stone soon," Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room on a Thursday evening in late April. The fire crackled. The other Gryffindors had drifted to bed. The three of them occupied their usual corner, Harry in the armchair, Ron on the rug with his chess set, Hermione cross-legged on the sofa with 3 books open simultaneously. "Maybe weeks. Maybe less." "How do you know?" Hermione asked, though her expression said she already believed him. "The scar. It's reacting more intensely, more frequently. Voldemort's presence in Quirrell is growing, he's consuming the host faster than before. He needs the stone before Quirrell's body fails entirely. Without a physical host, he's back to being a wraith, disembodied, powerless, drifting. The stone is his only path to a real body." "The elixir of life," Hermione said. It would sustain Quirrell's body long enough for Voldemort to find a more permanent solution. Or create one. A resurrection ritual, a new body, something. The stone isn't the endgame, it's the bridge. He needs it to get from where he is to where he wants to be. Ron moved a knight on his chessboard. The piece galloped forward, turned, and settled into its new position with a tiny whinny. So we go first. We get to the stone before he does. We can't just steal it, Hermione said. Dumbledore placed it there. He's got protections. Dumbledore's protections are designed to stop a dark wizard, not us, Harry said. And I've talked to him about this. He knows Quirrell is compromised. He's watching. But Dumbledore is playing a long game. He wants to see what Voldemort does, learn from it, gather intelligence. The problem is that long games have a habit of running out of time. You think Dumbledore's going to let it play out? Ron looked up from his board, frowning. I think Dumbledore trusts his protections more than he should. And I think he underestimates how desperate Voldemort is getting. Desperation makes people creative. Harry paused. Grandpa says the most dangerous moment in any predator's life is when it's cornered. That's when it stops being strategic and starts being savage. They sat with that. The fire popped. Ron's chess knight stamped impatiently. So what's the plan? Ron asked. We prepare. We map every protection, drill every response, and we're ready to move the moment Quirrell does. We don't go looking for a fight, but when the fight comes, we don't run from it either. When, Hermione said quietly. Not if. Not if. She nodded. Ron nodded. And the three of them bent their heads together and began to plan, the way soldiers plan, the way friends plan, the way people plan when they've decided that the alternative, doing nothing, is unacceptable. The mirror conversation that night was tense. April, Grandpa said, his face gaunt in the blue laboratory light. That's faster than I projected. I thought we had until June at minimum. Quirrell's deteriorating faster. Whatever Voldemort is doing to sustain himself inside a human body, it's burning through the host. I give it weeks, not months. And Dumbledore? Aware. Watching. Not acting yet. Grandpa made a sound that, in a less dignified 600-year-old vampire, might have been called a growl. Watchers. I've never trusted watchers. The ones who observe when they should intervene always have a reason, and the reason is never as good as they think it is. He's trying to understand the full picture. Horcruxes, Voldemort's capabilities, the nature of the possession, he can understand the full picture after the immediate threat is neutralized. Understanding doesn't require letting a dark wizard walk the halls of a school full of children. Grandpa caught himself. His jaw tightened. I'm sorry. This isn't about Dumbledore. This is about you. What do you need from me? Information. The protections on the stone, I know what they are, but I need to know how to beat each one efficiently. Not safely. Efficiently. If I'm going through that gauntlet, I'm going through fast. You shouldn't be going through it at all. You're 11. I'm 11 with 7 years of your training, a wand that matches Voldemort's, a clemency shields that Dumbledore can't break, and a family that taught me not to be afraid. I'm the most qualified 11-year-old in any dimension, and you know it. Silence. Grandpa's expression went through a rapid, painful sequence, fear, pride, anger, acceptance, before settling into something Harry recognized, resolution. The face of a man who had made a decision he didn't like but trusted. Devil's snare, Grandpa said. First protection after the dog. Fire. Real fire, not bluebell flames, the plant's been cultivated in darkness, so it'll be resistant to gentle heat. You'll need incendio at full power, sustained for at least 3 seconds. I know. Hermione can handle that. The keys. Enchanted, winged, one correct key among dozens. Flying challenge. You'll need to identify the correct key visually, it'll be different from the others. Older. Damaged, probably, from previous handling. Already planned for it. The chess set. Enchanted Wizard Chess, life size. Your friend Ron, is he good enough? He's the best chess player I've ever seen. And I've played against you. I let you win. You did not. I absolutely did, but that's a conversation for another time. The chess set is the most physically dangerous protection. The pieces fight. They will injure whoever stands on the board. Ron needs to understand that going in, this isn't a game. The pieces will try to take his king, and if he's standing on a square that gets taken, the piece will hit him. He knows. The troll. You've handled one before. Same approach, immobilize, neutralize. Don't engage in melee combat with a troll, Harry. You're fast, but trolls have reach. I know, Grandpa. The potions puzzle. Snape's contribution. Logic, not magic. There will be a riddle and a set of bottles, some poisonous, some inert, one that grants passage forward, one that grants passage back. Read the riddle carefully. Snape is precise, every word will matter. Potions and logic. That's my strongest area. Which Snape knows, which is why his puzzle is the one I'm least worried about. Grandpa paused. The mirror. Dumbledore's last defense. The mirror of Erist. You've already encountered it. You know what it does. Shows your heart's desire. The stone is hidden inside it. To retrieve it, you need to want the stone without wanting to use it. Desire the object, not the function. Can you do that? Harry thought about it. The Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact of unimaginable power, capable of transmuting lead into gold and producing the elixir of life. In the wrong hands, a path to immortality. In the right hands, a path to unlimited wealth and eternal youth. In Harry's hands. I don't want immortality, Harry said. Grandpa, you're 600 years old. You've told me what that's like, watching everyone you love grow old and die while you persist. I don't want that. I don't want gold, the Potter Vault has more money than I know what to do with. I don't want the stone for anything. I just want to keep it away from Voldemort. Then you'll be able to retrieve it. The mirror will read that intention and give you what you want, the stone itself, as an object to be protected, not used. You're sure? I designed a similar enchantment in 1547. The principle is sound. Desire without attachment passes through, desire with attachment traps you. You designed a similar enchantment. It was for a wine cellar. Long story. The point is, Grandpa leaned forward, and his ancient face was very close to the mirror's surface, and his eyes were very bright. You can do this, Harry. You are ready. Everything I've taught you, everything your family has given you, everything you are, it's enough. It has always been enough. Grandpa, let me finish. If something goes wrong, if you face Voldemort directly and things go sideways, use the vial. The one I gave you. It will buy you time. You still haven't told me what it does. It does what you need it to do at the moment you need it. That's all I can tell you without compromising the enchantment. Trust me. I always trust you. Good. Now, the emergency supplies. I'm sending them through Gerald tonight. Tell that bat he can file his complaint with management. Your management. Exactly. Complaint denied. The mirror went dark. Harry slid it under his pillow and lay in the darkness, listening to the castle breathe. His scar was quiet. His wand was warm in its pocket. His mind was clear, organized, focused, each piece of the plan arranged like ingredients on a workbench, ready to be combined. Not if. When. He was ready. May brought exams and, more relevantly, Hagrid's dragon. This was not, strictly speaking, part of the Voldemort situation, but it was connected in ways that took Harry approximately 20 minutes to untangle. Once Hagrid, with the sheepish pride of a man showing off a terrible decision, revealed the Norwegian Ridgeback egg sitting in his fireplace. "Won it off a stranger in the pub," Hagrid said, beaming at the egg as it rocked and cracked in the flames. "Down at the Hog's Head. Funny fella, kept his hood up. Very interested in Fluffy, actually. Asked all about him. I told him the trick, of course, Fluffy's a pushover if ya know how to calm him down. Just play him a bit o' music and he drops right off." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a look. The kind of look that communicates entire sentences without a word being spoken. "Hagrid," Harry said carefully. "The stranger who gave you the egg. What did he look like?" "Couldn't see his face. Hood was up the whole time. Had a bit of a stutter. Now I think about it, did he ask about anything else? Besides Fluffy?" "Well, he wanted to know what other creatures I'd handled. Professional interest, like. I told him after Fluffy, a dragon be easy, yeah, just need to know how to handle 'em. Every creature's got a trick,' I told him. Fluffy likes music. Dragons like Hagrid." The gamekeeper stopped. He looked at Harry, and something in Harry's expression must have penetrated even Hagrid's formidable obliviousness, because his enormous face fell. "That wasn't just a stranger, was it?" Hagrid said. "That was Quirrell. Or rather, that was whatever's inside Quirrell. He played you, Hagrid. He got you talking about Fluffy, and you told him exactly how to get past the first protection on the stone." The color drained from Hagrid's face. He sat down heavily, the chair groaned but held, and stared at the cracking egg with the expression of a man who had just realized his wonderful surprise was connected to something terrible. "I told him about the music," Hagrid whispered. "Oh, Merlin, I told him about the music. Dumbledore trusted me to keep the secret and over a few drinks and a dragon egg, it's not your fault," Harry said, and meant it. "Quirrell, Voldemort, is manipulative. It's what he does. He finds what people want and uses it as a lever. You wanted a dragon. He gave you one. The information was the price, and you didn't even know you were paying it. But Dumbledore, I'll tell Dumbledore. He needs to know the first protection is compromised." Harry paused. "Hagrid, the dragon. You can't keep it. You live in a wooden house." The ensuing argument about the dragon took the better part of the evening and was resolved only when Ron's brother Charlie, contacted via emergency owl, agreed to have the dragon collected by friends who were passing through the area. The logistics of getting a baby dragon to the top of the astronomy tower at midnight involved the invisibility cloak, a complex schedule of patrol avoidance, and a level of stress that Hermione managed by making lists and Ron managed by swearing quietly under his breath. They got it done. The dragon, which Hagrid had named Norbert and which had bitten Ron's hand badly enough to require a trip to Madame Pomfrey and a creative cover story, departed into the night sky in a crate, carried by 4 sturdy witches on broomsticks who worked with Charlie in Romania. The whole affair would have been a footnote except for one thing: on their way back from the astronomy tower, cloakless, they'd sent it with the dragon handlers by accident, they ran into Filch. Or rather, they ran into Filch because Draco Malfoy had seen them leaving the common room and reported them, apparently hoping to get them expelled. Instead, all 4 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco himself, who'd been caught out of bed while doing the reporting, received detention. Detention in the Forbidden Forest. At night. With Hagrid. Which was how, 3 days later, Harry found himself walking through the darkest part of the oldest forest in Britain, following a trail of silver blood that glowed in the moonlight like mercury. "Unicorn blood," Hagrid said, his voice low and grim. He carried a crossbow. Fawn, his boarhound, walked beside him and trembled. "Something's been killin' unicorns. Second one this month. We're tracking whatever's doing it." They split up. Hagrid took Hermione and Ron down one path. Harry went with Draco and Neville, who'd gotten roped into the detention through a separate incident involving a missed curfew, down another, with Fong as protection. Fong, it became clear within 30 seconds, was protecting himself behind Harry's legs. The forest at night was alive in ways that daytime obscured. Every shadow breathed. Every branch creaked with intention. The canopy blocked the sky, turning the world into a tunnel of darkness broken only by the silver trail of blood that wound between the roots. Draco walked beside Harry, pale and tight-jawed, radiating fear that he was trying very hard to convert into disdain. "This is ridiculous. My father will hear about this. Students in the forest at night, your father can write all the letters he wants after we find what's killing the unicorns," Harry said. "Stay close. And stop talking, whatever we're tracking, I'd rather hear it before it hears us." Draco shut up. Not because Harry had authority over him, but because something in Harry's tone, the calm, focused quality of someone who was taking the danger seriously without being consumed by it, cut through Draco's bravado more effectively than any command. They walked. The blood trail thickened, brighter, wetter, fresher. Whatever they were following, they were getting closer. Then Neville tripped over a root and fell, and Fong bolted, and in the confusion, Harry moved ahead alone, just 10 feet, just around a bend in the trail, and found the unicorn. It was dead. Lying on its side in a clearing, white coat blazing against the dark ground, silver blood pooling around it like a halo. It was beautiful and broken, and Harry felt something twist in his chest, not fear but grief, the instinctive response to witnessing something pure being destroyed. Then he saw the figure. It was crouched over the unicorn's neck, hooded, cloaked, its face pressed to the wound. Drinking. The sound was obscene, wet, desperate, the sound of something that needed to consume to survive. Harry's scar exploded. Pain. Real pain, blinding and total, the kind that whites out thought and contracts the world to a single screaming point. Harry staggered. His vision fractured. Through the fragments, he saw the figure look up, the hood falling back just enough to reveal a face that wasn't a face, a ruin of features stretched over something that was no longer human. Voldemort. Not Quirrell's body. Voldemort's essence, projected, manifested, feeding on unicorn blood to sustain itself outside its host. The silver blood, cursed blood, Grandpa had taught him, which sustained life but at a terrible cost, stained what was left of its mouth. The figure rose. It moved toward Harry. The pain in the scar was enormous, a white-hot wire driven through his skull, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry felt something behind the pain. A presence. A mind. Cold and vast and ancient in the wrong way, not the warmth of Grandpa's centuries but the freezing emptiness of something that had torn itself apart so many times there was almost nothing left. "Harry Potter," said a voice that came from everywhere and nowhere, a voice that bypassed ears and went straight to the scar. "I know what you are. I can feel it. The piece of me inside you. My mark. My claim." Harry's knees hit the ground. The pain was immense. His occlumency shields were holding, barely, straining, the walls cracking under pressure they'd never been designed to withstand, but the voice slithered around them, finding the one crack it had a right to exploit. The scar. The fragment. The door. "Come to me," the voice whispered. "I can show you things. I can teach you things your vampire cannot imagine. We are connected, you and I. The same blood. The same power. Why fight what you already carry inside you?" Harry's hand found his wand. His fingers were shaking. The pain was a roar in his ears, a fire behind his eyes. The figure was close now, close enough to touch, and the cold radiating from it was absolute, the absence of warmth, the absence of life, the absence of everything that made existence worth having. Harry looked up. Through the pain, through the fractured vision, he looked at the thing that had murdered his parents and said, very clearly, no. Then he cast. Not a spell from Grandpa's curriculum. Not a charm from Flitwick's classes. Not a jinx or a hex or any named magic at all. What Harry cast was older than that, instinctive, primal, drawn from the same well that had saved him as a baby. His magic surged through the wand and erupted as light, pure, blinding, white gold light that filled the clearing and hit the figure like a wave. The figure screamed. Not with a voice, with the scar, with the connection, the scream reverberating through Harry's skull like a bell being struck. The light burned where it touched the wraith form, and the figure recoiled, shattered, dissolved into black smoke that streamed away through the trees like a wounded animal fleeing. The pain stopped. Instantly, completely, like a switch being thrown. Harry knelt on the forest floor, breathing hard, his wand hand trembling, his scar throbbing with the memory of agony. The unicorn lay beside him, dead and beautiful and beyond help. The clearing was empty. The smoke was gone. Hoofbeats. Not horse hooves, something lighter, more precise. Harry looked up and saw a centaur emerge from the trees. He was young, with white blonde hair and a palomino body, and his eyes were blue and ancient in the way that centaur eyes always were, carrying the weight of the stars they spent their lives reading. "You are Harry Potter," the centaur said. Not a question. Harry Munster, actually. But yes. The stars spoke of you. They have been speaking of you for years. The centaur's gaze moved to the dead unicorn, then back to Harry. That was Voldemort. Drinking unicorn blood to sustain a half-life. A cursed existence. I know what it was. You drove it away. With light. The centaur's eyes were unreadable. The forest remembers such things. You have made an ally tonight, Harry Munster, who is also Potter. What's your name? Firenze. Thank you for coming, Firenze. Even though I had it handled. The centaur's mouth twitched. Mars is bright tonight. War is coming. You would do well to prepare. I've been preparing for 3 years. Then prepare faster. The stars do not wait for readiness. They move, and we move with them or are left behind. Firenze turned and cantered into the darkness. Harry stood, wiped blood, unicorn blood, silver on his knees, from his robes, and walked back to where Draco and Neville were waiting. Draco was gray. Literally gray, his already pale skin had achieved a shade that suggested his circulatory system had temporarily ceased operations. He was pressed against a tree, wand out, eyes wide, staring at Harry as if he were looking at something that didn't have a category. What happened? Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. There was a light, a huge light, and screaming, I found what was killing the unicorns. I dealt with it. You dealt with it? What, how, are you okay? Harry asked, and he asked it directly, looking at Draco with the same focused attention he gave everyone, and the question was genuine. Not performative concern. Real concern. For a boy who had tried to get him expelled and was now standing in a dark forest, terrified, trying to pretend he wasn't. Draco stared at him. The gray faded, replaced by something more complicated, a mixture of confusion and reluctant gratitude and the particular vertigo of having your worldview challenged by kindness from the last person you expected it from. I'm fine, Draco said, and it was a lie, and they both knew it, and Harry let it stand because some lies are necessary in the moment. Neville was sitting on a log, holding Fong, who had returned once the screaming stopped and was now licking Neville's face with the desperate affection of a dog who had abandoned its post and was trying to make up for it. Neville looked shaken but steady, steadier than Draco, actually, which Harry noted with quiet pride. Let's get back to Hagrid, Harry said, and led them out of the dark. The mirror conversation that night was the most intense they'd ever had. He manifested outside Quirrell, Grandpa said, and his voice was ice. That shouldn't be possible. The possession should bind him to the host, projecting his essence independently requires enormous energy. He's burning through Quirrell at an accelerated rate to do this. He was drinking unicorn blood. Sustaining himself. Supplementing whatever he's draining from Quirrell. Unicorn blood. Grandpa's lip curled. Cursed sustenance. It preserves life but at the cost of everything that makes life worth preserving. It's a temporary measure, buying days, maybe weeks. He's desperate, Harry. More desperate than I calculated. He spoke to me. Through the scar. He knows about the fragment, he called it his mark, his claim. He tried to recruit me. Offered knowledge, power. The standard Dark Lord pitch. And you said no. I said no, and then I hit him with enough light to redecorate the clearing. What did you cast? I don't know. It wasn't a spell, not one I've learned. It was instinctive. My magic just responded. Light. Pure light. It burned him. Grandpa was quiet. His expression was doing the complicated thing, the layered thing, fear and pride and understanding all competing for the surface. Your mother's protection, Grandpa said finally. The sacrificial magic. Lily Potter's love, embedded in your blood and your magical core. When Voldemort's essence touched your magic directly, through the scar connection, the protection activated. It manifested as light because that's the opposite of what he is. He is absence. Your mother's love is presence. The two are fundamentally incompatible. So the protection is a weapon. The protection is a shield that happens to burn anything it shields against. Against Voldemort specifically, against the magic that killed your mother, it's devastating. But it's not infinite, Harry. It's not a spell you can cast at will. It responds to direct existential threat from Voldemort's own magic. Circumstantial, not controllable. Great. So I have a weapon I can't aim. You have a weapon that aims itself when it matters most. That's better than precision, that's providence. Grandpa leaned close to the mirror. Harry. The timeline has moved up. If Voldemort is manifesting outside Quirrell and feeding on unicorn blood, he's in the endgame. He'll go for the stone within days. A week at most. Are you ready? I'm ready. Your friends? Ready. Dumbledore? I'll tell him tomorrow. Everything, the forest, the manifestation, the accelerated timeline. If he's my ally, he needs to know. And if he tries to sideline you? Tell you to stand down, leave it to the adults. Harry looked at his grandfather through the mirror, the old vampire who had raised him, trained him, loved him, prepared him for this exact moment with 7 years of relentless, devoted effort. Then I'll do what Munsters do, Harry said. I'll handle it anyway. Grandpa smiled. The smile of a man watching the best thing he'd ever built prove itself worthy of the blueprint. That's my boy. Now, the emergency supplies. I sent them through Gerald last week. You have them? In my trunk. Smoke bombs from Eddie, enhanced pepper-up potion, your recipe, not the standard one, the attention-bending cloak, and the vial. The vial is the priority. Keep it on you at all times. Pocket, not trunk. The rest is support. The vial is the failsafe. Grandpa, I know. You want to know what it does. And I can't tell you, because telling you would compromise the enchantment. It responds to need, Harry. Genuine, desperate, life or death need. When you use it, you'll understand. Trust me one more time. I've always trusted you. Then trust me now. Go to sleep. Tomorrow, talk to Dumbledore. And Harry, whatever happens in the next few days, know that I am proud of you. Not for what you can do. For who you are. Your mother, both your mothers, would be proud too. The mirror went dark. Harry held it for a moment longer, feeling the residual warmth of Grandpa's magic in the glass, and then slid it under his pillow and lay in the darkness. His scar was quiet. His wand was warm. His mind was a fortress. Soon. Harry told Dumbledore the next morning, in the headmaster's office, over tea that neither of them drank. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. His face grew progressively more still as Harry described the forest encounter, the wraith, the unicorn blood, the voice through the scar, the light. By the end, the headmaster looked like a man carved from stone, ancient, immovable, and deeply troubled. "He spoke to you through the connection," Dumbledore said. "Through the fragment. He tried. My shield's held against his mental probe. But the scar itself is a direct line. He can push sensation and speech through it regardless of occlumency. It's not telepathy. It's resonance. And the light you produced? Grandpa thinks it's my mother's protection. Lily Potter's sacrificial magic, activated by direct exposure to Voldemort's essence. Your grandfather is correct. It is, in fact, the very protection I placed you with the Dursleys to cultivate, though I see now that it flourished quite well without my intervention. The faintest ghost of self-reproach. Harry, I must ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly." "I always answer honestly, sir." "If Quirrell moves on the stone, when he moves on the stone, what do you intend to do?" "Stop him." "I was afraid you'd say that." Dumbledore stood. He walked to the window and looked out over the grounds, his silver beard catching the morning light. "I am the headmaster of this school. It is my responsibility to protect every student within these walls. I should be telling you to stand down. To leave this to me. To be a child and let the adults handle it. But I have spent the year watching you, Harry. And what I've seen is not a child. What I've seen is a young man of extraordinary capability, trained by someone of extraordinary wisdom, who has more practical experience with dark magic at 11 than most Aurors have at 30. He turned. I will not insult you by telling you to stand down. But I will ask you to do something that may be harder." "What?" "Wait for me. If Quirrell makes his move, come to me first. Give me the chance to intervene. If I can resolve this without putting you in harm's way, I want to. Not because I doubt you. Because I care about you, and because," he paused. "Because I have already failed to protect the last generation. I would very much like to do better with this one." Harry looked at the old wizard. Behind the strategy and the chess moves and the century of accumulated power, there was something fragile, a genuine, almost desperate desire to get this right. To be the protector he'd failed to be for James and Lily. To earn the trust that Harry's alliance represented. "I'll come to you first," Harry said. "If there's time. If there isn't, I trust your judgment. And I will do everything in my power to be there when you need me. Deal." They shook hands. Dumbledore's grip was firm. His eyes were bright and wet and fierce. "One more thing, sir. The stone, after this is over, whatever happens, the stone isn't safe at Hogwarts. It's not safe anywhere, as long as Voldemort exists in any form. I've spoken with Nicholas about that. He's reached a decision. But that's a conversation for after." Harry left the office. In the corridor, he pressed his fingers to his scar. Quiet. Dormant. Waiting, like everything else, for the storm to break. The storm broke on a Thursday. Harry knew the moment it started because his scar lit up like a live wire at dinner, a sustained, burning pulse that made him grip the edge of the Gryffindor table hard enough to whiten his knuckles. Across the great hall, at the staff table, Quirrell's seat was empty. So was Dumbledore's. Harry scanned the table. McGonagall was there, eating, looking unconcerned. Snape was there, eating nothing, staring at Quirrell's empty chair with an expression of focused intensity. Flitwick was there, chatting with Sprout. Everything looked normal. But Quirrell was gone. And Dumbledore was gone. And Harry's scar was screaming. "Now," Harry said to Ron and Hermione. They didn't ask for clarification. They'd been ready for days, bags packed, plans drilled, responses rehearsed. Ron pushed back from the table. Hermione closed her book. They stood up together with the casual coordination of people who had practiced this exact exit. They were in the corridor outside the great hall when Harry saw Snape. The potions master was moving fast, robes billowing, heading for the third-floor corridor with the purposeful stride of someone who had drawn the same conclusions Harry had. "Professor," Harry called. Snape stopped. Turned. His black eyes took in the three first years, armed, alert, moving with intention, and something shifted in his expression. Not surprise. Recognition. "You know," Snape said. "Quirrell's making his move. Dumbledore's been called away. I'd bet money on a fake message, something to get him out of the castle. The scar's active. It's now." Snape's jaw tightened. "Go back to your dormitory." "No. That was not a request, Munster. And this is not a negotiation, Professor. Dumbledore and I have an agreement. He trusted my judgment. I'm asking you to do the same." Snape stared at him. The corridor was empty, everyone was at dinner, the castle oblivious to the crisis unfolding in its bowels. The torches flickered. The silence stretched. "Your mother," Snape said, and his voice was raw, stripped of every defense. "Lily. She died to protect you. If I let you walk into this and you don't come back, then you'll know I went in fighting. Which is exactly what she did." Something broke in Snape's face. Not dramatically, a small fracture, barely visible, the kind that only someone who'd been watching closely would notice. He closed his eyes. "Open them. I'll follow behind. Give you a head start to navigate the protections. If Quirrell gets past you, he gets past me. If he gets past me, he won't get past me." Snape looked at Harry Munster, 11 years old, green-eyed, lit by torchlight, speaking with the quiet absolute certainty of someone who had been loved enough to be fearless, and saw, for just a moment, not James Potter's face but Lily's son. Just her son. The son she died for. "Go," Snape said, and stepped aside. They ran. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent and the door was already ajar. "He's inside," Harry said. "The harp, do you hear it?" Faint music drifted from beyond the door, a harp, enchanted, playing itself. Quirrell's solution to Fluffy. When they pushed the door open, the three-headed dog was sprawled on the floor, all six eyes closed, all three mouths slightly open, snoring in a bass rumble that vibrated through the stone floor. The trapdoor in the floor was open. "Down we go," Ron said, and his voice was steady, which cost him more than anyone would ever know. Harry went first. He dropped through the trapdoor into darkness, felt the rush of air, and landed on something soft and yielding that immediately began to move. Devil's snare. Thick, ropey tendrils wrapping around his legs, his arms, his chest, tightening with a purposeful, botanical malice. The plant was enormous, filling the entire chamber below the trapdoor, a cushion that was also a trap. "Don't fight it," Harry called up as Ron and Hermione dropped through. "Struggling makes it tighten." "Stay still, Hermione, fire." Hermione landed, felt the tendrils, and didn't panic. She drew her wand, pointed it at the mass of plant matter beneath them, and said, "Incendio," with a force that Flitwick would have applauded. Fire erupted, real fire, hot and bright, and the devil's snare recoiled. The tendrils loosened, contracted, pulled away from the heat, and the three of them dropped through the weakened plant and landed on the stone floor beneath. "One down," Harry said. "Move." The key room was next, a vast chamber with a vaulted ceiling, filled with hundreds of winged keys that fluttered and darted like a flock of frantic birds. Against the far wall, a heavy wooden door with an iron lock. 3 broomsticks hovered at waist height, waiting. Harry didn't need 3 broomsticks. He mounted one, a battered old clean sweep that handled like a shopping cart compared to his Nimbus, and kicked off. The keys swarmed. Hundreds of them, flashing silver and gold, all different sizes, all moving at different speeds. Harry rose above the flock and scanned, Grandpa's advice, find the one that's different, the one that's been handled before. There. A large silver key, old-fashioned, with a broken wing that made it flutter unevenly. It was trying to hide in the center of the swarm, but the damaged wing gave it away, it couldn't keep up with the others, always half a beat behind. Harry Dove. The clean sweep protested, too slow, too sluggish, nothing like the Nimbus, but Harry's magic compensated, pushing energy into the broom's enchantments, boosting its speed through sheer force of will. He cut through the swarm like a knife, keys scattering, wings buzzing, and his hand closed around the damaged key. He landed. He threw the key to Hermione. She caught it, jammed it into the lock, turned. The door swung open. "Two down," Ron said. The chess set was waiting. It was exactly as Ron had described, life-sized, magnificent, terrifying. Black and white pieces the height of adults, carved from stone, standing on a board that filled the entire chamber. The white pieces were still. The black pieces were still. The air crackled with enchantment. Ron stepped forward. His face had changed, the nervousness was gone, replaced by something focused and absolute, the expression of a person who had found the thing they were born to do. "Harry, you take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle. I'm the knight." They took their positions. The white pieces stirred. The game began. Ron was magnificent. There was no other word for it. He commanded the board with a fluency that transcended skill and entered the realm of art, seeing 12 moves ahead, sacrificing pieces with ruthless precision, controlling the tempo of the game with the authority of a conductor leading an orchestra. The black pieces obeyed him instantly, responding to his commands with the respect that enchanted chess pieces reserved for players who truly understood the game. The white pieces fought hard. Stone fists swung. Pieces shattered. The violence was real. When a white knight took a black pawn 3 squares from Hermione, the impact sent stone fragments flying and Hermione flinched but held her ground. Ron moved. Calculated. Sacrificed. The board narrowed. The endgame approached. "I have to do it," Ron said, and his voice was tight. "Do what?" Hermione asked. "Sacrifice myself. If I move to G5, the White Queen takes me, but that puts Harry in position to checkmate the king. It's the only way." "Ron," Hermione's voice cracked. "The pieces hit hard but they're not lethal. I'll get knocked around. I'll be fine." Ron looked at Harry. "Finish it." "Ron, I said finish it, mate. I didn't come this far to lose at chess." Ron moved. The White Queen turned. She crossed the board with terrible grace and struck Ron's piece, struck Ron, with a blow that sent him spinning off the board and into the wall. He hit stone, crumpled, and lay still. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. "He's breathing," Harry said, his senses already checking, his magic reaching out to confirm, pulse steady, no major injuries, unconscious but alive. "He's okay. Hermione, he's okay. But we have to finish this." Harry stepped forward. One move. The White King's crown clattered to the board. Checkmate. The pieces froze. The path cleared. Hermione ran to Ron, checked his pulse, his breathing, confirmed what Harry had already sensed. Alive. Bruised. Out cold. But alive. "Go," Hermione said, and her eyes were fierce, wet, burning with a resolve that cut through her fear. "I'll stay with Ron." "Go." "Hermione, the potions puzzle is next. It's logic. It's you. I'd just be watching. Go. Stop him." "And Harry," she grabbed his arm. Her grip was strong. "Come back." "I will." He went. The troll was already down. Quirrell had handled it on his way through, knocked out, sprawled on the floor, smaller than the Halloween one. Harry stepped over it without slowing. The potions chamber was exactly as Grandpa had predicted. 7 bottles on a table. A sheet of parchment with a riddle. Purple and black flames blocking the exits, forward and back. Harry read the riddle. Once. Quickly. Snape's work, precise, elegant, every word significant. Logic, not magic. The smallest bottle would let him go forward. The rounded bottle at the right end would let him go back. He picked up the smallest bottle. Enough for one person. 1 swallow. Harry drank. The potion was ice cold, flooding his veins with a chill that extinguished the fear he hadn't even realized he was carrying. The black flames parted. He stepped through. The final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood at its center, enormous and golden and thrumming with enchantment. And in front of it, no longer stuttering, no longer performing, stood Professor Quirrell. He turned when Harry entered, and his face was different, calm, confident, the nervous mask discarded like a shed skin. His eyes were clear and cold and utterly sane. "Ah," Quirrell said. "Mr. Munster. Or should I say, Mr. Potter." Harry drew his wand. His scar was burning, a steady, controlled burn now, not the explosive agony of the forest. Manageable. He could work through it. "Quirrell," Harry said. "Or should I say, riddle." Something flickered behind Quirrell's eyes. Not surprise, interest. The boy knows more than expected. The stutter, the turban, the act, you saw through all of it. Months ago. And yet you said nothing. Did nothing. Why? I was waiting for the right moment. My grandfather taught me patience. Your grandfather. Quirrell's voice was his own now, no stutter, no hesitation, just a calm, measured tone that was somehow worse than the performance it had replaced. The one who trained you. The one who shielded your mind. I've been trying to reach you all year through the scar, you know. Probing. Testing. Your defenses are remarkable for someone your age. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. Sure it was. You just don't know it yet. Quirrell stared at him. Then he smiled, a thin, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. You're brave. Brave and clever and powerful. Qualities I value. Qualities he values. He turned back to the mirror. I see myself presenting the stone to my master. But I can't get it out. The enchantment requires, you can't get it because you want to use it, Harry said. The mirror reads desire. You want the stone for Voldemort. The mirror sees that and keeps it from you. Quirrell's smile vanished. You know about the mirror. I've met the mirror. We're acquainted. Then you know how to retrieve the stone. I do. Then do it. Retrieve it for me, and I'll let you leave. You'll live. Your friends will live. A simple transaction. No. No. Quirrell turned fully. His hand went to his turban. Then perhaps you need additional motivation. He began to unwrap the turban. Harry watched, wand raised, scar screaming. The fabric came away in loops, revealing the back of Quirrell's head, and on the back of Quirrell's head, a face. Chalk white. Red-eyed. Noseless. A face that was barely a face, more like the memory of one, pressed into flesh that didn't belong to it. The face of Lord Voldemort, parasitic, embedded, alive in the way that nightmares are alive, not with life but with the desperate refusal to die. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and his voice was a rasp, a whisper, the sound of dry leaves skittering across a grave. We meet again. Harry's scar was a sun. The pain was enormous. He breathed through it the way Grandpa had taught him, in through the nose, out through the mouth, compartmentalize, endure. Tom Riddle, Harry said, and his voice didn't shake. You look terrible. The red eyes blazed. You dare, I dare because I'm not afraid of you. I've seen scarier things in my grandfather's basement. I've arm wrestled scarier things in my backyard. You're a broken man clinging to the back of another man's skull, drinking horse blood in a forest, trying to steal an old man's homework project. You're not terrifying, Tom. You're pathetic. The chamber trembled. Quirrell's body convulsed, Voldemort's rage transmitting through the host like electricity through a wire. You know nothing of what I am. Voldemort hissed. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You've run from death. There's a difference. My grandfather is 600 years old, and he'll tell you, immortality isn't conquering death. It's just being too scared to meet it. Seize him. Quirrell lunged. His hands reached for Harry's throat, physical force, not magical, driven by Voldemort's fury and the desperate need to control the situation through the one method Harry might not be prepared for. Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin. And burned. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Where Quirrell's fingers met Harry's neck, his flesh blistered, cracked, turned to ash. Quirrell screamed, his own scream, not Voldemort's, the raw human agony of a man whose body was being destroyed by contact with something it couldn't endure. Harry's mother's protection. The sacrificial magic, embedded in his blood, activated by Voldemort's direct touch through a vessel he controlled. The same magic that had manifested as light in the forest now manifested as fire, not visible fire but alchemical fire, the kind that consumed from within. Quirrell staggered back. His hands were ruined, blackened, crumbling. His face was contorted in agony. And behind him, on the back of his dissolving skull, Voldemort's face was twisted in something beyond fury. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked. Use the wand. Destroy him. Quirrell raised his wand with what was left of his hands. Harry could see the killing curse forming, the green light gathering at the wand tip, the words beginning to form on Quirrell's blistered lips. Harry didn't run. He didn't dodge. He stepped forward and pressed both hands against Quirrell's face. The scream was inhuman. The light was blinding. Harry's hands burned, not his flesh, but his magic, pouring through his palms and into Quirrell and through Quirrell into the thing that lived inside him. The sacrificial protection met Voldemort's essence and annihilated it, not the Horcruxes, not the soul fragments hidden elsewhere, but the active, present manifestation, the consciousness that had been riding Quirrell's body for a year. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the stone floor and continued to disintegrate, faster now, the dark magic that had sustained him evaporating, leaving behind a man who had been dead, in every meaningful sense, for months. A dark shape tore free from the falling body. Smoke. Shadow. The wraith form of Voldemort, reduced once again to formless, bodiless existence, screaming soundlessly as it fled, up through the ceiling, through the stone, through the castle, into the sky. Gone. Not dead. Not destroyed. But gone. Harry stood in the empty chamber, hands smoking, scar blazing, and felt the adrenaline hit like a wave. His vision blurred. His knees buckled. The pain, held at bay by training and willpower and the raw refusal to fall while the enemy was watching, crashed through his defenses and overwhelmed everything. He reached into his pocket. His fingers found the vial. Grandpa's insurance. The last resort. He pulled it out. The liquid inside shifted, silver and gold, beautiful, alive. When you need it, you'll know. He needed it now. He pulled the stopper and drank. The effect was immediate. Warmth, not the burning warmth of combat magic but the warmth of a kitchen at 1313, Mockingbird Lane, of Lily's arms, of Herman's ridiculous hugs, of Eddie's shoulder against his on the roof, of Grandpa's hand on his head at the train station. The warmth of being loved completely, unconditionally, by people who had chosen him. The pain faded. The scar quieted. His vision cleared. Harry looked at the mirror of Eriste. He walked toward it, and what looked back was himself, just himself, standing alone, no parents behind him, no family, just Harry. His reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a red stone. And then Harry felt something drop into his real pocket, heavy, warm, real. The Philosopher's Stone. He pulled it out. It sat in his palm, small, rough, unremarkable to look at. The most powerful alchemical artifact in existence. The key to immortality. The thing Voldemort had been willing to kill for. Harry closed his fingers around it and put it back in his pocket. Then his legs gave out, and the last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the ceiling of the chamber, flickering with torchlight, and the distant sound of running footsteps coming closer. Chapter 6, The Monster and the Man, the Final Confrontation. Harry faces Quirrell/Voldemort alone. But this isn't a trembling 11-year-old backed against a wall. This is Harry Munster, son of Herman and Lily, grandson of Dracula, brother of a werewolf, who has never once been told that he should be less than what he is. The confrontation is intense, magical, and deeply personal. Voldemort tries to tempt Harry with knowledge of his birth parents, with power, with the promise of true family, and Harry shuts him down, because he already knows who his family is. The protection Lily Potter's sacrifice provides still works, but it's amplified by something Voldemort can't understand. Harry was raised by monsters who loved him, in a home where darkness was never something to fear. Voldemort is driven out. Quirrell falls. Harry is hurt but victorious. The aftermath, Dumbledore and Harry have a real conversation, more honest than canon, because Harry demands honesty. Dumbledore begins to see that his plans must change. Harry finishes his first year, says goodbye to friends, and steps back through the dimensional rift to 1313, Mockingbird Lane, where Herman crushes him in a hug, Lily cries, Grandpa pretends he's not emotional, Eddie demands every detail, and Marilyn has baked a cake. Harry is home. The story ends with Grandpa in his lab, looking at a newspaper from the wizarding world, where the headline reads about disturbances at Hogwarts, and beneath it, a smaller article about strange sightings near Albania. Grandpa's expression goes serious. Next year, he mutters, we prepare for more. Harry, passing the lab door, hears him and grins. Can't wait.